Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 176. In the blink of an eye. Thump. Ronald rolled off the bed. He sat on the floor, scratching his head. Having received the good news that the script had been sold, Ronald felt he should be able to dream about the finished film. The film was already in development, he was involved in its production, and he knew the female lead. Hadn't the necessary and sufficient conditions for dreaming about the film been met? He excitedly went to bed, but was too excited and couldn't fall asleep several times. Remembering that the last 2 times he dreamed about the film, he had fallen off the bed, he decided to sleep close to the edge, thinking that would increase his chances. However, aside from falling off the bed in the morning, he didn't dream about any movies. Unable to dream about the finished film, Ronald simply arrived at the Sentinel building early and went to the Mirror Company to continue watching films. Why are you at the company so early? I don't recommend long hours. Editing isn't a profession where you can create masterpieces just by grinding away, it requires inspiration and experience. Walter Murch, seeing Ronald arrive so early, assumed he was going to work overtime, 9 hours a day, 7 days a week, and quickly stopped him. No. I'm so excited I can't sleep. That's why I came. My agent told me someone's interested in my script, Ronald replied. Congratulations, Walter Murch hugged him. That's a great start. I know you aspire to be a director, and screenwriting is actually a great fit for young people who want to become directors. Murch assumed Ronald had written some low-budget film script that caught the eye of a small producer and didn't delve deeper. So, you've been watching the original footage of Apocalypse now these past few days, have you learned anything? So, these past few days, instead of teaching me editing, he's been making me watch the raw footage myself. That's really a test, Ronald thought. I've made some progress. I can't always stop at the same frame, but my success rate is higher than before. Come with me. Walter Murch opened the door to his editing room, letting Ronald follow him inside. Ronald was excited. Murch was finally going to teach him his secrets. Walter had Ronald bring out 2 reels of the original Apocalypse Now film and mounted them on a West German-made chem editing machine. The film and tape on this horizontal editing machine are laid flat on the editing table, unlike the old-fashioned Movila editing machine which is vertical. The film and tape are placed on the reel, pulled through various guideposts, and finally secured to another reel. The machine is turned on, and Ronald stands and holds a handle in the center of the editing table, turning it left and right to play, stop, fast forward, and rewind. A major advantage of the chem horizontal editing machine is its low noise. The Movila vertical machine sounds like a sewing machine, while the chem's noise is similar to a tape recorder, only a very low hissing sound. Click. Walter Murch pressed the stop button. This is the cut point I selected. Did you notice anything? Ronald leaned forward, stared at the screen for a long time, and shook his head. I didn't notice anything. Look at his eyes, Walter Murch said, pointing to the character played by Martin Sheen on the screen. As Ronald picked up the control dial, fast-forwarded a section of film, and then played it back to the cut point at normal speed. This time, he stared intently at the actor's eyes. The image on the screen had just passed the cut point Walter had pointed out, and it looked like Martin Sheen blinked. Ronald's heart skipped a beat, and he went back to watch it again. You've already noticed? Great, Walter Murphy said, sounding pleased. Is it here? It seems like he blinked right after you chose the cut point, Ronald exclaimed. That's the pattern I discovered when editing Coppola's film The Lives of Others. Walter Murphy shared his secret with Ronald. My cut points are all chosen at the exact moment before the character blinks. That morning, I had just finished editing the film and discovered this pattern while organizing the film reels. I was walking the streets of San Francisco, thrilled, thinking I had discovered a huge secret. Coincidentally, I bought a newspaper on the street, and an interview with director John Huston caught my eye. Huston shared the same view as me in the interview. He believed that blinking is the end of a thought in a person's mind. When a thought in a person's mind reaches its end, they blink. Ronald looked bewildered. Did the high school textbook say that blinking is because the eyes are dry and need to be moistened? That's not right. If we record a video of people in a desert environment, we'll find that their blinking frequency is the same as that of people in a humid environment, like at the beach. Ronald was experiencing Walter Murphy's scientific thinking for the first time. This man didn't believe in any textbooks or other people's ready-made conclusions, but instead thought independently and used scientific experiments to verify his views. Then how can I prove your point that blinking is the end of a person's thoughts? Ronald asked. According to Walter Murphy, his view that blinking is the end of a thought also needed to be scientifically tested before it could be believed. It's simple. Look at me, Walter Murphy said to Ronald, and then turn around and look at the window over there in the room. Ronald turned around and glanced at the window. Did you notice? You blinked when you twisted your head dramatically. What? Ronald began to shake his head from side to side. He could feel that his eyes, as if during the rotation, had no memory of the middle part. If a camera were filming him, he should be able to see that he did blink. During the 180-degree head turn from left to right, the memory at the beginning on the left was clear, and the memory at the end on the right was also clear, but in the middle, Ronald's eyes were closed, and his brain had no memory of it. Look at me, and then look at this machine. Walter then directed Ronald to turn to the nearby editing machine's display screen. Strange, this time during the middle of the head turn, I don't think I blinked again. Ronald noticed the subtle difference between the two head turns. A smaller angle of rotation didn't cause blinking. Do you know the 30-degree rule in film editing? Yes, I learned it in my college editing class. It was discovered by film pioneer rebellious. If we're filming the same subject, the angle of the camera's rotation before and after editing must be greater than 30 degrees, otherwise there will be a jump in the image, which the audience will find strange. If it's more than 30 degrees, our brains can understand this jump in the image without finding it strange. I get it, Ronald shouted. When our brains are working intensely, they close their eyes and blink. So, when the angle of rotation in editing is greater than 30 degrees, our brains adapt very well because we usually close our eyes when we turn our heads, and our brains are doing the editing for us. Walter Murch was pleased that the young man understood his editing theory. If it's less than 30 degrees, we don't close our eyes, and we don't do natural editing in our brains. We see all the objects in the middle, and when editing shots within a 30-degree angle on screen, it doesn't match our usual experience, so our brains find it strange. I see, that's how our usual experience affects film editing. But there are times when our brains don't have to conform to the laws of physics, they can freely switch and imagine scenes, so we accept the existence of editing without finding it strange. When? Ronald scratched his head. Sometimes every day. Dreaming? Ronald suddenly realized. Yes, dreams are illogical. They can switch freely between story scenes without regard to continuity. Isn't that a jump cut? Ronald nodded repeatedly in agreement. Such an obvious truth, yet no one had told him before, not even the editing professor at NYU. Dreams aren't bound by the laws of physics either. We can dream of running on flat ground and suddenly taking flight like a bird, looking back at ourselves on the ground. Isn't that just like a flight scene in a movie? Yes, Ronald found it increasingly plausible. People often compare movies to daydreams. Actually, there's a very profound physiological connection between the two. Walter Murch pointed to Ronald's head and drew a circle. The fact that our brains can understand film editing is itself a very strange thing. Film editing doesn't match everyday experience at all. Why is it that when switching between over-the-shoulder shots, we can understand that the characters are talking? Have you ever seen anyone running around while talking? Ronald shook his head. We can understand film editing because we often dream about similar scene transitions. Our brains edit every day while we sleep. We're so used to dreaming that we can understand the plot of a movie effortlessly, and when our brains process language, they probably use the same part. So when a sentence is spoken, our brains seem to understand that a significant scene change is needed, and they blink to adapt to this change. Then when I'm editing, can't I just watch the characters blink and edit accordingly? Ronald asked. Sigh. Walter Murch tapped Ronald's head impatiently. Think about the logic you learned in high school, Ronald. The brain's rapid processing of scene changes is only one reason for blinking. Other reasons can also cause blinking. It's a sufficient condition, not a necessary one. For example, we blink when we sneeze, when our eyes feel dry, and when we lie. These can't be used as editing indicators. Besides, not every actor can be so immersed in their role. Sometimes they're just reciting lines, Walter Murch corrected Ronald's thinking. What I mean is, if an actor is truly exceptional, you can use blink timing to verify if your editing point choices are correct, Ronald nodded. But are everyone's blink timing choices the same? For example, when watching a movie, is my blink timing the same as yours? If it is, then I can use blink timing as a standard to check my editing point choices. Your idea is excellent. In my experience, the vast majority, I mean over 95%, make the same choice. We don't need to worry about the 5%, we just need to focus on the behavior of the vast majority of the audience. Why would the 5% be different? That 5% are mostly film industry professionals. Their attention is focused on their own field. For example, the lighting crew is watching the lights, the acting coach is watching the actors' performances, and during test screenings, there are always industry insiders and film critics looking for flaws in your film, things they can criticize. So their attention is different from the average viewer, their thoughts are different, and therefore, the timing of their blinks is different. In fact, if we had a magic camera that could capture the blinking of the audience in the dark without interfering with the film's projection, then we could place such a camera behind the screen and film the audience's reactions while watching the film. Afterwards, when we look at the footage from that camera, we'd see that if the film editing follows the pattern, 95% of the audience would blink at the same time. If this magical camera could capture the reflection in the eyes when the audience blinks, we would see that in the darkness, every viewer blinks at your cut point, like countless stars twinkling simultaneously. Ronald was awestruck by Walter Murch's scientific theories and artistic visions. He sat down in that office and began watching the edit of Apocalypse Now from beginning to end. He found that every shot was perfectly timed. At each cut point, the viewer's brain was also at that point, thinking about the next shot. Immersed in new knowledge, constantly comparing his ideas with a finished film, Ronald didn't notice the passage of time. Soon, 4 or 5 hours had passed when he was startled from his excited state by a ringing phone. Ronald rubbed his face and answered the phone. "This is Walter Murch's office. This is Thomas Wilhite from Disney Studios. Please let Mr. Murch speak to you." Chapter 177, Disney's List of Genius Directors. Ronald recognized the name. It was the vice president who had dealt with him and Ovitz from CAA after they'd been turned away by the president when they went to Disney to pitch their script. He remembered Wilchter primarily handling live-action films at Disney. Walter Murch talked on the phone for a long time. Ronald left the editing room, added some hot water to his thermos, and silently drank it. It seemed the Oscar curse wasn't always so effective. As long as one remained grounded and worked diligently, the industry would still recognize their talent. "Come on, let's grab something to eat. I have something to discuss with you," Walter Murch said after a long pause, patting Ronald's shoulder as he drank tea. "Disney will invite me to direct a film. I'll consider writing a new script and then get involved in the production. I can't teach you any more editing skills at the Mirror Cafe." At the Mirror Cafe outside the Sentinel building, Walter Murch revealed the contents of the Disney phone call to Ronald. "I'm sorry, you came here to learn the editing process. I even prepared for you to take advantage of the opportunity to work through the film reels and learn the entire editing process of Apocalypse Now. But directing a film has been my dream for many years, and this is a rare opportunity. This should be something to celebrate, Walter." "I'm already very grateful." Ronald quickly adjusted his mindset and congratulated Walter Murch. "I'm going back later to tell Angie about my decision to resign from Mirror Studio and dedicate myself fully to Disney films. I'll be back at Mirror Studio tomorrow, and you should come too. I'll teach you the most important principles of editing, and you can gradually learn the rest through practice." "Huh? What? The blink timing you told me about today isn't the most important secret of editing?" "No, that's just a trick, or a technique. There are no secrets to editing. Anyone can pick up a pair of scissors and a piece of tape and edit. The important thing is which parts to cut and which parts to keep." Walter Murch took a sip of his Italian coffee, as if reminiscing. "When Angie and I got married, we lived in her hometown in the British countryside for a while. Many of her relatives and friends, upon hearing that I worked in the film industry, thought Angie was lucky and would have a good life ahead of her, but they didn't understand what editing meant. In America, the industry term is editing, but in Britain, they usually say cutting, meaning cutting the film, so they asked me if it was like an 8mm home video camera, just cutting out the bad shots and keeping the good ones. I was young and impetuous then, and I strongly resented this simplistic view of my work, So I told them that editing is actually a very advanced job, requiring a lot of experience and skill, but I've always remembered that conversation, and the longer it goes on, the more I realize that Angie's relatives were right. The simplest approach is often the best. Editing is really just cutting out the bad shots and splicing the good ones together. What we need to understand is what constitutes a bad shot, what constitutes a good shot, and how to splice the good parts together. Ronald repeatedly pondered the phrase "there are no secrets in editing," finding it very insightful. In many industries, the truly effective core principles are really just one or two tricks. The key lies in personal understanding and application. This made him even more eager for tomorrow's lesson. However, Walter said he would combine teaching with film, so it was unclear at this point. "What movie has Disney invited you to make, Walter?" "If it's convenient to tell us," Ronald asked during the coffee break after lunch. "It's alright, because the movie hasn't been decided yet, it's just based on my script. I've wanted to make a sequel to a decades-old cinematic masterpiece for a long time, to see if they'd be willing to invest in my script." "A cinematic masterpiece? Disney's? Are you going to make an animated film?" Ronald asked curiously. "No. It's a live-action film combined with metal special effects," Walter smiled. "But you're not far off, it is indeed a fairy tale adaptation. Is it Snow White? Cinderella? Sleeping Beauty?" Ronald guessed several classic Disney animations in a row, the kind that were relatively easy to adapt into live-action films. He didn't mention Dumbo, which couldn't be made into a live-action film. "It's The Wizard of Oz. Isn't that an MGM movie?" "Yes, but the adaptation rights for the Wizard of Oz novel sequel are with Disney." In Disney's president's office, Ron Miller, the president who hadn't been seen when Ronald came to promote the script for My Brother's Protector, was discussing it with his deputy, Wiltshire. Ron Miller, the current president of Disney, who was contemptuously described by Walt Disney's nephew, Roy Disney Jr., as Disney's son-in-law, a washed-up former football star, a clueless outsider, and a failed film actor, was comfortably sipping whiskey. "So Walt Murdoch's idea is good. Although he's near the end of our list, John Milius only wants to make his Dark War films. We at Disney can't invest in such inherently R-rated films. At most, we'll put it PG." The Wizard of Oz series has a large readership, and many viewers still fondly remember the 1939 MGM film. "It's time for a sequel," Vice President Wiltshire chimed in. "We haven't made animated films for many years since Diane's Uncle Roy Sr. passed away. Now we're finally getting back to basics. We need to catch up with the times. Star Wars and Black Stallion, those two live-action blockbusters, should rightfully be Disney productions." After taking the helm, Ron Miller began consolidating Disney's resources, hoping to lead this veteran Hollywood studio back to its former glory. However, many of the old guard left behind by Walt and his brother Roy Sr. only obeyed Disney's bloodline, specifically his wife Diane's cousin, Roy Jr. To gain complete control of the company, Ron Miller's focus was on live-action films. His initial live-action films performed well at the box office, and his efforts to win over a best-selling author, a highly popular figure among teenage readers, had agreed to sell the film rights to his unpublished next novel to Disney. Warner Brothers was also rumored to be lobbying the same author, but Disney, with its consistent focus on the teenage market, was more appealing to the author than Warner Brothers, whose background was in gangster films, allowing Disney to gain the upper hand. "So, is our talent list nearing its end?" President Ron Miller, snapping out of his smugness, downed his whiskey and asked his vice president. "Yes, Walter Murdoch is third to last on the list. Those ahead of him either weren't interested in working with us, or the proposed film themes weren't suitable for Disney. Blacklist those who refuse to work with us. They're not allowed to ask for investment from Disney again." This former Los Angeles Rams tight end liked to manage the film company with the attitude of professional football. Upon taking office as Disney president, he and his deputy, Wiltshire, proposed their potential directors list project. After the huge success of 20th Century Fox's Star Wars and Mirror Pictures' Black Stallion, Ron Miller had always believed that such films should have been made by Disney. Targeting children and teenagers, fairy tales, and brilliant imagination. He carefully studied the resumes of the directors of those two films, Lucas and Carol Ballard. Both shared a common characteristic: before directing these two blockbuster films, they were both novices, not highly regarded in the industry. So Ron Miller and Wiltshire secretly compiled a list of Hollywood talents who had achieved success in other fields and wanted to transition into directing. They then contacted them one by secretly. If both parties were interested in collaborating, and the subject matter they were interested in aligned with Disney's target audience, they would proceed with a collaboration. If his script is good enough, we'll invest some money to test the waters. Ron Miller was immersed in his vision of bringing Disney back to its former glory. Do you have any candidates to add to the potential list? There's Lawrence Kasdan, the screenwriter of The Empire Strikes Back, Joe Dent, who started with low-budget exploitation films, and the recently emerged comedic genius, John Landis. We'll contact them all. As long as they fit Disney's audience and values, and the story can get a PG rating or higher, we can give it a shot. There's one more. Wilchter hesitated for a moment. There's a very young screenwriter who was recently discovered by Frank Price of Columbia Pictures, and his debut script sold for $350,000. What's his name? Ronald Lee. His script was also submitted to Disney, but that day, Mr. President, you were discussing the adaptation of a best-selling novel into a film with producer Kinnaman. Plus, that film is about the Vietnam War, which would likely get an R rating, unsuitable for Disney, so we didn't participate in the bidding. Ronald Lee, I remember that name. Kinnaman told me he's just a fame-seeking scoundrel. I heard he manipulated the audition process, deliberately causing Kinnaman's girlfriend to lose the lead role. And what profound Vietnam War script could a young man in his early 20s possibly write? Frank Price has lost his mind. Ignore him. So you know Jenny Rosenberg, the screenwriter of Black Stallion, Walter Murch said to Ronald. The director of that film, Carol Ballard, is Coppola's senior. Actually, Disney most wanted to work with him. He had already submitted a script about wild wolves. Yes, I was doing odd jobs on Roger Coleman's low-budget production Rock High School, and Jenny was the script supervisor for that film. She mentioned wanting to work on adapting the script for Black Stallion. Her last name is Rosenberg, and she's related to some powerful Jewish people, Walter Murch said. She joined after the script was finished, revising some dialogue and details about horse racing. She's been familiar with equestrianism since childhood. I see. Ronald wasn't so envious of Jenny's connections anymore. After Black Stallion, Jenny's screenwriting talent hadn't received widespread industry recognition, and she wasn't getting new projects. It was better to progress step by step like he was. So, see you tomorrow. Walter was eager to go back and discuss the career change with his wife. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Walter. Chapter 178. When is it permissible to violate principles? When you were taking editing classes at NYU, did you learn about the axis principle and continuous editing? Early the next morning, Walter Murch arrived at the office, full of energy, and began teaching Ronald the secrets of editing, the 6 principles for distinguishing good from bad. Yes, the axis principle is to keep the camera on one side of the 2 characters in a dialogue, and not randomly move to the other side. Otherwise, if a character suddenly appears on the viewer's left and then on their right, it will confuse the viewer. The continuous editing principle is to try to keep the actions of a person appearing continuous when editing. For example, if someone is sitting on a stool and wants to stand up, when cutting from a close-up to a medium shot, you need to find a point on the film where the action is the same to connect them, making the action of standing up as continuous as possible to avoid making the viewer feel strange. Ronald recited the standard answers from his film editing class. He noticed that Walter was in excellent spirits today. His hippie-like beard was neatly shaved, and he was wearing a plaid suit, his demeanor transforming from hippie to very Hollywood elite. So, when you watch new movies, do you carefully observe the editing techniques? Do you always adhere to these 2 principles? No. Current films seem to be influenced by French New Wave director Godard, with editing often breaking the principle of continuity to create jump cuts. And some Japanese film directors, like Kurosawa Akira, don't really follow the axis principle, but I don't find it awkward when I watch them. It seems these 2 principles are often broken. In Scorsese's film appreciation class, Ronald often focused on technical details that others overlooked. His film reviews were often unique, focusing more on technical details than artistry or intellectual depth. Very good. Today I'll teach you 4 more principles of editing: emotion, story, rhythm, and visual focus. Walter placed a reel of film on the editing machine and began playing it. This is the first 10 minutes of Apocalypse Now. You can see here that Martin Sheen's character is filled with anger, and the audience is infected by this emotion. The editing needs to ensure a smooth emotional flow for the audience. The story and the emotion move forward together, and the audience gradually discovers that he is a U.S. military officer who receives a mission in Saigon and eventually embarks on an adventure. And the storytelling rhythm is also very smooth, so the first three principles seem to be closely intertwined. That's right, we can't easily separate them. Now let's look at the fourth principle, visual focus. The image of the helicopter propeller gradually fades out, but the audience's visual focus remains on the propeller on the screen. So when we follow up with a fade and ceiling fan image, it should also appear in that position. I understand. When editing, you need to pay attention to which part of the screen the audience is looking at, and keep the focus there when the next image follows. That's right, don't make the audience guess where they should look next. So, emotion, story, rhythm, visual focus, axis principle, action continuity. So, anything that meets these 6 principles is well shot and should be cut according to the principles. Anything that doesn't meet the principles is poorly shot and needs to be cut. Ronald summarized. Don't you think there's something wrong with your statement? Walter Merkic smirked. Why are the latter 2 principles so often abandoned in today's films? Indeed, Ronald, reread the beginning of this Apocalypse Now book. The axis principle was violated by the shot of the protagonist accepting his mission, and the continuity of action was barely followed. Strangely, he hadn't felt anything amiss while watching it. I feel the most important thing is the audience's emotional experience. As long as that's satisfied, the audience won't feel the violation of the axis and continuity principles. Very good, principles are important, but even more important is knowing when it's okay to disregard them. Walter nodded. This student understood immediately. His comprehension was truly impressive. If we were to rank these 6 principles, it would be emotion, story, rhythm, focus of gaze, axis principle, and continuity of action. Any one of these principles is more important than all the others combined. If you can't have both, you can violate a lower-level principle to ensure the higher-level principle is upheld. For example, the axis principle is very intuitive. We always feel it shouldn't be violated. If it is, the audience will feel that the 2 speaking characters have switched positions, which is very jarring. But Kurosawa Akira's films don't really consider the axis principle because his stories and rhythms are so good that the audience doesn't feel the camera veering off axis. The higher-level principle can always override the lower-level principle. Ronald quickly wrote down the secret. This was the real deal. Let me give you another common example from American films. There's always a scene in a movie that deliberately violates the axis principle. Do you know what kind of scene it is? Ronald thought for a moment, then shook his head, indicating he didn't know. It's a love scene because emotionally, we want the audience to feel the power of the male and female lead's passion. When passion strikes, we forget everything else. It's a dizzying feeling. So, when editing a love scene, a good editor will deliberately break the timeline to create the dizzying feeling for the audience, letting them feel the power of passion. Ronald nodded. So, if you satisfy the audience's visual focus, they will ignore your violation of the timeline and continuity principles. But the audience won't ignore errors in emotion, story, or pacing. Higher principles can mask lower principles, but the reverse isn't true. That's right. The reason we can do this is because of the audience's attention. The purpose of these principles is to keep the audience's attention on the screen. We need to be able to anticipate the audience's next shift in attention and give them something new before they lose interest. Ronald felt this sounded familiar. Roger Coleman's Director's Guide also mentioned the value of audience attention. It seems that successful film industry professionals all think about this quite well. So how do you predict audience attention, experience, intuition, and feedback from test screenings? There's no other way, Walter Murch sighed. That's why nobody knows the secret to a blockbuster film. Every new movie is figuring it out, weighing the pros and cons. If I could keep dreaming about movies I'd seen in my past life, would that be a powerful weapon over everyone else? Ronald decided to go back to the hotel and try sleeping and dreaming again. Remember my lecture at New World Company? Walter seemed to want to tell Ronald everything important first, so he could write it down and then gradually understand it when he encountered it at work. Yes, I've kept all my notes. Editing isn't about speed, or how fast you can finish a cut. It's not about how many cuts you make, or how you get paid based on the number of cuts. It's an art, a science, or more accurately, a craft. The more you practice, the more proficient you become at balancing scientific principles and artistic choices, and the faster you can find the best solution. Editing often involves considering different combinations back and forth, how to connect one cut to another, how to cut from here and connect there. Many times you'll feel like you don't have enough time. Now I'll teach you a time-saving way of thinking. Walter Murch opened his desk drawer, took out a large notebook, and showed it to Ronald. These look like film prints. Ronald, being a photographer himself, was familiar with the various photos in the notebook, all printed from the film reels of Apocalypse Now. Yes, my method is to pick the frame that best represents each shot, make a copy, and stick it on the wall. For long takes, I can use 2 to 3 photos. This way, when I'm thinking about permutations and combinations, I don't have to repeatedly disassemble and reassemble the film. I can use these photos instead. I see. Ronald carefully examined each photo. For example, for the opening long take of Martin Sheen getting out of bed, cutting his hand on the mirror, and starting to practice Tai Chi, Walter chose 3 photos to represent it. If you've looked at every shot on film, it's easy to recall which scene each photo represents. The exposure process for motion picture film is different from that of photographic film. I figured out a set of parameters that allow me to reproduce motion picture film at Kodak Photo Labs with the effect of a regular photograph without losing the details of the motion picture film. Walter took out a piece of paper and handed it to Ronald. You learn very quickly. I have nothing more to teach you. The rest is just practice and accumulating experience. Ronald took the book and saw it was a set of parameters for low ISO and long exposure. Following this method, he could get ideal photos from film at a Kodak Photo Lab. He carefully tucked the manual into his notebook, feeling a surge of gratitude. Walter turned back and handed him a large glass jar. This is honey Angie brought you. We made it ourselves. I heard you liked it, so here's another big jar. Keep working hard. One day I'll see your directorial debut on the big screen. Walter encouraged Ronald with a hug and patted him on the back. You too, Walter. I'll go see your new Disney movie. Sometimes, male friendship doesn't need material things to measure it, nor does it need to be spoken. Ronald returned to the hotel, full of knowledge, and carefully organized it. He couldn't forget this precious knowledge. After carefully organizing it all, Ronald finally rested. He lay in bed for a while, trying to recapture the feeling of dreaming. He turned off the lights and fell asleep in his hotel bed in broad daylight. In a hazy dream, Ronald seemed to see a white soldier, rifle in hand, trying to save someone amidst a hail of bullets. He hoisted a black soldier onto his shoulder, running desperately back, only to be shot in the buttocks. The black soldier was muttering something to the white soldier. The scene shifted, and Ronald saw the black soldier's face clearly. It was his uncle, Steve. Wait, Steve was white. Ronald looked at the white soldier's face again, but it was blurry and he couldn't make out who it was. Ring 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 ring. Ronald was awakened by a phone ring. Hello, who is it? Ronald answered the phone irritably. It really was a dream about his uncle who died in Vietnam, not about the movie My Brother's Protector. Your script sold for $350,000. It was Eddie, his advertising director agent in New York, yelling on the phone. I regret not securing your screenwriter agency business too. How did you know? Ronald sat bolt upright in bed. How could the news have leaked? Chapter 179. You're on the front page of the New York Times. Don't be nervous, Ronald, Eddie said, regaining his composure. Let me read you a passage. An unknown screenwriter achieves great success. That's the headline on the New York Times today. Hollywood is a dream-making machine for overnight fame, and now this machine isn't just producing stars, it's spreading to behind-the-scenes personnel. In the first summer of the 1980s, an unknown screenwriter sold his debut film, My Brother's Protector, for $350,000, plus a 3% cut of the box office. The most unusual thing about this news is that, until now, there hasn't been a single piece of news about this film in the newspapers. Our reporters sought confirmation from Frank Price, the rumored president of Columbia Pictures, but his secretary's office gave a no comment. Now, let's move on to the business news section, Agent Eddie said. That's also what's strange about this report. It's not in the entertainment section, but in the business news section. The most direct evidence for this rumor comes from Mr. Michael Ovitz, president of CAA Agency. He confirmed to our newspaper that the deal does exist and is already being finalized. Columbia will invite a very high-profile male and female lead, perhaps Oscar winners, but at this stage of negotiations, it's not convenient to disclose specific details. Ovitz told this newspaper that CAA has gradually transformed from a talent agency primarily focused on television to one focused on film. This collaboration also serves as a good rebuttal to Cochrane's accusations against Columbia's management. If I didn't know you were signed with CAA and wrote a Vietnam War-themed script, My Brother's Protector, I wouldn't believe you sold it. Ha ha ha. Eddie laughed heartily on the other end of the phone. To be honest, I'm not jealous. Only CAA has the Hollywood connections to facilitate deals, and once your name gets out, I can offer higher prices for advertising deals. I'm going to take the New York Times to Calvin Klein right now. Buy me a new copy of the New York Times too. I'll keep it for my collection. Do you need it? Your name isn't even mentioned in this article. Ronald suddenly realized the surprise and quickly called Ovitz. What was this 3% box office revenue split all about? Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Ovitz. This is Ronald Lee. We haven't made an appointment, but please tell him I saw the New York Times article. Okay, I'll wait for your call back. Ovitz quickly received the message and called back. The first thing Ovitz blurted out after answering the phone was, "How did you know? Didn't the New York Times report it? An unknown screenwriter? Why didn't they mention my name, Mr. Ovitz?" Ovitz didn't answer, but continued to press, "Who told you?" It seemed he hadn't expected Ronald to read the New York Times business news. "My agent in New York saw the report and told me. He's handling my commercial directing business." "What? Your commercial directing business isn't handled by CAA? You're a director? Have you ever directed a film? What films have you made?" Ronald was taken aback by Ovitz's ability to steer the conversation off topic. Mr. Ovitz, I asked you first. This is part of the film's promotional campaign. Because this report is mainly aimed at the capital market and doesn't mention your name or the other main creators, we didn't tell you. We'll be releasing the news in the entertainment media soon. And your name will also appear on the entertainment page of the New York Times, Ovitz briefly explained. Now it's your turn. Have you ever directed a film? After graduating from high school, I worked at Roger Coleman's company as a second-unit director on an exploitation film. I also directed a few commercials in New York. I directed Chew's Gum commercial. I'm a second-class member of the Directors Guild of America. Come to the company right away. We'll sign a new director agency agreement with you. Isn't your dream to be a film director? CAA is also short of director clients right now. Mr. Ovitz, I'm currently studying editing at Mirror Films in San Francisco. What? Mirror Company? Can you get in touch with Coppola? We at CAA would like to talk to him too. I know him, but he doesn't know me, and he hasn't been in the company lately. Think of something, Ronald. If you could get a photo of yourself with him, it would be very beneficial for your next publicity campaign. Ask someone to introduce you. If you can get to know Coppola, your path to becoming a director will be much smoother. Ronald imagined himself standing next to Coppola in a photo published in The Hollywood Reporter, Variety, or the New York Times, as an illustration for a brilliant screenwriter. The legacy of Hollywood's top directors. Ronald had already thought of the caption for the photo. The image was incredibly exciting. Whatever, it's just getting a photo. It's also for his own publicity, making it easier to become a director later. Okay, I'll go look for him again tomorrow and try to get a photo with him. By the way, what does that 3% box office revenue share mean? That's just hype. The revenue share belongs to Jane Fonda and has nothing to do with your salary. Columbia wants Jane to give her all in the role. Okay, I understand, Mr. Ovitz. Does the director have any ideas about the script now? I need to discuss how to revise my script with him in person. I've taken a lot of notes here. When you get back to Los Angeles, I'll arrange a meeting between you two. Remember to tell your main agent, Richard, about the results of your meeting with Coppola and your schedule. I will. Also, for the role of the simpleton sister, has the director seen Michelle Pfeiffer's audition photos? What does he think, Mr. Ovitz? Ronald remembered the instructions from Michelle Pfeiffer's agent, Lamato. It's not at that stage yet. Let's finalize your script revisions first, and then you can recommend her to the director yourself. Ovitz hung up the phone. The next morning, Ronald returned to Century Building. The editing room was deserted, and his idea of getting Walter Murch's introduction was a pipe dream. Ronald wandered aimlessly around the Mirror Studios, hoping to bump into Francis Ford Coppola, now Hollywood's top director. He ended up in the soundstage. Mirror Studios had invested heavily, renting a small soundstage in Century Building for filming. But he didn't see anyone. Ronald checked the unlocked door, went inside, fumbled for the switch, and turned on the lights. The empty soundstage, with lights, recording equipment, and other equipment neatly covered with black sheets, awaited the master's arrival. Ronald watched for a while, imagining himself directing the entire team during filming. Record, action. Camera. Full speed ahead. Snap, action. The empty studio echoed only with his own voice. Ronald glanced at the lights above the center of the stage. The lighting technician had to climb over a wooden plank to operate them. Large electric fans on either side created various gentle breezes. Ronald turned off the lights again and stepped outside. No wonder he's Hollywood's top director. Such a large space is used as a studio, and it's just left empty most of the time. Any other director certainly couldn't afford such high rental costs. Having missed his chance to challenge Capella, Ronald booked a flight back to Los Angeles, ready to continue working with CAA on the My Brother's Protector project. With nothing much to do that evening, Ronald planned to go to the bar he'd visited on his first day in San Francisco. The guys there were quite entertaining to chat and boast about. After showering, he turned on the TV to listen to the news while drying his hair. The former governor of California continues his campaign, making offensive remarks in New York, claiming the current president has begun his campaign in Tuscumbia, Alabama, the birthplace of Ku Klux Klan. The president doesn't dare debate me because he knows he won't win. The former governor's actor face appeared on TV. Though aged, he was still handsome. Even if this debate were held in the Rose Hall, with federal government employees in the audience, and Jody Powell asking the questions, it wouldn't work, Ronald chuckled. The former actor's words were sharp. The Rose Hall was where White House press conferences were held, and Jody Powell was the president's press secretary. Even so, the president couldn't win an argument with him. It was satisfying to see him insult someone like that. The Persian hostage crisis was still unresolved, gas prices had more than doubled since the beginning of the year, and there were often long queues. He switched channels and saw a Cantonese drama. Ronald glanced at the channel logo. It was KTSF. San Francisco had a large Chinese population, even local Chinese language TV stations. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand Cantonese, and there were no subtitles. Ronald watched for a while but couldn't understand it. It seemed to be a story about a shipyard heir returning home to inherit the family business. He switched channels again, and saw an advertisement, Thompson waterproof coatings. The background music in the ad was really nice, so Ronald stopped and watched the whole thing. Who'll Stop the Rain? Ronald remembered this song. His Aunt Karen had played it at a Veterans Day party. Many veterans loved the band's music, as well as Fortunate Son, a satirical song about a senator's son not having to go to Vietnam. As far back as I can remember, it's been raining. Mysterious clouds pour down from the sky, perplexing. Ronald hummed along. The song was called Who'll Stop This Rain, a fitting match for a waterproofing ad. Good people throughout history have been searching for the sun. I'm still wondering, who'll stop this rain? The singer in the ad continued singing, and Ronald suddenly felt something was off. Why did that voice sound so familiar? So you really are John Fogerty, the lead singer of Creedence Clearwater Renaissance, CCR? Ronald found the middle-aged man in the blue plaid shirt, jeans, and Doc Martens again at the bar. What's the point of impersonating John Fogerty? I can't even sing my own songs anymore. I often hear your songs on the Veterans radio station, but I don't own a record player. So I've never bought your records or seen you. I just saw a waterproofing paint commercial on TV and heard your voice, which reminded me, I understand you. I come from an ordinary family too. Records are expensive, my brother and I have to save up for a long time to buy one, so you really were swindled out of money by Saul, and now you can't even sing your own songs. Why would I swindle you? Saul Zaentz. If you're really in the film industry, you should know that name. He co-produced One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Kirk Douglas's son, which won a Grand Slam of Oscars. That money for the film was swindled from me, and he bribed the other two jerks in my band, signed an agreement, and bought the copyright to my songs for a very low price. Besides waterproofing paint, he also licensed rainproof tires. A lot of junk ads are using my songs, which is a distortion of the original meaning of the songs. John Fogerty started cursing the swindler boss again. Hey John, you're bragging again. Don't fool the kids. If you're really the John Fogerty from CCR, why don't you sing us Who'll Stop the Rain? A few regulars in the bar started joking with John again. You bunch of old bastards, I have to pay Saul for singing CCR songs at commercial performances in bars. I'm not stupid, we'll buy you and your friends a drink. The regulars were bar patrons who often joked with John Fogerty. Come on, sing one? Nobody will say anything. The bartender brought a wooden guitar to John. I won't sing. You're inciting crime. Let young Ronald sing. Ronald took the acoustic guitar and began singing Who'll Stop the Rain. The three verses and a few simple G, C, D, and M chords weren't too difficult. No, The interlude here needs to change D, M, C. On the quarter beat, John Fogerty taught Ronald a few tricks to make the accompaniment sound better. You only have one acoustic guitar, but you still need to create 3 rhythms, a strumming rhythm, a chord-changing rhythm, and a rhythm that follows the melody. John gave a live demonstration, letting the bar patrons enjoy the experience. As expected of a master instructor, Ronald got the hang of it, and the acoustic guitar seemed to produce 3 rhythms, bass, drums, and melody. He felt the accompaniment sounded much better. One rhythm is destined to be monotonous. You have some artistic talent, you also need to pay attention to the tempo of a good melody. John Fogerty was very satisfied with Ronald's rendition of the song. It had been a long time since he'd heard someone sing their own song live in a bar. "Next beer on me," he said. Ding dong, the bartender rang the brass bell on the bar. "Next beer free, thanks John." The rhythm, the tempo, that's what Walter Merkic was talking about in film narrative rhythm, isn't it? The rhythm of the story, the rhythm of the characters, the rhythm of the conflict, they all need to work together to make it interesting. Ronald unexpectedly gained some insight into film rhythm. Chapter 180, a zero was missing from the check. "Richard, it's a pleasure to see you again." Ronald met his agent, Richard Lovett, at his hotel in Los Angeles. He was pleased with the efficiency of Richard's visit, given that he had just checked into the Holiday Inn after landing. "This is my new business card. CAA has changed the design. Take a look." Richard handed him a brand new card. Ronald took it and saw Richard Lovett's name on the front, with the title changed to Literary and Talent Agent. "I remember CAA used to have Talent and Literary Agency first, right?" "Yes, Mr. Ovitz's new strategy of using screenwriters as a springboard and then packaging and marketing directors and stars was a huge success. Now CAA's name has also been changed to Literary Agent first. Great news. For both of us." Ronald was delighted. "Yes, we can go to Columbia Pictures today to sign the contract and get your check," Richard said with a smile. Ronald appreciated his agent's responsiveness and understanding of clients' needs. He felt no pressure around Richard. He was adept at understanding clients' perspectives and always preemptively answered their questions. Unlike Ovitz's unapproachable, perpetually serious, reserved, and slightly aggressive professional demeanor, Richard was more like a friend. "You have offices in London and Rome now." Ronald noticed a new label below CAA's name, New York, London, Rome. That was Mr. Ovitz's idea. "Actually, we only have partner offices in London and Rome. We do have an agent based in New York, a global presence." "Huh?" Ronald joked. "Yes, a global perspective. Mr. Ovitz often says that only with global recognition can one be a true star. So, we agents also need to be globally oriented," Richard Lovett said with a smile. "We can go to Columbia Pictures to pick up the check this afternoon. Do you want to rest for a day, or do you want to go today?" "I'll go with whatever you say." After a short rest, the two arrived at Columbia Pictures' office that afternoon. Ronald met with a producer under President Frank Price, a staunch supporter who had followed him from television to the film industry. "Mr. Lee, this is the contract for Columbia Pictures to purchase 12 months of stock options for your script. My brother's protector. Please sign here." The producer pointed to the signature area. "After you sign, you can take this check." Ronald glanced at it. It was a light blue cash check from Bank of America, with President Frank Price's signature at the bottom, and it stated payment to Ronald Lee for $35,000. A zero was missing? Ronald and Richard Lovett exchanged a glance, finding the other also somewhat bewildered. Looking again at the check's capitalized amount, $35,000.00. It was indeed $35,000, not the agreed-upon $350,000. What was going on? The producer seemed oblivious to everything, a professional, fake smile plastered on his face. "If you have any questions, you can call Mr. Ovitz for consultation, thank you." "May I?" Ronald gestured for a copy of the script contract to review. "I need to discuss it with my lawyer." The producer held up his hand from the contract, indicating he could take it. From this sudden, unannounced attack on the signing details, Ronald instinctively sensed danger. Like the previous infamous script-writing battle, perhaps some conspiracy awaited him. He needed to be cautious before signing. Ronald's first call was to Lindsay Dahl, the lawyer in New York. She wasn't in the office, so he left a message for Rebecca at the front desk asking her to call back. His second call was to Michael Ovitz. "Mr. Ovitz, I got a script purchase contract from Columbia Pictures, but it seems a bit different from what I expected." Richard doesn't know why it changed either. Yes, the script purchase has been changed to purchase option, and the price is only 1/10 of the original. A 12-month script purchase option, that's standard practice in the industry. Richard's a fresh graduate from the mailroom. He's never dealt with script contracts before. In fact, CAA doesn't handle script contracts much either. Let's put it this way, studios don't buy the rights to a script until the day before filming starts. They pay about 10% for a purchase option, and then pay the full amount the day before filming begins. This is new information for me too. You don't mind if I consult my lawyer? It was my oversight, Ronald. I forgot you're also a novice screenwriter. Your script, and your serious attitude towards your work, made me forget this is your debut. Ovitz apologized repeatedly. Of course I don't object. In fact, I suggest you do it. You can have Richard bring you to the CAA office, and we can sort this out together. With a contract in hand, Ronald returned to his hotel, leaving Richard in his room. He went to the business center to fax the contract to a law firm in New York and contacted a lawyer. This is indeed standard practice in Hollywood, Ronald. Since I took you as a client in the entertainment industry, many other industry professionals have consulted me, and I've reviewed many related contracts. The contract you fax over is legally sound. However, I can't answer whether there are any specific business issues. He then dialed Eddie Cohen, an advertising agent in New York. Normally, these kinds of contracts are fine, but your story has already been publicized to the media, and several major studios are vying for your script. In this situation, Columbia is more likely to buy the script outright. But it's not impossible that they might buy options first. I can't say for sure, Ronnie. If you feel there's a problem, you need to think about whether there have been any unusual developments in the last couple of days. Who's on your side? Who might sacrifice your interests? I don't believe in any so-called coincidences. Eddie wasn't familiar with the situation either, but his words opened Ronald's mind. He was just a small-time screenwriter, completely unaware of the omnipresent traps in Hollywood. It was like sailing in the fog, knowing there was a storm in the distance, but not knowing which way to go. He lacked the information needed to make a decision, and he lacked the time to think before making a decision. If he made the wrong decision, it might not just be a financial loss, but also the loss of a valuable opportunity to participate in a big-budget film. He could rely on those who were in the same boat as him. He first needed to figure out whose interests were aligned with his, and who had sacrificed themselves for the greater good. His main agent, Richard Lovett, was undoubtedly on his side. Besides himself, he had no other clients. If his checks were short of zero, so were his. Ovitz, however, was a different story. He represented many celebrities, and if someone's interests needed to be prioritized in this project, sacrificing his own wasn't out of the question. So, who was this person who needed to be prioritized? Ronald returned to the room and pulled Richard aside to analyze the situation. Ronald, this was my oversight. I didn't expect Columbia to offer a right of first refusal. Ronald waved his hand, stopping Richard from self-criticism. I believe you. Our interests are aligned. There must be some problem we don't know about. Thank you for your trust, Ronald. Richard rubbed his hands and sat down. Ronald had left him alone in the room, not letting him participate in the communication with the lawyers. He seemed somewhat distressed. What has Jane Fonda been up to lately? She got a filming exemption and joined the cast of Golden Pond. Richard's eyes flashed. He had clearly also considered the possibility of a conflict of interest. Any new developments on the My Brother's Protector project lately? I mean, aside from the New York Times report, anything else? Developments? Agent Richard fell into thought. Ms. Fonda went to New Hampshire for location shooting at Golden Pond. Her producer partner, Bruce Gilbert, and we went there after finalizing the director. The director, yes, it's James Bridges, who worked with Jane Fonda on Watson Syndrome. His new film, Urban Cowboy, not only did well at the box office but was also hailed by critics. Bridges is the new hot commodity in Hollywood. Every studio wants him to direct their new film. And what about him? Ronald noticed a flash of anger on Richard's face, a rare sight for the usually hard-working and polite man. Damn it, now Lapik is pursuing him. Agent Richard Lovett poured himself a glass of water and gulped down half of it. Then he sat down and discussed with Ronald where the problem might lie. Richard, fresh out of college, joined CAA, working in the mailroom, a high-stakes, low-paying, and demanding job. Unless scouted by a full-fledged agent, one was expected to remain there for a year or two. Jack Rampk, a full-fledged agent who had switched from William Morris, approached Richard, hoping he could read scripts and write synopses for him every weekend, freeing him from the arduous task of script reading and allowing him to focus more on his clients. Richard diligently helped, producing high-quality synopses. Rapk increasingly demanded more scripts from him each weekend, promising to promote Richard from the mailroom whenever a vacancy arose. However, Rapk broke his promise, promoting a celebrity relative with connections in the industry instead, leaving Richard stuck in the mailroom. The following Monday morning, Richard threw the script back at Rapk, telling him to read it himself. "I told him then, you went back on your word, I no longer trust you, so our deal is off, and you can read the script yourself from now on." I helped Rick Nisita, one of your agents, read the script for several more months before I graduated from the mailroom, so Lapko wanted to sign Bridges, but why would he sabotage my contract? Ronald vaguely grasped the key point, but a lingering mystery remained. With just stock options, Columbia Pictures wouldn't be able to make the film, Richard said, enunciating each word clearly. Bridges also started as a screenwriter. He wrote the script for an hour with Hitchcock. Ronald whirled around, staring at Richard. "They dare to do that, I'm afraid so. Remember, Ronald, your name never appeared in that New York Times article." Chapter 181 The Power to Modify the Script. "So you think Lapko is up to something? He wants Mr. Ovitz to drop me and choose director Bridges instead? But my script is on file, how could they possibly steal it?" Ronald asked after listening to Richard's analysis. "I'm afraid they have some methods we don't know about. I've heard some rumors within the company that Lapko doesn't follow the rules and has a lot of old Hollywood scheming. In the current publicity plan, your name hasn't been mentioned by any media outlets, which gives them some room to play dirty tricks. We need to be prepared, and most importantly, Mr. Ovitz's attitude is unclear right now." Ronald nodded. "They did need to be prepared. I need your help, Lindsay. Can you fly to Los Angeles? This matter might be even more complicated than the last script credit dispute." After discussing it with Richard, Ronald first called his lawyer. After listening to Ronald and Richard's speculations on the phone, Lindsay Dole said, "I've thought about it. What you need isn't just a lawyer who's good at the law, you need a lawyer who understands how major Hollywood studios operate. There are some things that outsiders to Hollywood can't easily grasp. If you need it, I can fly to Los Angeles right away, but I suggest you hire a senior Hollywood lawyer to consult first. Do you have a suitable candidate? Besides, I can't afford high legal fees. I'm not even sure I'll get my script fee yet. This isn't a courtroom case. For a senior lawyer familiar with the details of the film business, it might be something that can be explained in a few words. I'll ask around for you. It shouldn't exceed half of the option contract compensation you receive. That's a lot of money for me, but I'm willing to take the gamble," Ronald decided. "What I'm looking for is an opportunity to participate in a major studio project, either to sell a script for a sky-high price and gain some fame through media hype, or to gain practical experience through direct involvement in filmmaking. Right now, my name isn't in the news, and Columbia probably doesn't want me involved in film preparation. Without either, $35,000 doesn't mean much to me, okay?" Do you remember Mitch Cantor, the lawyer who represented MGM in the negotiations during the famous Throughout the World incident? He invited me to practice at his law firm in Los Angeles, but I declined. He used to be MGM's permanent counsel. I can give him a call. He admires you and will offer a friendly price. Ronald remembered the lawyer with the prominent ears and unsettling gray eyes. It's him? Then I have no objection. It would be quite pleasant to see that face on an opponent. Besides, he was knowledgeable in film business and had a knack for persuasion. Ronald, I had a feeling I'd run into you again in Hollywood when I first met you, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Columbia, $350,000, huh? Hello, Attorney Cantor. It's nice to see you again, but I'm not sure I'll get the $350,000. A few hours later, Ronald and Richard walked into the law firm of Manatee, Phelps, Phillips, and Cantor. Cantor had been promoted to named partner of the firm, which gave them a boost of confidence. Please sit down. I've already heard about what happened from Miss Dole. Mickey Cantor, dressed in a dark suit, sat behind an old-fashioned solid wood desk, reached for 2 glasses, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, and pushed them in front of the 2 young men. Miss Dole signed the agency agreement on your behalf, and now I am your attorney. What we say is protected by the attorney-client confidentiality agreement. Then he flipped a clock over, pushed it in front of Ronald, and pressed the switch. Cantor poured himself another whiskey, then looked at Richard, but addressed Ronald directly. With this agreement, I have to keep everything you tell me confidential, understand? Ronald glanced at Richard as well. Richard is my agent, I trust him. Very good. Cantor took a sip of whiskey. Then I'll get straight to the point. Reputation or substance, you can only choose one. I don't understand, Mr. Cantor, call me Mickey. Cantor took the script option agreement from Richard, placed it on the table, flipped to the terms, and pointed to Ronald, saying, this option agreement, as you probably already understand, guarantees Columbia Pictures' right of first refusal to purchase your script for 12 months. In other words, during those 12 months, even if other production companies are interested in your script, Columbia has the right of first refusal. After 12 months, the script returns to you, and you can still negotiate with other production companies. Ronald nodded in understanding. Columbia Pictures is a member of the Writers Guild of America, so they have to abide by the Writers Guild's contract. Options must be at least 10% of the total purchase price, and the option period cannot exceed 18 months. Production companies that aren't members of the Writers Guild don't have to follow these rules. For a new screenwriter like you, they offer much lower prices, only a 1-2% upfront payment for options of 36 months or more. Columbia Pictures has registered a bunch of shell companies to circumvent the Writers Guild's regulations. Mitch Cantor took another sip of whiskey, then leaned forward, facing Ronald directly. So tell me, Ronald, you're neither the son of some big star nor a seasoned veteran with a string of successful works. Why are they so obliged to give you the best contract terms? Why are they offering you the kind of scripts that John Milius and Oliver Stone would get? Ronald frowned. He had indeed been blinded by the good news, to the obvious unreasonable contract terms. Why should a fledgling screenwriter be paid such a high price? He doubted he was the screenwriting genius others claimed him to be, and the true market value of My Brother's Guardian was hard to say. This is because of CAA's screenwriter first strategy. We hope Ronald's script can attract influential actors and directors. Then, we sell it as a package deal to a studio. Richard Lovett, seeing Ronald's silence, briefly recounted the events surrounding the script signing. I won't comment on Ovitz's strategy, but what I want to say is that this is just the outcome. What's the real reason? In this game, Columbia is the one paying. Would they be interested in CAA's business strategy? What do they want, Ronald? They want Jane Fonda. Ronald finally understood the crux of the matter. Columbia didn't want the script, they wanted Jane Fonda. Ovitz wasn't interested in his script either, he wanted Jane Fonda's interest in it. As long as Jane Fonda signed with Columbia Pictures to co-produce a film, who wrote the script was irrelevant, or even, whether there was a script at all was irrelevant. Columbia Pictures' preferred director, James Bridges, is himself a screenwriter. His two self-written and directed films, Chinese Syndrome and City Cowboy, were both box office and critical successes. In Columbia's eyes, he's far more reliable than a novice screenwriter like himself. If he and Bridges were to compete for control of the script, which side would Jane Fonda, the key figure, take? Ronald racked his brains but couldn't think of any reason why Jane would favor him. Bridges is now a rising star in Hollywood and has a successful collaboration with Jane Fonda. With Chinese Syndrome, he helped her escape her second Oscar curse, and her career continued to flourish. But how can Bridges and his agent, Lapik, steal my credit? I filed for permission, that's not a problem. With a Writers Guild, you need to prove your interests have been harmed before you can sue. If the movie isn't released, you haven't suffered any harm. Since it's already been released, you'll only get a pittance and have done free publicity for the film. Why? Did they use my script? Bridges is a screenwriter himself, he'll likely drastically alter the plot. At most, you can only get credit for an original story, that is, story. The Writers Guild can only get you a percentage of the payment, and as far as I know, you won't get much in that situation. After deducting legal fees, you might as well take $35,000 and leave, but I've also filed with the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. Their filings automatically activate their defense clauses if infringed, so I don't need to prove my interests have been harmed. Your lawyer is good, he even reminded you to file with the Library of Congress. But that won't help you much? Do you know why? Ronald shook his head. Richard, you should know about this. The plagiarism case at the 1946 Academy Awards for Best Animated Feature, Mr. Cantor, you mean they'll write their own script and register it on Capitol Hill too? Richard frowned. Yes, That year Warner Brothers animated film Bugs Bunny's Rhapsody and MGM's Cat's Concerto had almost identical plots. In the end, no one could prove who plagiarized whom, and the Oscars could only let it slide. This kind of thing still happens now, and you can register just a synopsis. Subsequent modifications are automatically protected. Some screenwriters register dozens or even hundreds of synopses, then specifically try to get out of court settlements. So what should I do, Mickey? What do you mean by only being able to choose one between reputation and substance? Ronald, seeing Mickey Cantor's confident and articulate manner, knew he must have a solution. Of course, what we've described so far is only the worst-case scenario. In reality, the director doesn't even need to write another script. They can achieve their goal of getting rid of you simply by following the contract. Look at this contract, Cantor said, pulling out another script option agreement, flipping to an appendix, and pointing it out to him. Your contract is missing this important clause. Ronald followed his finger and saw an appendix called First Choice Right to Reject Script Modifications. With this clause, if the studio buys your script options and wants to change the plot, they must first contact you. If you refuse, they can then find someone else to modify it. This effectively prevents them from arbitrarily changing your script. Of course, the downside is that they always want to make changes and might bother you repeatedly. Therefore, this clause usually stipulates the modification fee. Ronald picked up his own contract and looked carefully. Indeed, this clause was missing. In the industry, it's jokingly called a goodwill clause. If they like your script, they'll usually give you this right. If they just like your story idea but aren't satisfied with how your script is written and plan to have someone else rewrite it, they tend not to give you this right. But if you insist and they really want your story, they'll still give it to you, so they can use the lack of this clause to dominate the script's revisions, and I can only take the money and leave. Watching them arbitrarily change my script, Ronald suddenly realized, yes, if they were really ruthless, they could abandon your script after the options expire, reselling their heavily modified version to Columbia. You'd only get 10% of the option premium. You were cautious not to sign that problematic contract on the spot. That gave us two options. First, insist on the first choice right to refuse script modifications, allowing you to be deeply involved in the film's preparation and reap some tangible benefits. However, Columbia might use the opportunity of contract renegotiation to avoid offering such a high price. Second, insist that Columbia buy the script outright. If Ovitz puts pressure on you, and there's already media coverage of you selling the script for a sky-high price, it's possible. In that case, you'd have to take the money and leave, leaving the script for Bridges to rewrite. Satisfied with the answer, Ronald and Richard got up to leave. I'll send you the check, Mickey. I'm sorry, Ronald. I didn't see the plan, and my hindsight was wrong. It seems Lapik and his client didn't directly intend to grab the script credit, they simply exploited a loophole in the contract. No, it's not entirely your fault, I made mistakes too, Ronald said. What I'm wondering is whether my other two agents knew about this, and whether Mr. Ovitz knew about it. This contract was given to me by that new producer. Do they have any connection with Lapco? We need to prove whether this was Columbia's president Frank Price's idea, or whether Lapco exploited a loophole to create a fait accompli. Richard had also thought of this. I'll go see Mr. Rick Nisida and Paula first. Then tomorrow the three of us will go with you to talk to Mr. Ovitz. He keeps saying that CAA's company culture is like a family. A family shouldn't have internal strife like this. Chapter 182. What does big family mean? One copy was the contract Columbia offered to Ronald Lee, and the other was the industry standard contract. Looking at the two copies in his hand, Rick Nisida was furious. A crucial clause had been removed from Ronald Lee's contract, and he, as the highest ranking of his three agents, had been kept in the dark. One of the reasons he jumped ship from WMA to CAA was because of someone like Ovitz as president, who suppressed internal competition and prevented much backstabbing. Different agents could collaborate on projects, allowing everyone's clients to share the benefits. But a screenwriter client's contract had been rigged. He had assumed that projects personally driven by Ovitz wouldn't be subject to any manipulation, so he hadn't paid much attention, instead entrusting the task to the new agent, Richard. If it weren't for Richard's quick thinking, he almost signed this trap-filled contract and was taken advantage of. He might later be branded as incompetent, or CAA as abusing its power. Ovitz would never tolerate such a thing. Nisida hadn't been paying close attention to Ronald's contract because he was busy dealing with a problem with one of his major clients. His biggest client, Sally Field, who had just won the Best Actress award for Norma Ray, was heartbroken because her boyfriend, Burt Reynolds, had cheated on her, and nearly committed suicide. The curse of an Oscar-winning actress wasn't just professional. Reynolds was a very macho actor who also owned his own NASCAR team, the Mach 1. Sally's Oscar win brought her significantly more film roles and salaries than Reynolds, who was stuck in television. This was a huge blow to Reynolds' macho image. Reynolds then cheated on her with Lorne Anderson, a blonde bombshell he co-starred with on a TV show. Just when Sally had finally recovered and reconciled with Reynolds, this contract crisis erupted. So who did this? Someone even dared to pull such a stunt on a project Ovitz was personally overseeing, Nisida asked. Paula Wagner sat next to Nisida, flipping through the contract repeatedly. She's been very busy lately. Tom Cruise is very ambitious, but his reading comprehension is truly terrible. He can't understand many scripts and has to have them read to him. Unlike most people who can scan words at a glance, Tom has to look at each letter. And he can't pronounce words with irregular pronunciations. Paula is contacting a doctor to have him examined to see if he has dyslexia. She's heard there are behavioral therapies that can treat it. Who is it? Paula also looked up and asked Richard Lovett. It's Lapco, Richard said stiffly. This contract's issue could potentially affect his career, then added, he's recently been pursuing Bridges, the director appointed by Jane Fonda. That bastard. Nisida and Paula cursed simultaneously. The agent business isn't a court of law. It doesn't rely on evidence, only on who benefits. Because both the morally upright and the foolish who leave evidence are quickly eliminated. Jack Rapker, he was known for his unconventional methods at the WMA, Nisida commented. So what does Ronald think? Does he want to take the full $350,000 and walk away, or get the first choice right to refuse revisions? He's a young guy, he wants to gain experience, Richard said. Tisk, that's difficult. Even if he gets the revision rights, Bridges is still the director. If he's not satisfied with the script, he can send it back again and again to torment him. Until he drags the film in. Ronald into planning hell, Paula Wagner interjected. Planning hell is film industry jargon. After a studio buys a script and casts actors, many projects are delayed beyond the planning stage due to artistic differences, differing market understandings, or even personal grudges, ultimately leading to abandonment of filming. Insiders call this planning hell. Once a script falls into planning hell, it's very difficult to climb out. Richard, go and invite Ronald in. Let's talk this out. This isn't the time to be stubborn. $350,000 is a huge sum for someone his age. Planning hell won't do him any good for gaining experience. That's how it is, Ronald. Since Jane Fonda joined the project, she's become the center of power. Now her role isn't big enough, and your script is constantly being revised to highlight her performance, Nisida explained to Ronald. But I'm prepared. Ronald pulled out his large notebook, filled with various notes, inspirations he'd jotted down at different times and places during breaks, preparing to drastically alter the script's main plot to emphasize Jane Fonda's role. Now that things have come to this, Bridges, as director, will definitely drastically rewrite your script, and with this past conflict, he won't easily approve your changes. Many films get caught in this endless cycle of revisions between stars and screenwriters until they're abandoned, Nisida advised. We can't gamble on Jane Fonda choosing between Bridges and you. You also want your script to be made into a movie, and your name to appear in the opening credits, right? Paula cautiously chimed in. Sign, Ronald asked. Who changed my contract terms? Removing my right of first refusal. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. Seeing Ronald's softened attitude, Nisida and Paula quickly took him to Ovitz to complain. My client's interests have been harmed. Contract terms cannot be modified without the agent's consent. Nisida placed Ronald's contract and the standard contract on Ovitz's desk, marking the missing parts with a marker. Please have Jack Lapp come to my office, Ovitz said to his secretary who managed his calls. Jack Lapp had a typical Jewish nose. His mother was a movie theater buyer, and he was raised by her, buying films from studios, gaining extensive knowledge of the film industry. After being summoned to the president's office, Ovitz asked him if he knew how the two contracts had been switched. Lappick, chewing gum and grimacing, said aggressively, I don't know. He's not my client. If you were, he certainly wouldn't have made such a basic mistake. I strive for the best interests of my clients. But I really don't know. You should check with other people. The problem might not have originated at CAA. Lapik denied having done anything. Ovitz stood up and raised his hand to stop Lapik from continuing. Ronald, I'll handle this personally. Tomorrow I'll go with you to talk to Frank Price and make sure the person who arbitrarily changed your contract is punished. As for the screenwriter issue, I'll compensate you. CAA won't allow its clients to be treated unfairly. CAA will, as agreed, promote you as a brilliant screenwriter. I personally guarantee your name will appear in the New York Times, though I can't guarantee the front page this time. But throughout Hollywood, including The Hollywood Reporter, The Daily Variety, and Variety Weekend, we'll publicize that your debut screenplay sold for a sky-high price. Ovitz gestured for Ronald to leave the office with him. Isn't there any way for me to participate in the film's pre-production? Ronald still didn't want to give up. I won't lie to my clients, Ronald. There's really no point in you continuing. If you're willing to settle this, consider it a favor I owe you, and I'll compensate you. Sign your directing contract with CAA as well, and I'll personally recommend your new script to major studios. The two left the office, and Ovitz closed the door behind them. Richard made a mistake. If you have other ideas, I can change your main agent. No, I want my main agent to spend most of his time on me. Richard hasn't let me down, Ronald declined. Okay, Mary, Ovitz called over his schedule secretary. Please take Ronald to the lounge to rest for a while. I'll discuss some work arrangements with him, and then Richard will accompany you back. Ovitz hugged Ronald goodbye. Do you have any other requests? I was thinking of, never mind, she's not your client, Pfeiffer, is that so? My relationship with Amato of WMA isn't that bad. We usually exchange information when it doesn't involve celebrity clients. I'll give him a call, Ovitz reassured Ronald and quickly returned to his office. He gently closed the door. Jack, Nisita was still arguing with Lapik. CAA treats all clients equally. You can't win one client's heart at the expense of another's interests. Besides, Bridges isn't your client yet, Paula added. I agree with your values, but CAA's values also include maximizing client benefits, Lapik retorted. Ovitz returned to his seat and glanced at both sides. Both stopped blaming each other. What's wrong with you? Who told you to shift the blame to the studio in front of the client? Ovitz said to Lapik. And you too, why was only Richard accompanying Ronald to Columbia for the signing? If you didn't want to represent him, you should have said so earlier, and I could have taken your place myself. The screenwriter-first strategy is CAA's foundation in the film industry, therefore, we must always be united in our external relations. No one is an exception. All competition remains internal. Externally, we are not Ovitz, nor Nisita, nor Lapik, we have only one name, CAA agents. Ovitz pointed at both sides, repeating the company's creed once more. So, does family mean something like the Corleone family? Does Ovitz consider himself the old godfather Vero? Nisita and Paula left the president's office and returned to their own offices. Suddenly, Nisita muttered a complaint. Then who are you? Sonny. Paula Wagner glanced at the door to make sure it was closed, then sat down in Nisita's lap and straightened his tie. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Taking a Vacation. The next morning, Ovitz took Ronald to a mansion where Frank Price, president of Columbia Pictures, lived. This house originally belonged to Dinah Shore, the pop icon of the 1940s. After her May-December romance with Burt Reynolds, who was 20 years her junior, ended, she wanted to sell the house, filled with their shared memories. In the 1970s, Dinah Shore began her talk show career, transitioning into talk show host. Frank Price, then president of the television station, took over the mansion, which had once hosted stars like Marilyn Monroe and Elvis Presley. Ronald sat on the sofa in the large living room. The enormous, luxurious residence made him feel somewhat disoriented. Ronald, I heard you're unhappy with the contract. Frank Price was much more relaxed than in his office. Dressed in loose clothing, he didn't look like the president of one of the 8 major film studios, but rather a friendly, approachable neighbor. My contract doesn't include a right of first refusal for revisions, Mr. Price, Ronald said, regaining his composure. That means the 12-month option purchase agreement doesn't adequately protect my rights. I understand. Price sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs. So what do you intend to do? I don't know what director Bridges thinks, but I've actually come up with some revisions to the script, increasing Jane Fonda's role. Ovitz hadn't expected Ronald to not immediately demand full payment, but instead steer the conversation back to the script. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. In fact, Ronald, based on your suggestions, why not let Ronald say it himself? Price chuckled. Actually, I haven't fully adopted your suggestions, Mr. Price. Ronald produced his own draft of script revisions and handed them to Price. Price quickly skimmed through the few pages of outlines outlining his revisions. This is interesting. You changed Jane's character to a widow who helps disabled soldiers in a veterans hospital after her husband died in Vietnam. This easily evokes her role in Homecoming. Yes, that was intentional, to make the audience think this is an unofficial sequel to Homecoming. A great idea. If they weren't busy right now, the president of United Artists would be calling to protest, Price chuckled. So I'm not out of the running yet, right? Ronald said, still wanting to fight, not giving up before even trying. Frank. Price smiled. Ronald, I really like your script, especially the scenes and dialogue from famous throughout the world. I've checked with producer De Silva. Ronald knew the president had more to say. But screenwriting is an art built on life experience. Your portrayal of teenage life is excellent, but your depiction of a Vietnam War veteran's middle-aged love story lacks persuasiveness. Director Bridges and I discussed some script revisions, and I generally agree with his points. Jane's role needs more development, and your treatment of the simpleton is too symbolic, too much like a mythical character. Bridges will use a more realistic approach to this character, but Mr. Price, the simpleton is the intersection of several plot lines. Ronald suddenly realized that the president wasn't a script editor, there to discuss the script. Price wasn't particularly authoritative, but that didn't mean he had time to discuss such details with a junior screenwriter like himself. He was there to inform him of the results. Ronald disagreed with Bridges' approach. He hadn't grasped the true core of the script, and the fool was merely a symbolic character. But that's probably none of my business now. If the director has his own ideas for revisions, perhaps it would be better for the film if I sold the script and left. Ronald accepted reality, which satisfied Ovitz. Frank, Ronald has done an excellent job with his part. Since we're not going to have him revise the script any further, then, Price waved his hand, of course, I'll have my people revise the contract and buy your script. Ronald, don't feel discouraged. Take your royalties, enjoy the thrill of overnight fame, take a long vacation, find a girl and enjoy life. If you have new script writing plans, I suggest you start with teen scripts. Teenage years are short. Once you're past that age, you forget many of your past ideas. Young people these days can easily save up for movies by working, but Hollywood screenwriters are too old. They've forgotten their youthful thoughts. While you're still young enough, if you write a new script, Michael can come to me. I'll always make time to read it. Ronald thanked Price, knowing his conversation was over, and moved to another sofa. Michael, next is your Jewish New Year. I'll be at the synagogue with my family on New Year's Eve, and I'm available whenever you call. A few days later, Ronald received his check from the producer at Columbia Pictures. After depositing it into his bank checking account, Ronald casually wrote a check for $35,000 to CAA for Richard, who had brought him there. How it was distributed among the agents wasn't his concern. Then there was Mitch Cantor's legal fees. With a little over $300,000 left, Ronald hadn't decided how to spend it. He thought about going back to New York to discuss it with his accountant, Lawrence, who seemed to know quite a bit about investments. The Hollywood Reporter and Daily Variety both reported that your script sold for a record price. If you hadn't called today, I wouldn't have known it was the Ronald Lee I know. Gail, assistant to the president of New World Productions, laughed heartily on the phone. I'm still in Los Angeles. Are you and Cameron free? I need to share the joy with some friends, Ronald said. He's still preparing for the great escape from New York. Wait a minute. It's Ronald. Okay. Ronald, it's Mr. Coleman. He wants to talk to you. Ronald, the rental fees for High School Rock in New York have reached their second million. Here's a check for you. It's less than what you got from selling the script, but it's still a testament to your business acumen. Remember to come and collect it. Coleman joked with Ronald as well. I will. Are you here today, Mr. Coleman? I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Seeing the distinctive red and white building of New World Productions, Ronald felt that some things hadn't changed at all. It was still that unassuming company that didn't bother to display its nameplate. Mr. Coleman, That's how it happened. Maybe I was lucky, like I won the lottery. Luck is part of success. My first film as a producer was made with tens of thousands of dollars borrowed from various sources. A distributor happened to find me and offered to buy it out for more than the cost, so I broke even immediately. If I hadn't found a distributor for my first film 3 months later, my advance payment wouldn't have been enough to cover the filming. Roger Corman still preferred to talk about business than art. Perhaps there are too many people in the film industry who talk about art, and too few who talk about business. Every time Corman and Ronald chatted, they focused on the commercial aspects of filmmaking. Columbia's president, Frank Price, thinks I'm too young to write adult stories and suggested I write a script for a teenage audience. Do you think such a script has market potential, Mr. Corman? That depends on the production budget. There are quite a few exploitative films targeting teenagers in the new world, but lately the market is looking for high-budget films like Spielberg's, and low-budget teen films are becoming increasingly rare. But why can't teen films succeed based on their plot? These kinds of films don't need a high budget, right? Yes, many people have considered that. The problem is that Hollywood doesn't have teenagers with good acting skills. The lead role in Romeo and Juliet required a nationwide audition. Hollywood used to use adult actors for teenage roles. Actors like Judy Garland from The Wizard of Oz are extremely rare. Roger Corman took the $10,000 check from Gail, looked at it, and handed it to Ronald. Your second installment, actually, the second installment's print rental fee was lower. We reached $1 million in rental fees. Mr. Corman, you should give me a bigger bonus, Ronald joked. Having been in the industry for a long time, he understood film distribution better. For a film like High School Rock, with its relatively low rental fees, to achieve a second $2 million rental in New York State is nothing short of a miracle, and the promotional role of PBS's film review program certainly played a significant role. Roger Corman wasn't joking. We should indeed give you more, but a contract is a contract, and we have to respect it. How about this? You go to a film festival for me and see if there are any foreign art films worth buying. Julie, the kids, and I can celebrate Jewish New Year. Foreign art films? Aren't they exploitation films? Ronald thought he misheard. What exploitation films are screened at film festivals? I didn't know you had an art film distribution business. Yes, many people don't know. Fellini from Italy, Ingmar Bergman from Sweden, and Akira Kurosawa from Japan, their new films are all distributed in the US by New World, Mr. Corman's personal taste is completely different from the films he makes. President's assistant, Gail, chimed in. These foreign art films traditionally went to theaters specializing in art films, but Roger Corman not only distributed them in art house cinemas, he also developed a new market. He introduced art films to drive-in theaters frequented by teenage audiences, small-town cinemas, and second-tier cinemas in big cities. Modern American teenagers are quite interested in learning about exotic landscapes and cultures, and they can even watch films with subtitles. Where is the film festival? Ronald asked, intrigued. Cannes is over now, right? It's the Montreal Film Festival, a newly established one in Canada. Travel and hotel costs are quite cheap, Roger Corman said with a smile. I'll have to think about it. Not a major film festival. Ronald hesitated. Pfeiffer's agent, Lee, told him that Pfeiffer would soon finish filming Charlie Chan's scenes and return. Okay, I'll keep the opportunity open for you until the weekend, Roger Corman said, having finally found some free labor. Chapter 184 Companionship. Ronald sat in the living room of his hotel room, opposite Michelle Pfeiffer and her agent, Ed Lee. Lee insisted on coming with Pfeiffer this time, so Ronald had moved to a larger room. With a substantial fee in hand, Ronald had booked an executive suite, which included a living room for their meeting. So, in general, you lost out in the power struggles on set, Lee bluntly pointed out Ronald's predicament. You can't say that. I wouldn't call it a failure. At my age, selling a script to a big-budget production starring Jane Fonda is a success by any measure. Ronald wasn't taking such words to heart. Not at all a failure, I misspoke, Ronald. As an ordinary person, anyone who has achieved what you have through their own abilities can proudly call themselves successful. But Hollywood isn't like that. I've been in this business long enough. There are many screenwriters who become famous overnight. Most win an award, write a big-budget book, and then fade into obscurity. Lee apologized for his initial statement and then lectured Ronald. In Hollywood, screenwriting is at the very bottom of all creative professions. Don't even mention someone like him who sold a script, Many screenwriters who win Oscars for Best Original Adapted Screenplay disappear immediately. This is because Hollywood's output of truly big-budget productions is limited. The 8 major studios typically produce only about 10 big-budget films a year, with budgets exceeding $8 million. Smaller films don't demand as much from screenwriters. Exploitative films like Roger Corman's don't pay screenwriters much. Established screenwriters either continue producing high-quality scripts, becoming highly sought after by major studios, or they switch to television, where screenwriters truly thrive. There, countless new TV series, sequels, and various episodes exist, and screenwriters have already formed teams and divided their work. You're a mature person, Ronald. And you helped me sign Michelle, so I consider you family. So I'll be frank, you should be honest with family, Lamato said to Ronald. My plan for Michelle was to first play important supporting roles in various mid-budget theatrical films and TV movies, completely abandoning television series, and then look for opportunities to play leading roles in small to medium-sized productions. This was originally a great opportunity to play a supporting role in Jane Fonda's film, which would make audiences remember Michelle Pfeiffer and would be very helpful for her key leap from supporting role to leading role. You should have persisted. Screenwriters have a lot of say in many film productions, but this one is different, Ronald interrupted him. You must know that this is Jane's production team. She is the most valuable asset in this film. I even argued with Mr. Price, the president of Columbia Pictures, about the importance of the main storyline I designed for her, in order to secure the adaptation rights, but Ronald was speechless for a moment. All right then, Hollywood is a results-oriented place. Without this crucial role, I'll have to keep working on her. There's a TV movie, Callie and Her Son, that's looking for a major supporting role. I'll contact the casting director right away. This failure will delay Pfeiffer's critical leap by at least 6 months. Lamato gave Pfeiffer a wink, signaling her to come along. Miss Pfeiffer will be very busy from now on. The acting classes have been a great help to her, and director Charlie Chan has praised her acting highly. She doesn't have much time to waste on you. Michelle Pfeiffer suddenly stood up. I won't allow you to talk to Ronald like that, Ed. Please give Ronnie and me some time alone, Pfeiffer said to her agent, Lamato. Michelle, actually, this isn't completely hopeless. Mr. Ovitz promised. Ronnie, is that all you wanted to tell me? Michelle Pfeiffer approached, leaning against Ronald and looking him directly into the eyes. I won't stop here, Michelle. Believe me, I will write a script that will impress the producers, and I will direct it myself. Then you will be the lead actress. Ronald opened his arms and hugged Michelle Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer stirred slightly in his arms and gently pushed Ronald away. Ronnie, you still don't quite understand women's hearts. I'm not asking you to find me more roles. That's Lamato's job. What I want is a man's companionship. Pfeiffer continued in Ronald's arms. I don't necessarily have to be a big star. I have acting roles, advertising work, a rented apartment, and nice clothes. I'm not dissatisfied with this kind of life. I just want to be like a normal couple, to eat together, take walks together, travel together, me get you the dry cleaners, and you help me dry my hair, but you're born to be a star, Michelle. I don't know, Lamato said so too, but what I need is your companionship. And you're always busy with your career, and your studies are in New York. I can come and be with you, really? Then can you move to Los Angeles? Michelle Pfeiffer asked, looking up. Or you can live here for 6 months a year. Ronald remained silent. Ronnie, you are my savior, and I will always love you. But I'm a fragile person, afraid of living alone. As she spoke, Michelle Pfeiffer sobbed in Ronald's arms. Ronald gently patted Pfeiffer's back. Don't cry, Michelle. You'll succeed. Your fans will make you want to stay alone. Michelle Pfeiffer smiled through her tears in his arms and lightly hid him. You always make me laugh. We'll always be friends, Ronnie. Lamato walked into the room at just the right moment, saw Michelle Pfeiffer's slightly red eyes, and smiled almost imperceptibly. From a commercial perspective, a relationship between an actress and a screenwriter is the worst choice, basically the fate of many actresses after they age and lose their looks. But Michelle Pfeiffer is a rising star. She should find a star actor, a producer, and preferably a director whose roles suit her, to make a film specifically for her. Like the legendary actress Ingrid Bergman with Roberto Rossellini, or the currently popular sexy actress Bo Derek with her husband John Derek. The best outcome would be to let her and the screenwriter break up naturally without damaging his relationship with Michelle. A few days later, at an Italian restaurant on Hollywood Boulevard, Ronald invited his old friend, Gail Hurd, assistant to the president of New Century, and James Cameron to dinner. "Ronald, I hope your story is true," Gail said after listening to Ronald's account, "but as a friend, I want to ask, do you think it's difficult for an actress to portray that kind of emotion? I don't know, but people's intuition about lies is actually very strong." "I genuinely believe Michelle said those words sincerely." "Huh, you're a hopelessly romantic boy." Gail picked up a bottle of beer and drank it down. "I think it's quite normal. Artists are always full of emotion." If Ronald considered emotional matters very rationally, he couldn't have written such a good script. Cameron, who had just returned to Los Angeles from the New York film set, disagreed. Many famous artists throughout history have had their muses. The period when they were with their goddesses was their most creatively productive phase. Some lucky masters also had different outstanding women as their muses at different stages. "I didn't realize Jim was such a romantic." "Who is your muse?" "Your wife Sharon." Gail glanced at Cameron. "No, I'm just a special effects engineer. I haven't met my muse yet." Cameron shook his head. The New York escape crew returned to Los Angeles, and the production company, Embassy Films, rented Universal Studios for them to shoot interior scenes. Special effects engineer Cameron took a temporary break to meet up with old friends. "So how exactly did you sell your script?" Gail was quite interested in the news dominating entertainment headlines these past few days. After all, it was a big production, and the script transfer fee alone could have made a movie for New Century Productions. "To be honest, I don't know either. Looking back, it was mostly luck," Ronald said, taking a sip of beer. "The biggest deciding factor in this whole thing was Jane Fonda. Ovitz found out that Jane Fonda was looking for another Vietnam War movie, and Columbia needed big-name stars to fight off hostile takeover bidders. And I was the one who wrote the right subject matter at the right time." "How is the filming of Escape from New York going?" Ronald asked Cameron about the progress. "Quite tough. The whole film is night shooting. We shoot until 7 a.m. every day, then go to sleep, and then continue shooting at 7 p.m. as the main creative team. We also have to get up an hour early to watch the daily footage. We haven't seen the sun for a whole month." "How's the film?" Gail was also interested in the film. Its theme was similar to Roger Corman's exploitation films, only with a larger budget. Several $1 million. "Excellent. John Carpenter excels at making low-budget films, studio-level low-budget films, of course. This movie will be a box office hit, and you, Ronald? When are you going to Canada?" "I'll go as soon as I get my passport. The application process takes a few business days." Ronald snapped his fingers, calling the waiter for the bill. The waiter brought over a bill on a tray. Ronald pulled his wallet from his back pocket, took out a brand new Wells Fargo credit card, and gave it to the waiter along with 2 bills as a tip. The waiter used the machine at the counter to place the card on carbon paper, quickly swiping the card across the paper with a black slider above. The raised numbers on the plastic card were printed onto the carbon paper, which was then taken to the credit card company for processing. "A new toy from the bank. I heard it works in Canada too. I need to familiarize myself with it, otherwise it'll be a problem if it doesn't work in Montreal," Ronald explained to his 2 friends. Click, the cashier swiped it again, but the numbers on the carbon paper were still unclear. "Sir, we still need to call the credit card company to confirm." Ronald hadn't expected that using the newly issued credit card would cause problems. "Let's just use cash," Gail chuckled beside him. "Let Ronald handle this. Jim, where's your Harley? Take me home." "Okay, looks like I'll have to go cash some traveler's checks," Ronald thought. Chapter 185 Speaking French in Montreal. After packing his luggage and checking his passport, traveler's checks, and the newly printed business card from New World Distribution, Ronald hopped into a taxi to the airport. Roger Corman had temporarily given Ronald the title of film buyer, sending him to the Montreal Film Festival in Quebec, Canada. He specifically discussed film buying methods with Ronald, summarizing them into 2 points. First, not all art films are the same. Some art films are based on a good story, enhanced by the director's strong personal style. These art films, if purchased cheaply enough, won't result in a loss. Another type of art film is the director's innovation in audio-visual language. These art films lack a solid story foundation and significant dramatic conflict. Instead, the director attempts to push the boundaries of cinematic art. Industry insiders might prefer this type of art film more than the audience, making it unsuitable to risk buying copies. Second, Many excellent films by foreign directors haven't been imported and screened in America due to cultural barriers. Whether American audiences can understand the film and immerse themselves in the director's story determines whether importing it will be profitable or not. Some directors excel at filming universal human emotions like humanity, family, love, and revenge. Even cultural differences aren't a major obstacle. Other directors are very focused on their own national culture, which might not be as appealing to American audiences. In short, Ronald's surprise visit to New World Film Studios allowed him to see some of the foreign art films previously imported by Coleman, such as Desauyuzela, a co-production between Akira Kurosawa and the Suville Alliance, and Wild Strawberries by Ingmar Bergman. He roughly understood Coleman's bottom line and boundaries. Montreal and New York are in the same time zone. After a long flight, Ronald's feet were a little swollen in his shoes, making walking uncomfortable. Carrying a large suitcase, he waited in line for customs. "Are you in Montreal for school?" The staff member glanced at the photo in his passport and then at Ronald's young face. "I'm here on business, for a film festival." Benvenue Festival International du Film de Montréal. The staff member stamped an oval entry stamp. Ronald picked up his suitcase and walked into the airport arrival hall. Why did all the signs seem to be in French? The staff member he had just spoken to also spoke French. Two chubby men wearing tuxedos seemed to share his confusion. They grabbed one of the staff members and asked in heavily accented English, "How do we get to the official venue of the film festival?" "The film festival, showing movies? Do you understand? Go out this exit and you'll find the taxi stand," the staff member replied in English. "Don't you speak English?" the slightly older chubby man said, looking annoyed. "Minahan, stop arguing, let's hurry to the venue. We need to take the film reels there first." With that, the two men pushed a heavy luggage cart, laden with stacks of film reels. Ronald followed the two chubby men, who were also there for the film festival, and found the taxi stand. He showed the taxi driver his official invitation to the film festival before getting into a car to go to a hotel near the Arts Square. Are you here for the film festival?" the driver asked in English. "Yes, why do so many people here speak French?" Messieurs. Quebec is a French-speaking region." Seeing Ronald's puzzled expression, "Americans, yes, how did you know? Only Americaners would be so careless as to think all of Canada is English-speaking." After the Montreal Olympics, Quebec passed the French Charter, making French the official language of Quebec. "I see," Ronald thought, remembering America's boycott of the Moscow Olympics. "Do you have this year's Olympics on TV here?" "Yes, but it's already over, so you probably can't watch it in America." CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, broadcast it all. "Yes, unfortunately. Our president had NBC and ABC boycott the broadcasts, so we can only watch the news." Arriving at the hotel, Ronald found the two fat Jewish men also staying in the same hotel. The older one was unloading film reels from a car. "Need any help?" Ronald, seeing they were all filmmakers, asked. "Thank you so much. These film reels are so heavy, they're our hard work, our masterpiece. I told you, this film has been chosen as the opening film of this year's festival and has a good chance of being nominated for an Oscar." "Oh, really?" Ronald was taken aback by the fat man's overly familiar manner. "Where are you moving them?" "Right here, right here. The organizing committee is coming soon, and will escort them to the main venue," the fat man chattered on, his eyes watching Ronald's movements. Seeing his strength and the steady way he lifted the film reels, he felt relieved. "I have to be careful. You know, I only brought this one copy from the film processing plant in West Germany. If anything goes wrong, the audience in Montreal will miss out on this masterpiece." Minahan, another fat man, slightly younger than him, guided a car closer from a distance. "The organizing committee is here." "Oh, thank you. What's your name?" The fat man, Minahan, shook Ronald's hand a few times. "My name is Ronald, I'm from America." Yoram, bring 2 movie tickets for tomorrow." Minahan turned his head and shouted at another fat man. Then he snatched the tickets from Yoram's hand and turned back to hand them to Ronald. Take them, this is a rare opportunity, the opening film of the film festival, very popular. The organizing committee told us the tickets are sold out. You should learn about the art of our films, it will benefit you. This is a rare opportunity." Ronald took the 2 movie tickets, watching the 2 fat men walk towards the organizing committee's car, supervising the staff carrying film reels. Those necks, almost as thick as their foreheads, Ronald watched Minahan's retreating figure, inwardly grumbling, and picked up his luggage to check in. After a hot shower and changing into comfortable sneakers, Ronald left the hotel and headed to the Place des Arts to find some food. Dusk had fallen, and the streets were filled with moviegoers holding up various signs asking for tickets. Ronald walked past a blonde woman whose sign read, "Looking for one ticket to the opening movie." The woman noticed Ronald's momentary hesitation and immediately approached him. "Do you have an opening movie ticket? I can buy it for double the price. I'm going to have dinner anyway. If you can take me to a good restaurant, I'll sell it to you at the original price." Ronald flashed 2 movie tickets in front of the woman. "That's easy. Our favorite food in Montreal is Schwartz's smoked meat." The beautiful woman tossed the sign aside, hooked her arm around Ronald's, and headed towards a shop on the street next to the Place des Arts. A long queue stretched outside. Ronald smelled the smoked meat and knew he'd come to the right place. He needed local recommendations for this kind of delicious food. "Is this a specialty of Montreal?" The woman shook her head. "No, it's a Polish Jewish family's shop from when I was a child. It's really good, so more and more people are coming to eat there." "Jews, huh? It seems people from Eastern Europe aren't too averse to pork." Ronald watched the queue move slowly and orderly, taking the opportunity to chat with a woman about movies. "Is tomorrow's opening film good? Why do you want it so much? Don't you know? Where did you get your movie ticket?" "The main venue is plastered with their posters." The woman was puzzled. "2 people who came to the film festival gave it to me, maybe the producer of tomorrow's opening film or something." "Wow, that's a good front row seat." "That's fantastic." The beautiful woman, clinging to Ronald's arm, exclaimed dramatically. "This is a groundbreaking musical. Let me tell you, it's even better than Grease from a couple of years ago. I heard it's about the origins and future of humanity. It's absolutely amazing." "Oh, really?" Ronald snapped out of his reverie, basking in the aroma of the smoked meat. "Why is your English so good? Not everyone in Quebec speaks only French. English is a fundamental subject in our schools. It's just those French people who want independence who are clamoring to establish French schools that only teach French," the woman explained. The 2 queued up and bought 2 large portions of smoked meat with bread. One bite, and the taste wasn't too salty. Instead, it had a maplewood aroma that made Ronald very happy. He ordered 2 more portions to take away. "So, come to my hotel tomorrow evening and wait for me. We'll go to the main venue together," Ronald said to the woman. "Okay, don't you need my tour guide service tomorrow? It can be used as a discount on the ticket price." "I'd love to, but I have to register with the organizing committee tomorrow. We can visit later. The film festival lasts 10 days anyway." "So you're here for the film festival?" the beautiful woman asked, her eyes wide. "Yes, I'm here representing America's New World Productions to buy films." Ronald handed her a new business card. "New World? Never heard of it." The woman took the card, looked at the red sun-shaped company logo, and shook her head. "I'll come to the hotel to see you tomorrow." Ronald returned to the hotel with his smoked meat, turned on the TV, and CBC was still replaying the Olympic highlights. The closing ceremony featured a group gymnastics performance with a live-action art piece. Real people held up drawing boards and pieced together the mascot, a little bear named Misha, who even shed a tear, expressing regret that athletes from some boycotted countries couldn't participate in the Olympics. That was amazing. The next day, Ronald rested in the morning to adjust to the time difference, and in the afternoon went to the organizing committee to register and pay. Wearing a buyer's badge issued by the committee, he could attend all screenings. Ronald returned to the hotel and waited for the beautiful woman from the previous day. The 2 entered the main venue together, waiting to see the so-called blockbuster. "What's this?" Ronald asked as he entered the screening room. The ticket collector handed them 2 large, neatly wrapped square envelopes. "These are the movie's soundtrack mini-discs. You can play them on a record player when you get home," the ticket collector replied. "The restrooms are on the left, and the smoking room is on the 2nd floor. A movie ticket with a free disc." Ronald thought to himself, "This is quite unique." Standing in front of the poster at the entrance, Ronald realized he was about to see a musical with lots of special effects. No wonder the fat guy named Minahan boasted about getting an Oscar nomination yesterday. Musicals were a box office hit in America a couple of years ago, and special effects were a major selling point for the box office miracles of Jaws and Star Wars. If this movie could combine the 2, it would definitely be something to look forward to. He'd try to talk to Minahan later. Maybe he could bring it to America on behalf of the New World. Did Itminahan say yesterday that it was filmed in West Germany? Right, what's the name of this movie? Ronald's gaze moved down. The poster showed a beautiful woman in a sci-fi outfit, holding a laser gun similar to those in Star Wars. Below was the title, The Apple, and a line of smaller print, in 1994, The Power of Rock and Roll Saves the World. This feels so much like a Roger Corman movie. Sorry, I didn't manage the weekend's extra update schedule well, it's a bit late. Chapter 186 garnered a very intense response from the audience. After a flurry of formalities, the lights in the theater dimmed. The words Cannon Group Presents appeared on the screen. A powerful disco beat blared from the speakers, and a large building appeared on the screen, flags of various countries fluttering on its exterior. A group of people shouted and ran into the building. This is a good start, Ronald thought to himself. A few strokes had sketched out the apocalyptic scene of 1994. What would happen next? The Cold War turning into a hot war? An alien invasion? Or an asteroid hitting Earth? He quickly considered several of the most popular disasters in Hollywood scripts at the time, then focused on the film. As a buyer, his main task was to watch movies from the audience's perspective, not to do any analysis. 3 male and female singers, dressed in sparkling white, rhinestone-studded costumes, sang and danced disco songs on stage. I really didn't expect this, Ronald thought. This building isn't a UN meeting to deal with a crisis, it's a concert. No, it wasn't a concert, but a singing and dancing talent show. The audience's heartbeats and the decibels of their shouts determined whether the contestant stayed or left. The second to take the stage was a male-female duo. They had no band accompaniment, only an acoustic guitar, and their music wasn't contemporary pop, it was more like country rock favored by 1960s hippies. The audience remained silent, offering no applause. Some impatiently stood up and told them to get off, while others started throwing things at the stage. The scene shifted, and the male and female singers were still performing with smiles on their faces. The audience gradually sat down to listen attentively, and the heartbeats in the monitoring room gradually reached 150. The director was stunned and decided to play some noise to disrupt the performance. Ronald was also stunned. This movie wasn't even as good as Roger Corman's. To put it another way, it was like a college student visiting Corman's film set and then going back to put together their own amateur project. What followed was even more absurd. The talent show director was actually Satan in disguise. They deliberately played noise to lower the duo score, then signed the female singer, BB, and rejected her partner and boyfriend, Alfie. The movie had evolved from a musical into a mythological film. However, the two main characters' names were quite interesting, and Ronald couldn't help but chuckle when he saw them. Alfie was the name of the protagonist in the 1966 Michael Caine film of the same name, in which he played a womanizer named Alfie. This low-budget British production, costing less than $1 million, grossed $18 million in America. Ronald had seen it during class. As for the female lead, BB, anyone familiar with rock music gossip would know that it was a reference to the well-known rock star BB Bull, who slept with many popular rock bands. Ronald's laughter earned him a glare from the beautiful woman next to him. She was already about to leave because she couldn't stand the terrible movie. It's a good thing this handsome American guy didn't charge me for my ticket, otherwise I would have made him refund me. At this point, Ronald had already given up on buying the movie. The first reel of film, 11 minutes, was enough to make the audience want to leave. No amount of magic could save the rest of the film. Most of the audience left out of politeness. Unlike those who leave early for the opening film of a film festival. Some were already dozing off when they were suddenly jolted awake by a burst of song and dance. The scene abruptly shifted from an office to a cave, where a group of devils began singing and dancing, urging the female lead, BB, to take a bite of a giant apple. Ronald glanced at the fat producer sitting in the front row, who was happily swaying to the music. Human joys and sorrows are truly incomprehensible. The fat man was engrossed in his grand film's musical numbers, while the audience found the noise disturbing their sleep. The rest of the plot is best left unsaid. Even Ronald couldn't bear to watch. He was jolted awake from his drowsiness in only two places. The first was when the producer, now transformed into Satan, signed the female lead. Immediately, her record sales skyrocketed. Ronald, who had fallen asleep to noisy song and dance, was startled awake by the sudden silence and glanced at the screen. But I haven't even recorded any songs yet. Why can I start selling records already? BB asked, puzzled. That's the essence of business, sell it first, Then start making it, Satan laughed. That's an interesting idea. Could this be how the fat guy operates his movies? Ronald found it intriguing and went back to sleep. The second time, near the end of the film, Bibi finally awakened, no longer under Satan's control, and ran to find the male protagonist, Alfie. The two found a group of people, left modern technology, and lived a hippie-like life. They set fire to an unknown plant on a large lawn, which became quite spiritual in the smoke. Satan led his security guards to capture Bibi, and it seemed their family and child were about to be destroyed. Yes, for some reason, the male and female protagonists suddenly got married and had a child. At the critical moment, the screen suddenly blazed with light, waking Ronald. A Rolls-Royce car emitting white light appeared in the sky, making a biu sound as it descended. An old man with a white beard appeared and rescued the male and female protagonists, leading them to a new planet to restart human reproduction. Ronald rubbed his eyes. This was supposed to be the expensive special effects? It seemed quite expensive, probably only costing $2.38. He yawned widely, startling the woman next to him awake. They realized the movie was over. The woman had been woken by the theater lights being turned back on. The fat man who had given Ronald his ticket walked gleefully onto the stage in front of the screen, took the microphone provided by the organizers, and said, "I'm the director of this film, Minahan Golan. Hey, don't hit me." The audience was already seething with anger. Montreal had been burdened with $1 billion in debt since hosting the Olympics. 4 years had passed, and the main stadium for the 1976 Olympics was still not finished. A large portion of the annual tax revenue was being used to pay off the debt, leaving public facilities unrepaired, leading to widespread resentment. The Montreal International Film Festival was an idea from the city government, intended to attract investment in the film industry, boost employment, and increase tax revenue. However, Montreal's French-speaking region limited the festival's film selection and scale, hindering its development compared to another Canadian film festival established around the same time, the Toronto International Film Festival. Thinking about how his hard-earned taxes had resulted in such a terrible movie, he figured he'd be better off fixing the roads or using the money for public education. Luckily, he had a mini record he'd been given at the entrance, and the audience, mimicking the opening scene, started throwing records at the fat man, Minahan. Minahan scrambled off the stage, covering his head in a panic. The audience wasn't finished. Those in the back rows also started throwing records, one of which landed on Ronald's head in the front row. "Hey, stop throwing them," Ronald cried, clutching his head, and fled the theater. The beautiful woman beside him was nowhere to be seen. Ronald could only slowly walk back to his hotel alone. The Montreal Film Festival's standards were so low. They called it an A-list festival, and what kind of garbage did they choose for the opening film? Back at the hotel, Ronald made himself a cup of instant coffee to calm his shaken nerves. Actually, thinking about it later, the film's budget must have been quite large. So many dancers in it, and while many of the big scenes were poorly shot, the sets were all real. Many bad movies are bad because of low budgets and shoddy workmanship. This bad movie is uniquely bad. It's not that they didn't invest money, but rather that they invested it in the wrong places. The film is set in 1994, but the props and sets look like they were from 1954, giving it a very low-class feel. The male and female leads become hippies to save the world, but they are completely lacking in hippie spirit. Hippies are supposed to be free, not dancing in synchronized, uniform movements like this. To put it simply, it feels like the director only saw descriptions of hippies in magazines and then used his imagination based on those descriptions to direct the hippie scenes, resulting in a half-baked, inaccurate portrayal. "You can't leave. The audience threw records you gave us. Canon Films has to compensate us." Meanwhile, Minahan's cousin, another fat guy named Yoram, is being held back by the theater manager, preventing him from leaving. It turns out that some of the records thrown by the audience were thrown too hard and damaged the screen. The main venue for the Montreal Film Festival is huge, and the accompanying large screen is extremely expensive. Replacing it after it's been damaged would be a huge expense, and the organizing committee still needs to screen other films there. The cinema manager wouldn't let go of Yoram, insisting he produce the money. "You can't stop me. Only Minahan can sign checks. Where's he?" They searched the venue 3 times but couldn't find Minahan. His cousin and partner Yoram said helplessly, Minahan might have already gone back to the hotel. He poured his heart and soul into this film. He directed and edited it himself. Why don't you come back to the hotel with me? I'm afraid he'll be devastated. The cinema manager, the organizing committee executives, and Yoram returned to the hotel together. Minahan wasn't in the room either. They searched several times but still couldn't find him, so they had to return to the lobby to discuss compensation. Could Minahan have run away? The cinema manager and Yoram both had this thought at the same time. He's here, he's going to jump, a staff member shouted outside. Everyone rushed out of the lobby and saw a man standing on the balcony railing outside Minahan's room. It was Minahan Golan, the director and producer of Apple. Yoram was extremely anxious and shouted up, "Minahan, don't do anything rash. We'll go back and raise more funds to make the next film. We'll definitely succeed." Minahan glanced down and muttered to himself, "It's no use. The audience doesn't like my movies. I figured it out. I don't have the talent for a film making. This time, we've lost all the money we made making and distributing the film in Israel. I don't want to live anymore. Think of your wife. Think of your children, Minahan." Yoram shouted even louder when he saw that Minahan hadn't left the railing. The organizing committee staff nearby were already preparing to call the police. Ronald, also disturbed by the shouting from downstairs, opened the balcony door to go out and see what was going on. When he got to the balcony, he saw many people waving and shouting, "Don't jump." Ronald looked in the direction they were pointing and saw a fat man standing on the balcony railing of the room next to his, preparing to jump. Chapter 187 Going to America to release a film. Ronald glanced at the man's build and weight, figuring he couldn't stop him if he really jumped, and might even be pulled down with him. Looking at the crowd below, Ronald tentatively asked, "Minahan, what's wrong? Can we talk? Who are you?" Minahan Golan turned and looked at him, saying with utter indifference, "You don't understand the pain of an artist. My film failed, it was hated by the audience, just like Van Gogh's paintings weren't understood by people at the time." He then began to sob. Ronald stood on his balcony, watching the portly man in his 50s crying so bitterly. He wondered if he was jumping because his film failed and the investment went downhill, or because of artistic failure. But if he couldn't even predict a film's failure, his artistic abilities were truly questionable. "My name is Ronald. I helped you move the film reels yesterday, and you even gave me 2 movie tickets. I went to see your movie, and it wasn't actually that bad." Minahan Golan wiped away tears with his chubby hand. "You don't need to comfort me. I was humiliated by the audience on set, it was a nightmare. I'm actually a filmmaker too. Here's my name tag. I'm a buyer for New World Films. I guarantee the movie wasn't that bad." Ronald waved his name tag at him. "Really? Then will you buy the distribution rights for America?" Minahan turned to look at him. "I'm not stupid," Ronald thought to himself. "No, my company is known for importing art films. Commercial films like this aren't within our scope." Fearing the other party wouldn't believe him, Ronald added, "My boss, Roger Coleman, is a famous film distributor in America. He's imported works by Akira Kurosawa from Japan and Ingmar Bergman from Sweden. His distribution channels are all theaters showing art films." "You work for Mr. Roger Coleman." Minahan Golan glanced back at Ronald. "Okay, I believe you truly have discerning taste. What do you think is good about my film?" "I think the names you gave the male and female leads, Alfie and Bibi, are quite good." Ronald began to point out the film's only redeeming qualities. "And that line, 'Sell it first, then produce,' is also very interesting. You certainly have an eye for talent." "Those were all my changes, they weren't in the original script." Yes, it's rare to hear such commercially savvy lines in a film." "Then tell me, why don't audiences like my film?" Minahan Golan looked outside again. Just then, the door to his room opened, and his cousin Yoram and a hotel employee rushed in. "Minahan, have you forgotten our dream? We came all the way from Tel Aviv to Hollywood to win an Oscar. This movie wasn't good, but we'll do it again. Don't be discouraged, I haven't forgotten." "You're right, Yoram." Minahan Golan finally climbed down from the railing, and the 2 fat men hugged each other, weeping, and spoke a long string of words in a language Ronald couldn't understand. Ronald was probably speaking Israeli. His voice was high-pitched, sounding more like an argument than normal conversation. Could someone sign this check?" The theater manager looked at them expectantly, expecting compensation for the screen repairs. "I'll sign it for you." "How much?" The chubby Yoram took out his checkbook, signed the amount the manager requested, and finally signed Minahan Golan's name before handing it to him. This is Minahan's name." The manager took the check, looked at it, and realized the signature was wrong. That's right. Both of us brothers can sign checks in each other's names. Just take it, the bank will cash it, the fat Minahan said to the manager. The cinema manager hesitated but still accepted the check. A member of the organizing committee who came with him said to Minahan Golan, "The film festival organizing committee believes that this film is no longer suitable for the audience award. We would like to ask for your opinion." Minahan waved his hand, indicating that he would not participate in the audience award selection. The organizing committee member also comforted him, Mr. Golan, as Yoram said, the success or failure of a film does not affect the evaluation of the creators. Remember to collect a copy? Seeing that Minahan's mood had basically returned to normal, everyone said a few words of comfort and then left. Minahan Golan pulled Ronald, who had come to watch the commotion, not letting him leave, and introduced him to his cousin, Yoram. "This is Ronald. He works for Mr. Roger Coleman of America." Ronald and the fat Yoram greeted each other and exchanged business cards. The chubby boy's full name was Yoram Globus, the son of Uncle Minahan Golan. The two had just finished post-production on their film in West Berlin and excitedly came to the Montreal Film Festival, hoping to make a name for themselves and then enter the American market. Unexpectedly, they were dealt a heavy blow during the screening. When Minahan came out of the restroom after washing his face, the chubby boy had returned to normal and started chatting with his cousin Yoram. In front of Ronald, the two began discussing something again in heavily accented English. Coupled with expressive body language and increasingly loud voices, it seemed like they were arguing. However, Ronald didn't understand a word. Finally, when the two stopped, Ronald awkwardly offered to leave, but Minahan grabbed him. "Ronald, Yoram and I were just discussing where to treat you to dinner. Do you have any suggestions?" Half an hour later, the three of them sat down at the Schwartz smoked meat restaurant to chat. "So how did you meet Mr. Roger Coleman?" Ronald knew they were both descendants of Polish Jewish immigrants to Israel, and after confirming they had no dietary restrictions, he brought them along. "I fell in love with filmmaking because I worked as Mr. Coleman's assistant on set, and that's how I started my own film company back in Israel," Minahan Golan said. "Mr. Coleman, can't you really distribute our film? You know Mr. Coleman's style, Minahan." Ronald laughed. "Ha ha ha, yes," Minahan Golan laughed too. "We really have high hopes for this film. Last year we acquired a film company in America called Cannonball Pictures, just to break into the American market. You know, it's very difficult for foreign films to get into America, but once they're released in American theaters, other English-speaking markets will open up for us." "Oh? So your goal is just to get it released in America?" Ronald sensed the implication. Was Golan trying to persuade overseas theaters and television stations to buy their film through a release? No, not at all. Goran denied it. Cannonball Pictures, which we acquired, actually has some distribution capabilities in America. Our dream is to win a real Oscar, Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Screenplay, and the like. Not a consolation prize like Best Foreign Language Film. Turns out, he was a man with dreams. Yes, actually. Our 1978 film, Operation Thunderbolt, was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film, Yoram added. "Have you seen it?" Seeing Ronald shake his head, the portly Minahan explained the plot to him. Operation Thunderbolt was based on the true story of the 1976 Israeli Special Forces raid on Entebbe Airport in Uganda, rescuing hostages from a plane. All the hostages were safely rescued, only the Israeli Special Forces commander, Netanyahu, was killed by a stray bullet. This was the first time Ronald had heard of such a rescue operation. He thought, if only America had special forces like that, the Persian hostages wouldn't still be alive. We've distributed it in the UK, France, Germany, and Spain. It only premiered in America last year. We realized that with Canon Films' resources, a large-scale release was impossible. The major screening slots in America were booked a year in advance by the 8 major studios. So we hope to make a name for ourselves at film festivals before negotiating distribution with the 8 studios, Minahan Golan explained his plans. Unfortunately, he sighed helplessly. "Your film must have had a high production cost, right?" Ronald asked tentatively, wanting to learn more about the film distribution market and financing methods to prepare for his future filmmaking. "Yes, we found tax breaks in West Berlin and got $8 million in investment from companies there, plus $2 million from our own Canon Films, totaling $10 million, Minahan Golan wasn't worried that Ronald would steal his secrets and told him about the filmmaking incentives offered by the West German government. To encourage cultural endeavors and compete with East Germany, in addition to establishing the West Berlin Film Festival, the West German government encouraged companies to invest in the film industry. Companies investing in film could receive substantial tax breaks from the government. However, these tax breaks were only granted after the film's release, and the time gap required bridge loans from banks. Minahan Golan's unique competitive advantage was their good relationship with Slavenberg's Bank in Rotterdam, Netherlands, which allowed them to obtain low-interest bridge loans. Although this bank was recently exposed by the media for money laundering by organized crime, they maintained a very good relationship with Crédit Lyonnais, the French bank that recently acquired half of Slavenberg Bank's shares. Lyonnais was considered a major client with considerable social influence, and this hadn't affected their future financing business. I see. Thank you for telling me all this, Ronald thanked the two brothers. I heard you're a screenwriter. Minahan Golan and Joran Globers exchanged glances. Have you written any works that have been made into films? The recently released film, famous throughout the world, has my name on it. I've seen that movie. It was released by MGM. Minahan probed further. Although you're young, you understand the American film market very well, and you're also an artist. Do you have any advice for us on entering the American film distribution market? Advice? Ronald was stunned. What advice could he offer? He'd only handled a midnight screening of High School Rock, which had made some money and given him the opportunity to attend the film festival. But then he thought for a moment and said, I heard that United Artists and MGM are facing some financial difficulties lately, and their film production has been suspended. You might want to try talking to them first. Without your own films to release, you must be quite eager for films from other companies. That's it. I knew you were a perceptive young man, Ronald, Minahan and Joram said happily. They were still outsiders to Hollywood, and they weren't really informed about some industry rumors. I'd like to know how you guys got the opening film spot. Ronald also asked them for advice. It must be very difficult to get the opening film spot at an A-list film festival, right? Minahan laughed. Don't be fooled by the A-list designation. It just means the festival has an awards section. Besides, the Montreal Film Festival is newly established and faces a lot of competition. A film that enters an A-list film festival can't enter another one. We can only participate through screenings. I see, Ronald nodded, recalling the films listed in the festival's promotional materials. Sure enough, there weren't many English-language films competing. He also saw a Japanese film, an Italian film, and a Russian film. It seemed even A-list film festivals weren't so easy to get into. So these are all screening films, not competing. Ronald picked up a festival brochure and asked Minahan. Of course, Hitchcock just passed away, and there's a tribute screening of his films here, Joram said, pointing to a row of film titles written in French. After the three finished dinner, Minahan Golan called the waiter to settle the bill. By the way, why are you cousins but have different last names? Ronald suddenly remembered that one brother's last name was Golan, and the other's was Gloucester. Cousins should share the same last name. Is it a stage name? No, I changed my last name to Golan. Minahan paid the bill and left a few bills as a tip. I was a fighter pilot in the Israeli Air Force and fought in the 1948 war, so I changed my surname from Globus to Golan, using the Golan Heights as my surname. Chapter 188 The Call from the Distant Mountains. Seeing no hope of winning awards, and knowing that staying in Montreal would only lead to embarrassing questions from reporters, the two Israeli filmmakers changed their tickets and headed to America before the film festival ended. Before leaving, Minahan and Ronald had breakfast together and exchanged contact information. During their conversation, Minahan learned that Ronald's script had been highly regarded by Jane Fonda and sold for a sky-high price. He immediately invited Ronald to Cannonball Studios in Los Angeles to discuss his script for Crossroads. Ronald, let's work together. We'll win an Oscar. We'll make it a remake of the greatest family movie in Hollywood in the last 20 years. Family movies are about to become a trend in Hollywood. The greatest family movie, Ronald thought for a moment. Is it The Godfather? No, no, no. It's Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? Minahan shook his head. Ronald knew that the film was about a white daughter bringing her black boyfriend to her parents' house for dinner, and how they came to understand and reconcile. However, he was terrified that Minahan would turn his Crossroads script into a musical with Chinese and Italian actors dancing together, so he politely declined the offer, saying the script still needed polishing. Minahan, new to Hollywood, wasn't about to let go of an insider who could sell a script for a fortune. Anyway, you need to come to Cannonball Studios and talk to us. You're a genius screenwriter, I'm a genius director, our collaboration will definitely be a huge success. Well, Ronald only agreed to visit Cannonball Studios. He didn't want his script to be made into a movie where the audience would beat up the director. The film festival screenings were about one film a day, and Ronald began his real career as a film buyer. Roger Coleman didn't give him any quotas, only suggesting that if he found a film he liked and the price was right, he could contact Gale of the New World. So Ronald only watched films that interested him, regardless of whether they were new or old releases. If he wasn't interested after 20 minutes, he'd get up and leave. For example, Hitchcock's daughter brought 2 films for a tribute screening of Hitchcock. Ronald watched both films, Rear Window and Vertigo. Although both are Hitchcock masterpieces, Ronald had never had the chance to see them before. He'd never seen them re-released in the American cinema, not even during Scorsese's film appreciation classes. It turned out that Hitchcock knew his daughter's talent was average and she had little future in the film industry, so he bought the rights to his 5 most satisfying color films, including these 2, along with The Man Who Knew Too Much, The Case of the Dead, and Rope, leaving them to his daughter. With the rights to these 5 films, his daughter's family would be financially secure. These 2 films were ingeniously conceived, with superb cinematography and acting. As a film enthusiast, Ronald watched them once and wanted to watch them several more times to study the techniques. Especially in Rear Window, Grace Kelly's close-up shot that filled the big screen became her introduction to the entire film, which was truly stunning. When Vertigo was shown, during the scene where Jimmy Stewart was climbing the stairs, a dolly zoom was used, creating the effect that the protagonist remained stationary in the frame while the background moved rapidly. Used to express the protagonist's fear of heights and dizziness. The audience applauded and cheered, clearly knowledgeable about filmmaking. This was the first time this dolly zoom technique had appeared on the big screen in film history, and it was later used by Spielberg in Jaws. Besides satisfying his own curiosity, Ronald focused primarily on the non-English films in the competition. The competition for English-language films was fierce. For example, The Stunt Man, starring Peter O'Toole, had already been bought by 20th Century Fox for a run in America. Even the bid for a second run was much higher than Ronald's budget. What initially piqued his interest was a Suviran film, Strucker, which, according to reports, was highly praised for its artistic merit, directed by Andrei Tarkovsky. Even with his buyer's badge, Ronald struggled to get into the theater and find a seat in the back. Most of the audience were film industry insiders and moviegoers drawn by the hype. The film told the story of a mysterious location, seemingly containing alien artifacts, and a stalker who acts as a guide leading others through this place. Some sought wealth, others artistic inspiration, and still others considered it evil and wanted to destroy it. Some, like Ronald, found themselves hypnotized. The film's pace was unusually slow, and Ronald frequently drifted off to sleep. After a 2-hour and 40-minute battle with drowsiness, the screening finally ended, and a head of the Suvarnabhumi Union National Film and Television Committee, Guskino, was giving interviews and answering audience questions. Yes, the film's pace was very slow, and Guskino made the same suggestion to director Tarkovsky, urging him to speed up the pace and shorten the runtime. No, we don't interfere with the director's creative process, we only offer suggestions, and director Tarkovsky's intentions were well preserved. The entire film truly presents a technique completely different from commercial films, and you can feel the strong personal style of the auteur and director. In the middle, the protagonist, the stalker, also quotes a passage from the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, "Man is born soft and fragile, and dies hard and strong." It gave the film a philosophical quality. However, Ronald looked around and saw that most of the audience were under a sleep spell, sleeping very well. No one in America dared to buy the rights to screen this kind of film on a large scale. Seeing that most of the buyers had left and the head of the National Film and Television Committee looked rather dejected, Ronald approached him and spoke to him through a translator. He told Ronald that the alliance was providing substantial subsidies for film exports to promote cultural dissemination, and this film would be screened at several major film festivals. The hope was that the American people would see it, and that they shouldn't just focus on profits. For this purpose, Guskino was willing to sell the film screening rights at a very low price, and if interested, he could contact the cultural attaché at the Soviet embassy. Ronald was very interested in the low price, but the film simply had no market. Perhaps artists in the industry could learn some useful exploratory filming techniques from it, but the general audience? Maybe they could try selling it to insomniacs? Of course, he dared not say this to the people at Guskino. Ronald asked, "Do you have any works with strong storylines? Stories with plot twists and turns, reflecting the lives of ordinary people, only movies that people watch can let American audiences know about you." After hearing the translator's retelling, the Guskino leader replied through the translator, "Yes, we have a movie that's currently showing in theaters and has broken the Alliance's audience record. We've also brought a copy to participate in the screening. You're welcome to come and see it." Ronald quickly noted down the screening time, hoping the film wouldn't put him to sleep. Another film that piqued Ronald's interest came from Japan, the competition entry The Call of the Distant Mountains. The director wasn't Akira Kurosawa, whom he was familiar with, but a guy named Yaji Yamada. This film was a love story about middle-aged people. Ronald planned to learn from his experience, to see where his My Brother's Protector fell short in its portrayal of middle-aged romance. The story tells of a man named Kasaku Tajima who, on a rainy night, breaks into the home of a widowed herder in Hokkaido, seeking shelter from the rain. The widow, Minako, and her son, Takashi, raise cattle and depend on each other for survival. After taking Tajima in, he asks to work odd jobs at Minako's house. Minako, considering she needs a strong laborer, agrees. Tajima wins the favor of Minako and her son with his honest and hard-working nature, even helping Minako fight off a farmers' association official who came to harass the widow. Takashi also sees Tajima as a father figure to him. 2 years later, Tajima's brother visited him and gave him some money. It turned out Tajima was a murderer. His wife had taken out a high-interest loan to invest in stocks and couldn't repay it, leading to her suicide. In a fit of rage, Tajima accidentally killed a creditor who came to collect the debt at the funeral, and fled to Hokkaido. To fulfill Takashi's wish, Tajima participated in a horse race in rural Hokkaido. He won the race, but was recognized by police who had been following his brother and taken away. The court determined that the creditor's provocation and Tajima's actions were not intentional, classifying it as manslaughter. Tajima was ultimately sentenced to 3 years in prison. On the train transporting him to his place of imprisonment, Minako brought food and boarded the same carriage. With the police's permission, she sat next to Tajima and, in a conversation with a fellow villager, told him that she had sold her cattle, was moving to the city, and was waiting for Tajima to return. The film was shot in a simple and smooth style. Ronald felt a sense of familiarity with this understated Eastern cinematic style. While the filming techniques were somewhat dated, its strength lay in its genuine emotion, movingly portraying the relationship between an orphan and widow, and the farmhand who acted as their adoptive father. Coupled with the scenery and customs of Hokkaido, it was a film audiences would enjoy. Ronald considered buying the screening rights and approached the manager of the Japanese distributor, Shochiku Pictures, to discuss distribution in America. What? I don't speak Japanese. Can you speak English? Ronald asked sheepishly. I said, I'm speaking English. Well, Japanese English is really hard to understand. Ronald grabbed the translator from the organizing committee to help him communicate properly with the Shochiku Pictures manager. What? $500,000? Absolutely not. Too expensive, Laurendez-san, but this film is worth the price. Look, many viewers were in tears. Yes, it was because this film was so simple and moving that I proposed buying the distribution rights in America. But this film has no stars, and it's a foreign language film. This film has no stars? Ronald Rudson, the manager of Shochiku, pulled Ronald to the poster. The male lead, Tajima, is played by Kenta Kakura, a top star in Japan. The female lead, Minako, is played by Chiko Basho, a national star. Audiences can't celebrate New Year's and Obon properly without seeing her. I understand. They may be stars in Japan, but nobody knows them in America. I really like their performance, which is why I want to bring them to America. If you can lower the price to below $80,000, I can consider showing it in theaters in major cities, so that our people can also become familiar with your country's stars. I'm really sorry, this is beyond my authority. I'm very sorry to disappoint you. The manager of Shochiku Films kept bowing and apologizing, but refused to lower the price further. Ronald was also somewhat disappointed. The film was very well made, but its values and culture were incompatible with American audiences, and it could only find a market among viewers who liked foreign films and art films. For example, the ending where Tajima and Minako meet on the train, in America, would definitely involve Minako talking to the police to get them to meet and talk, and in the end, they would hug and kiss, with the train passengers applauding. But in Japan, Tajima couldn't speak directly to Minako. On one hand, the police were present and he couldn't violate regulations, and on the other hand, Tajima couldn't face Minako. This kind of subtle beauty was something American audiences couldn't appreciate, and they would feel that Minako's feelings for Tajima weren't deep enough. This major cultural difference made Ronald hesitant to pay a high price. He contacted the film festival organizing committee and faxed his positive impressions and opinions of The Call of the Distant Mountains to New World Productions. Ronald was ready to continue watching the film. Protest against apartheid. Protest against racial discrimination. A group of people were chanting slogans from afar at the entrance of the screening room, threatening to boycott the movie being shown. Ronald immediately became interested. He showed his purchase badge to the staff and entered the nearly empty theater. Being boycotted? Isn't that free marketing? From now on, morning updates will still be at 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock is a bit too early for me. I need more time to proofread for typos. Chapter 189. Can this really be boycotted? The movie had already started playing in the theater, and Ronald had just missed the opening credits and title. He saw a map of the African continent on the screen, then the camera zoomed in, revealing a vast grassland. Various wild animals, zebras, elephants, gorals, giraffes, and more, drank and rested by lakes and rivers. The narration was in a language that sounded like German, but Ronald wasn't sure. He repeatedly heard the Kalahari sound, which seemed to be a place name. The rivers, lakes, and ponds on the screen slowly disappeared, the oasis turned into savanna, the green grass turned yellow, and the trees lost all their leaves. Ronald started shifting his position. Was this a documentary? About the animals of the African savanna? Or the importance of environmental protection? Documentaries didn't have much of a market in American cinemas, but selling them to television stations was possible. If this documentary was good, should he talk to Helen's father? The narration shifted, and the camera focused on several primitive people hidden by leaves. Ronald was puzzled again. Was this a documentary about primitive people? The language of these primitive people was quite interesting, with many tap-tap sounds made when inhaling with their tongues and palates, like the sounds children sometimes make while eating. The film focused on how these primitive people found water on the arid grasslands. They dug up roots and collected dew on leaves. Their food came from the fruits of certain plants and from shooting small herbivores like antelopes with arrows dipped in poison. This kind of exotic documentary has a considerable market in America. Ronald had seen some documentaries broadcast on PBS, documenting the customs and cultures of various places around the world. Just as Ronald was starting to figure out how to market this documentary to Helen's father, the scene shifted to an aerial view of a big city. Skyscrapers, highways, busy commuters, industrialized production lines, large-scale schools, and so on. This editing is interesting, Ronald thought. By contrasting the unhappiness of modern people living in materially abundant modern life with the happiness of primitive people in their impoverished life, Ronald's rating for the film director increased a little. But how to continue? Should we continue comparing various aspects of life between primitive and modern humans? That's a good approach. The next scene shifts back to the primitive tribe. A man is walking, and an airplane flies overhead. A pilot finishes his Coca-Cola and casually tosses the bottle out the window, where it lands right in front of the man. The man believes it's a gift from God. Back in the tribe, he discovers the Coca-Cola bottle is harder than any natural tool. It can be used to process food and clothing, and even played as a musical instrument. However, with only one bottle, everyone starts fighting over it. The man believes it's not a gift but an evil object that disrupts the tribe's peace, and plans to take it to the edge of the land and discard it. Now Ronald realizes this is a drama. The beginning uses a mockumentary style to quickly establish the setting. By the time the second reel finishes, around 22 minutes, the story has entered a huge suspense phase. A rebel leader in a nearby country launches a coup, attempting to overthrow the local government. After the coup was thwarted, the rebels detained a large number of innocent residents and fled into the Kalahari, the settlement of the primitive people, intending to use them as hostages against the government forces. A primitive man who threw a Coke bottle into the city was sentenced to prison for shooting someone else's goat. A zoologist, who understood their language, argued that the primitive people, lacking a concept of property rights, should not be imprisoned. The judge ordered the primitive man to serve as the zoologist's guide to pay off his sentence. On their journey to escort the primitive man home, they encountered the female protagonist, a school teacher, who had been kidnapped by the rebels. At the end of the film, the primitive man, while rescuing the female protagonist and her students, used darts to tranquilize the rebel soldiers. The male protagonist successfully rescued the female protagonist, and the two became a couple. The primitive man reached the seashore and threw the Coke bottle into the ocean. He returned to his tribe and lived a happy life. The entire film is a comedy, but it doesn't rely on puns or jokes. Instead, it uses the contrast between primitive and modern people to highlight the absurdity of modern society. Ronald enjoyed this sophisticated humor, even though he didn't understand the dialogue. It didn't stop him from laughing from beginning to end. After the screening, Ronald approached Maya, the manager who had brought the film to the exhibition, and proposed buying the American distribution rights. No, we can't sell the American distribution rights for this film right now. Why? Ronald was puzzled. Maya Toschi was the film's producer, the sister of Boye Toschi. She replied with a wry smile, "Our film was shot in South Africa. My brother Boye's Mimosa Studios employs only white technicians. From the cinematographer to the lighting technician, makeup artist, even the film processing workers are all white. This goes against the Sullivan Principle, and your American legal system is long-arm jurisdiction. If I cooperate with an American company, I'll be blacklisted by the divestment movement, and my brother's theaters won't be able to screen American films." Ronald was completely bewildered and quickly asked Maya for details. It turned out that South Africa was now under apartheid. White and black people were not allowed to use the same bus, eat together, or share a water tap. Everything had to be done separately. Sullivan was an American bishop and a director of General Motors. During a visit to GM factory in South Africa, he discovered that Nelson Mandela, the black leader, was in prison and that South Africa was under apartheid. Deeply shocked, upon returning home, Sullivan launched a boycott movement. He called on all American companies to withdraw their investments from South Africa and cease business dealings with South African businesses unless the South African government released Mandela, abolished apartheid, granted black voters the right to vote, and significantly increased the employment of black people. These policies he drafted became known as the Sullivan Principles. If Mimosa Films sold its films to an American company, it would trigger the Sullivan Principles. The Toschi siblings feared that selling films to America would attract media attention and result in being blacklisted, preventing the import of not only American films but also film equipment, technicians, etc. A devastating blow to Mimosa Films. Then why don't you hire some black employees? Their wages aren't high, are they? Ronald wondered if the siblings harbored any pro-apartheid sentiments. Of course not. Look at this movie, we hired a lot of black actors, Maya quickly denied. My brother and I actually support the abolition of apartheid, but your country's Sullivan Principle is very strict. It only counts the proportion of permanent employees, and black wages must be equal to white employees. We are a small company and can't afford to employ so many unskilled workers long-term. You know we're not a manufacturing company, unlike General Motors which can hire some lower-skilled black employees. We hire skilled workers who require long-term training. Ronald felt it was a pity. If the film could be imported to America at a low price, it would be worthwhile. What if I buy out the distribution rights to your film? Then the film would have nothing to do with you. Look at those protesters, Maya pointed outside the door. We tried to sell the film to Polygram for a British release. But these protesters placed ads in the newspapers revealing that the film was produced by a South African studio, and we were forced to cancel the release. Because Britain was also involved in the divestment plan, the public has a very bad impression of South Africa. This is really... Ronald was speechless. He could only exchange business cards with Maya and then chat about the South African film market. By the way, what's the name of your movie? I didn't see the beginning, Ronald asked finally. The gods must be crazy, so you speak German in South Africa? I didn't understand a word of the dialogue. But your film is of very high quality. I could laugh from beginning to end even without understanding the dialogue. No. It's Afrikaans, a hybrid of Dutch and Western German. We plan to add foreign language subtitles and try the European and Japanese markets. Are the primitive people in the movie really living like that? Maybe in the past, but now the governments of Botswana and Namibia have driven them into reserve lands, and their living space is getting smaller and smaller. Because of this movie, our company now gives that tribe $200 a month so they can buy things at the nearby grocery store to subsidize the tribe. Ronald nodded. It seemed that his wishful thinking had been unrealistic. Where in modern society is one not affected? Even these primitive tribal residents can improve their living standards through filmmaking. It's a good arrangement, isn't it? The two walked out of the cinema as they talked, only to be attacked by the demonstrators. Terrified by the eggs and slogans, Maya ran away. Ronald narrowly avoided the eggs and also tried to escape. He noticed the beautiful college student he had gone to the movies with a couple of days ago in the crowd and quickly shouted, "We're on the same side, don't hit me, I was just passing by." The girl saw it was Ronald and quickly stopped her companions, then asked him, "Are you trying to buy a movie about South African racial oppression?" Her companions also surrounded him. It seemed he wouldn't be able to leave without explaining himself. "I won't buy their movies. Sullivan's principle, Sullivan's principle," Ronald quickly explained using the terminology he had just learned. "Okay, then you have to join us in chanting a sign to show you don't support South Africa." Another plump girl in the march shoved a sign into his hand. "What, do I have to chant?" Ronald was forced to hold up a sign that read "Against apartheid, release Mandela," Ronald shouted. "Release Mandela, multinational corporations, leave South Africa, multinational corporations, leave South Africa." The protesters were satisfied and let Ronald leave. Ronald, still shaken, whispered to a female college student he knew, "This movie is about primitive people, right? There's no racial discrimination, is there?" South African film companies, instead of making movies exposing the ugly side of apartheid, they make movies that glorify the harmonious coexistence of white and black people in South Africa. "What are they up to?" a chubby girl shouted from the side. Not opposing it is condoning it, Ronald was forced to shout a couple more slogans before quickly escaping. These protest girls are not to be trifled with, not to be trifled with. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Moscow does not believe in tears. Ronald, as usual, faxed his impressions and analysis of The Gods Must Be Crazy to New World Productions. Roger Coleman greatly admired Gail Hurd's talent, and she gradually became more capable of handling certain tasks. After receiving Ronald's fax, Gail even made a long-distance call to confirm the viewing experience of The Gods Must Be Crazy. The film broke box office records during its run in South Africa. However, the social impact of the imprisonment of Nelson Mandela, the black leader of South Africa, led Coleman, upon hearing Gail's report, to abandon the idea of importing the film. New World Productions' motto was to take no risks. Ronald continued to look for films in Montreal. He needed films that met the aesthetic standards of American audiences, had a strong storyline, and were inexpensive. Films that met all three criteria were indeed not easy to find. Just when Ronald was doubting that he would return empty-handed, the second film screened by the Soviet Union delegation was shown. The film had a very strange title, Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears. I inquired with an official from the Soviet Union State Film and Television Committee, Guskino, whom I had met before, and learned that this was an old Russian proverb, its true meaning being that Moscow is not moved by tears. When faced with setbacks, one should wipe away tears and strive to win the favor of fate. The film's plot is somewhat cliched. In 1958, three young women from a small town, Katerina, Ludmila, and Antonia, come to work in a factory in Moscow and live in workers' dormitories. A relative of Katerina's, a university professor, shows them houses while they are on vacation. Katerina pretends to be the professor's daughter and throws a party with her two girlfriends. Rudolph, a cameraman for Moscow television, is attracted to Katerina's social status and pursues her. Katerina, fearing Rudolph's disdain for her background, lies and claims to be the professor's daughter. When they are discussing marriage, Rudolph comes to the factory for an interview and unexpectedly discovers Katerina's true identity. Rudolph's mother refuses to let her son marry Katerina, a girl who came to the city to work. By this time, Katerina was pregnant. She asked Rudolph for money to have an abortion, but was refused, so she had to give birth to her daughter. With the help of two girlfriends, she raised her daughter alone. Katerina worked hard and got into university. The film's structure was very classic, with an intermission at the 1 hour and 10-minute mark. This was a two-act structure typical of old-fashioned blockbusters like Gone with the Wind. The intermission was for audience members to use the restrooms and touch up their makeup. Ronald also went to the restroom, increasingly feeling that the audience reviews he heard were more reliable than those of film critics. However, most people spoke French, which he couldn't understand. He overheard a few audience members talking in English, mostly expressing surprise that there were unwed mothers in Zorviet. Ronald deeply agreed, the story would be much more harmonious if it were set in America. Unwed pregnancy, single mothers, small-town youth moving to the big city, it all seemed like something out of America. No wonder the Gascano officials said the film broke attendance records in Zorviet. The audience there must have never seen anything like this before. He returned to his seat to watch the second half. It's 1979 now. Katerina has graduated from university and is now the factory manager. Ludmila has divorced her alcoholic hockey husband and is still dating a wealthy man. Only Antonia is married to a farmer named Volodya from the countryside, and they have several children and a complete family. The divorce rate in this film is almost as high as in America. Ronald is even more convinced that the director is a bit outrageous. After visiting her friend Antonia in the countryside, Katerina meets a fitter named Gosa on the train back to the city. Gosa falls in love with Katerina at first sight and immediately begins to pursue her. However, he mistakenly believes that Katerina is an office clerk, thinking that this dynamic of a strong man and a weak woman will make the marriage last, unlike his previous marriage which ended in divorce. Gosa helps Katerina's daughter, Alexandra, fight off thugs, playing the role of a father. Just as their relationship deepens and they are preparing to get married, Alexandra's biological father, photographer Rudolph, comes to the factory to shoot an advertisement and recognizes Katerina. Rudolph barges into Katerina's house for dinner and reveals her secret as the factory manager. Gosha, furious at Katerina's deception, leaves immediately. Her two friends, Ludmila and Antonia, decide to help Katerina find Gosha. Antonia's husband, Volodya, finally finds Gosha drinking alone at home, and the two resolve their issues through a drinking contest. Gosha eventually returns to Katerina's house, and the family enjoys dinner together. Ronald, after watching the film, what are his thoughts? The film is undoubtedly excellent, and it did very well at the box office in Suville. However, this kind of formula is commonplace in American films. Moreover, the film was shot in another world, and there are subtle cultural differences that audiences may not necessarily accept. Furthermore, the film's 2-hour and 20-minute runtime, including an intermission, makes scheduling in American cinema somewhat difficult. Considering these disadvantages, Ronald chats for a while with an official from the National Film and Television Commission, whom he had met previously. He can sense the official's obvious frustration. The film was met with a lukewarm reception from buyers. While they congratulated Suville on making a box office hit, none showed interest in importing it into their respective countries. One of the roles of the National Film and Television Committee was to promote Suville's culture abroad, and the film's participation in the West Berlin Film Festival earlier this year yielded no results. Influenced by American capitalism, the West Berlin Film Festival naturally didn't welcome the film. Despite various controversial plot points, it ended with a happy ending. The jury refused to vote for a film that didn't deeply expose the darker side of American cinema. Seeing Ronald, the official perked up again. Getting an American distributor to import the film and release it in American theaters would be a significant achievement, worthy of inclusion in his annual report and a reward to his superiors. He couldn't help but recall the committee secretary's instructions before his departure, to ensure Western audiences understood Suville's artistic achievements. After some thought, he pulled out his trump card. Mr. Ronald, our Soviet National Film and Television Committee. In order to allow the American people to see the real lives of the Soviet people and deepen mutual understanding, can sell you a few copies of this film at a symbolic price, as long as you can guarantee a theatrical release. If you can secure a commercial screening in American theaters, you can contact the Soviet Embassy and Consulate in the U.S. and the Cultural Counselor to order more copies, and we will discuss the price then. Well, Ronald's mind raced. This was very much in line with Coleman's philosophy, a risk-free deal, practically free film copies. Many art house theaters needed films to fill the gaps left by commercial releases and were willing to accept such copies, like late-night theaters in New York. You know, director. America is a commercial society. If the audience doesn't accept this film, the theaters will lose money, and we will lose money. No, we've already submitted it to the Oscars as a nominee for Best Foreign Language Film this year. We definitely won't lose money. This Your Soviet Union's films are also submitted for the Oscars? Ronald was a little surprised. Of course, Soviet films have won the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film twice, the section chief began, launching into a long and enthusiastic recounting Soviet cinematic achievements. It turned out that as early as 1969, Bondarchuk's War and Peace series had won the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film. This film, featuring over 120,000 Soviet soldiers, caused a great sensation in the West, grossing 58 million rubles worldwide. Another example is the SYNOPSIS, imported by Roger Corman and filmed in Soviet Union by Akira Kurosawa, which won the 1976 Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film. Because the investment belonged to the Soviet Union, this film was considered a Soviet submission to the Oscars, and the award went to the Soviet Union. Ronald was overjoyed. If Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears could be nominated for Best Foreign Language Film, some people would likely be willing to go to the cinema to see it. If it won, even better, coupled with the almost cost-free copies, it was a surefire way to make money. However, he remained composed and said, "Comrade director, the American people have a bad habit of not being interested in what happens in other parts of the world. If it were European audiences, they would definitely go see the artistic masterpieces nominated for the film festival, but the American people, I understand. This is also the source of my frustration as the person in charge of the Americas division of the National Film and Television Committee," the director said, expressing his deep understanding of Ronald's predicament. "Could you ask the film's creators to do some promotion for our film when they go to Los Angeles for the Oscars? You know, the American people admire heroes. If a civil film wins an Oscar, they might want to see which heroes could have accomplished such a feat. This still needs to be arranged by our committee," the director said awkwardly. Director Menshov was criticized by some conservatives for this film, since he included controversial scenes of an unwed mother and an alcoholic husband. Although the Secretary General of the Soviet Union was a film enthusiast, he personally approved the release of the film after watching it, and it achieved great box office success. However, those people, using the pretext that his films had bourgeois tendencies and fearing his defection, had already banned him from participating in international film festivals. On the other hand, Andrei Tarkovsky, the director of Stalker, although no one understood his films, was highly regarded by Europeans and frequently won awards, bringing honor to the Union. He was able to participate in film festivals abroad and even shoot films on location overseas. In short, we will definitely give our full support to the film's release in America, the section chief said, seeing Ronald's apparent reluctance to back down. "This is for the mutual understanding between the people of the Soviet Union and the United States. It's a great cause, Alice. This business still has no future, especially without the main creative team. I'll immediately send a telegram to my superiors to report this matter," the section chief said seriously. "Leave your address, and we will instruct the cultural attaché at the Soviet consulate in Los Angeles to directly allocate several copies to you, our New World company," Ronald quickly interjected. Chapter 191 Arkoff's Film Formula. How would you rank these three films? Roger Corman sat in the president's office, discussing the three films Ronald had chosen with, who had just returned from Montreal. "My thinking is that The Gods Must Be Crazy has the highest market potential in America, if it can resolve the protests. Next is Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears, which has been nominated for an Oscar and might rake in some box office revenue in art house theaters. Finally, there's The Call of the Distant Mountains, a film from Japan whose cultural differences with America are too great." "So that's your recommended ranking?" Coleman asked, having reviewed Ronald's synopsis and market analysis of the three films. "Yes, I think The Gods Must Be Crazy is worth a risk. Do you know American International Pictures, APE, Ronald?" Roger Corman mentioned an unrelated name. I think I've seen that name in the opening credits of old New World films." Ronald recalled watching many New World film tapes from their years of filmmaking training at New World. "Yes, APE was one of the few low-budget film distributors in America at the time, my longtime partner. Before I founded New World Productions, they distributed most of the films I produced and directed." Roger Corman's face showed a nostalgic look. "I made a lot of money for APE until the president, Samuel Arkoff, altered my film The Trip without my permission. That's when I angrily founded New World Distribution and got involved in the distribution business myself. As a director, I don't want anyone cutting anything from my films, you understand." Ronald nodded, He shared the same feeling about his own script being modified. But Ape was, after all, the strongest film distribution company outside of the Big Five studios with their own distribution channels. Who knew they'd be rumored to be bankrupt last year and just acquired by Filmways this year? Ronald was a little confused as to why Roger Corman was suddenly bringing up these old stories. Arkoff invented the famous Arkoff formula in the American film industry. Using this formula to make low-budget exploitation films is a sure way to succeed. The vast majority of these films make money. Ronald adjusted his posture, sensing that what Corman was about to say must be an important principle. He took out a pen, ready to take notes. It's actually easy to remember. You don't need to memorize it specifically. Just remember Arkoff's name. Corman gestured for him not to memorize it. The 6 letters of Arkoff each represented a characteristic of a blockbuster film: action, exciting, thrilling, dramatic, revolution, novel, controversial themes or ideas, killing, a certain degree of violence, oratory, memorable dialogue, fantasy, exaggerated fantasies that fit the audience's imagination, and fornication, moderately sexy content that appeals to teenage audiences. As long as I follow this formula to make low-budget exploitation films for teenagers, I've never failed. Roger Corman waved his hand. My only directorial failure, The Intruders, violated most of these 6 principles. Arkoff is the inventor of these principles. Doesn't he understand them? Why did he go bankrupt? Roger Corman didn't really want Ronald to answer. He provided the answer himself, because he didn't want to be called a B-movie mogul anymore and wanted to invest in big productions. That's risky. Big budget films are big risks, and after several failures, the company is in its current state. We're not one of the big 8 studios. We don't have the resources to take too many risks. A few months ago, I invested $2 million in All the Stars, and we recouped most of the costs thanks to pre-sales. If you want to establish yourself in Hollywood, Ronald, remember one principle: don't lose money. Ronald understood. The gods must be crazy was inherently risky. New World couldn't guarantee a successful theatrical release in America, so it was better not to do it. So, how about we try? Moscow doesn't believe in tears, of course. It's like gambling with no cost. Roger Corman chuckled. Whether it wins the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film is just a matter of how much. Knock knock. With a knock at the door, Coleman's wife, Julie, walked in. Hi, Ronald, it's nice to see you. Then she turned to her husband, Roger, and tapped her watch. Roger, you promised me you'd buy the kids that toy. Don't forget. Corman was a little reluctant. Don't we already have a tape recorder at home? Why buy another one for each child? Roger, this is about love for the children, not your business, Julie said, displeased. Okay, I'll go with you. One for each of them. Corman was still a good father and husband in front of his wife and children. What kind of toy? Ronald asked, confused. It's a small tape recorder made by a Japanese company. You can wear it and listen to cassette tapes with headphones. It's very popular among teenagers now, Julie said with a smile. Oh, I see. Ronald thought of his cousin Donna. One of these toys was enough to make any teenager a social queen. He'd buy her one as a gift when he got the money. Oh, and Diane Lane, who lives with my cousin. I'll have to buy her 2 more. Ronald said goodbye and went to CAA to meet his agent. Julie watched Ronald's retreating figure and said to her husband, Roger, you value Ronald highly? I rarely see you spending time on young people. No, I only spend time on people with potential, Roger Corman replied. He'll soon experience the ruthlessness of Hollywood. It's not like when I started my business, when you could make a movie for $45,000. After he tries directing a few times and fails, the New World will be his choice. Young people always have high ambitions, especially one who just sold a script for a sky-high price. Richard, do you know where I can buy a Sony portable recorder? You know, the Walkman thing. Ronald sat on the CAA sofa, asking his agent, Richard, I don't know. What is this? Don't you see it in electronic stores or department stores? I've been to several stores, and they're all sold out. I'll ask around for you. Richard stood up to make a phone call. Helping clients buy and demand items was an essential part of a competent agent's job. Hi, Ronald. Long time no see. Nisita, wearing a light suit, greeted him. I just spoke with Bridges' agent, Lapik. Bridges has made major changes to your script. He's moved Jane's role to the center. Stop. I don't want to discuss this script anymore. It's outside my job scope. Ronald quickly stopped him. The feeling of having your script distorted and then having to discuss it was awful, like having your girlfriend marry another man and having to attend the wedding. Ronald secretly vowed that once he had a position of power, he would never let others arbitrarily change his scripts. Okay, I'll help you find some script rewriting work recently. Generally speaking, the pay for rewriting a script is higher than selling a script. Nisida changed the subject, talking about finding new jobs for Ronald. Of course, ordinary scripts won't fetch your high price. Tens of thousands of dollars is already considered high. The script revision work I found for you is generally in the range of $30,000 to $50,000. What kind of scripts? Your script writing mainly focuses on the Vietnam War, teen themes, ensemble pieces, and musicals. We plan to use these labels to help you market to studios. I wonder which theme you prefer. Nisida wanted to discuss Ronald's future direction with him. Let's remove the Vietnam War for now. I went to the Montreal Film Festival and saw some good films that truly reflect the lives of middle-aged people. I found that I'm not quite able to grasp the mindset of middle-aged people in love. Okay, Nisida noted Ronald's requirements. I'm willing to accept revision work for other script types, but I need to see the script first, at least a synopsis, before further discussion. Of course, that's a normal request. Unless it's Spielberg or George Lucas asking you to revise the script, Nisida made a little joke. Ronald smiled. Limiting his creative direction to a certain range would allow him to accumulate more experience, which would help him write a complete script. Teen films were making a comeback, and he was the right age. Having recently graduated high school, he could still remember some of the psychology of high school students. Plus, with Roger Coleman's Arkoff film formula, Ronald was quite confident. Get your checks ready, Ronald, his main agent Richard rushed over excitedly. My friend will be delivering them soon. Is this it? Ronald picked up a small, palm-sized tape recorder and examined it closely. There was a yellow button on the blue metal casing. Richard's scalper friend opened the recorder, inserted a new cassette tape from the band Air Supply, and gestured for Ronald to put on the yellow headphones. I lay alone in bed, head to the phone, thinking of you, until I was in unbearable pain. I know you're hurt too, but what can we do? Tormented, torn apart, the crisp, high-pitched sound of the Australian band's new song All Out of Love filled the air. Ronald glanced at the Walkman in surprise, feeling as if he were actually there. This is stereo, the other person said, pointing to a stereo logo on the Walkman's cover. There are 2 headphone jacks here, the other person continued, explaining the function. You know, among teenagers, tape recorders aren't just tools for listening to music, but also social tools. So you can plug in 2 headphones here to share with your best friend. Ronald's eyes lit up. The product design of the Japanese was truly fascinating. They always consider the smallest details. His Sony TV was the same, with colors more vibrant than those made in America or West Germany. What's this yellow button for? Ronald pointed to a bright yellow button on top. It's the call button, the other person said, gesturing for Ronald to put on his headphones. Then, they took out another headphone, plugged it into headphone jack B, and pressed and held the yellow button. Hello, this way we can talk while listening to music. Great, I want 2, no, 3. How much in total? Ronald decided to buy one for himself too, to block out distractions while writing. The market price is $160. But I have some in stock, $180 each. Ronald took out his checkbook, wrote a check, and handed it over. This machine uses 3 AA batteries. I'll give you a set for free. The scalper happily took the check and left. Checks issued by CAA clients generally didn't bounce. What's this? CAA's president, Ovitz, happened to walk by and saw Ronald happily listening to something through headphones. A Walkman, a very popular Japanese product right now. Ronald wanted it as a gift, so I asked a friend to bring it over. Call your friend back, we'll buy a batch too. Many of our clients' children will need them. Chapter 192 The Hollywood Murder Case. Ronald stepped off the plane and waited for his checked luggage at the baggage carousel at JFK Airport. He'd once again asked his agent to scour Hollywood for a batch of teen movie scripts, which he planned to review back in New York. With his luggage still a long way off, Ronald idly watched the television on the pillar next to him. It was a newly launched cable television station, CUU, with an interesting strategy. 24-hour news coverage. Typical public television stations like NBC and CBS only broadcast 15 to 30 minutes of news in the evening, with at most 2 rebroadcasts during the day. but CUU offered a constant stream of news programs. This was incredibly convenient for business travelers. They didn't have to wait until evening to catch important news, and in America, knowing the news earlier often meant more money. Therefore, their first channel was the busy airport, where many business travelers gathered, and if they liked what they saw, they might even call home to subscribe to CUU. The newly launched CUU News was brief. The two anchors read important news, weather forecasts, stock market information, and travel updates. Then came entertainment news, and suddenly Ronald saw a familiar face on the screen. Playboy's Girl of the Year, Hollywood actress and model Dorothy Stratton was found shot dead this morning. Huh? Ronald's mouth gaped open, unable to close for a long time. Stratton was a former client of his New York agent, Eddie Cohen, and had even made a cameo appearance at Ronald's Delta Omega Epsilon fraternity, causing a sensation and making the fraternity the most popular at NYU. Dorothy Stratton had just finished filming director Peter Bogdanovich's new film They All Laugh. Police confirmed that Ms. Stratton died from a gunshot wound, but declined to comment further to the media, stating that the case is still under investigation and a suspect has been identified. Several male travelers waiting for their luggage also gathered around the television, discussing the incident. I heard she was supposed to be featured in the next issue of Playboy magazine with a double-page spread. Isn't that the kind of spread they usually publish? Yes, last year a Playboy model died in a car accident and was pulled from the spread. Playboy said it was disrespectful to the deceased. Ronald felt uneasy and took a few steps away from them. Perhaps it was because he knew Stratton and had even spoken to her, but he couldn't bear to hear such comments. Our reporter contacted director Peter Bogdanovich, whose butler said Mr. Bogdanovich is too traumatized and has taken sleeping pills to sleep, and is unable to give an interview. Hugh Hefner, the owner of Playboy magazine, also said he would not comment until the police released official information and hoped the public would show respect for the deceased. Ms. Stratton, after grabbing his luggage and returning home, Ronald immediately called his agent, Eddie. Have you heard? Have you heard? Their first words were always to report the news to each other. What exactly happened? Ronald asked Eddie. It's probably her husband who did it, Eddie said on the phone. Husband? It's her ex-boyfriend, Paul Snyder. They got married recently, apparently. Dorothy Stratton had contacted Eddie a while back, asking for advice on how to stop Playboy from publishing those kinds of photos of her. She had just finished filming a new movie with a big director and didn't want to be seen naked by all the American men again. During filming, Stratton had fallen in love with director Peter Bogdanovich and had moved into his Hollywood house. However, Bogdanovich didn't want her photos taken down. His previous two films had been box office disasters, and this movie, They All Laugh, was crucial to his Hollywood career, so he hoped Stratton's photos would provide free publicity. But she's married to her boyfriend, now living with a big director Bogdanovich, and wants a divorce. This girl always acts impulsively. Ronald was also somewhat speechless. I advised him to hire a divorce lawyer, but Stratton still felt guilty towards her husband and hoped to separate amicably and remain friends. Isn't that a bit naive? Well, she's only 20. Imagine a 12th grader, especially a pretty girl, doing things in high school, full of fantasies about love and romance, thinking her beauty can solve all problems. Yeah, that's true, Ronald thought dismissively. I'm only 22, and many of my classmates in high school were more mature. Why do you say her husband might be the murderer? Her husband, Paul Snyder, is infamous in Beverly Hills. He often uses Dorothy's name to gain access to celebrities' mansions and do shady things, like pimping and selling illegal drugs. I've heard rumors about him in New York, and Dorothy's inquiries about divorce methods have probably already reached her husband's ears. He's an endless ATM, and she's just hooked up with a big director. How could he let her divorce him so easily? I advise her to let a divorce lawyer handle everything. That would minimize the impact on her. Besides, Bogdanovich's house is up in the mountains, with plenty of police and security, so maybe this won't happen. Ronald knew that the mountain Eddie was referring to was Beverly Hills. Peter Bogdanovich directed a series of blockbuster films in the 1970s, such as Paper Moon, The Great Chase, and The Last Movie, which not only sold well but also won a bunch of Oscars. He accumulated a considerable fortune at that time. Getting down to business, Calvin Klein has signed Brooke Shields to an advertising contract, and the shoot is just around the corner. Get ready. What kind of preparation? Ronald was a little confused. Brooke Shields had already signed, so wasn't it just a matter of waiting to start filming? There was a competitor, But I took care of it for you, Eddie explained the situation. While Ronald was in Los Angeles negotiating the script transfer, Calvin Klein met the famous photographer Richard Avedon, who offered to shoot Brooke Shields' jeans advertisement. However, Calvin Klein, who was being closely watched by Eddie, rejected his offer and ultimately chose Ronald. Isn't he a photographer? Why does he think he can shoot a TV commercial? Rumor has it he's gay, and close to David Geffen in the music industry, and Calvin is good friends with David Geffen. It was all a mess. Ronald had heard of Richard Avedon. His male partner had even discovered a girl named Kelly Preston who auditioned for the lead role in Endless Love. What gave him the courage? A print photographer competing with me for a TV commercial. Ronald was annoyed. This commercial could earn him a good fee. His studio hadn't been open for work in ages. Don't worry, Richard Avedon is a renowned photographer, shooting for major fashion magazines. He even has a mansion on Long Island. This time, it's mainly because your chewing gum had impressed Calvin Klein, and at a crucial moment, the news of your script selling for a sky-high price made it into the New York Times. Your name was mentioned for the second time. Oh, really? Did you save me a copy? Ronald's anger turned to delight. This was the first time his name had appeared in the newspaper. Yes, let me read it to you. Columbia Pictures has purchased the production rights to the Vietnam War film starring Jane Fonda for $3.65 million, which is higher than the bids of the other three studios. Regardless of whether this film, tentatively titled Her Brother's Guardian, is completed, Ms. Fonda will receive $2 million. They even changed the script's title. Ronald was furious. Perhaps the most unusual aspect of this deal is that, as of now, not a single word of this story is finalized. The film was sold based on a 45-minute sales pitch by screenwriter Ronald Lee. Columbia Pictures will acquire Ms. Fonda for $3.65 million, along with Mr. Lee, director James Bridges of Ms. Fonda's production company, and producer Bruce Gilbert, among others. The following is all flattery of CAA President Michael Ovitz and Columbia Pictures President Frank Price. Do you want me to read any further? Never mind, keep it. Bring it to me next time you have time. I was planning to frame this and hang it at home. Ha ha ha. After hanging up, Ronald walked to his aunt's house. Ronnie, Donna knew he was coming and waited for him at the door. Donna, I brought you a gift. Ronald pulled a Sony Walkman from his bag and handed it to Donna. Walkman. You're so kind, Ronnie. Donna happily hugged him, kissed him on the cheek, and went to find a cassette tape to test it. Where's my gift? Diane Lane, who lived with Donna, was a diligent student. She had already passed her equivalency exams. Her father, Bert, had chosen a nearby private high school for her, so she could begin her regular high school life after the holidays. You have one too. Ronald quickly took out a second Walkman and handed it to her. Thank you. Diane's income was more than enough to buy such a small toy, but she preferred the family atmosphere of exchanging gifts. Especially with Aunt Karen as a mother figure and Donna as a sister. Ronnie, you're here. Aunt Karen heard Donna's happy laughter and came out to hug Ronald. I brought you a scarf, and it's very pretty. Aunt Karen looked at the scarf. I spoke with your wrestling teammate, Douglas Jr., and he doesn't recommend opening a leg warmer factory right now. I agree, but what did he say? He said market trends are hard to predict, and if sales are unstable, investing in fixed equipment would likely result in idle stock. Especially since leg warmers are a fashion trend, you never know when it will come, how strong it will be, or when it will end. I'll talk to him about it. Ronald thought about it. The suggestion made sense. He didn't want to end up like the Mirror Studios in San Francisco, which remained empty. A big director like Capella could afford to lose money, but he couldn't. Chapter 193 The Hen and the Chicks. Beverly Hills Police announced that, after careful comparison, they have confirmed that the deceased is Canadian citizen Dorothy Stratton. Her husband, Paul Schneider, shot Stratton in the head with a pump-action shotgun, causing her immediate death. Schneider then committed suicide with the same gun. It's unbelievable that such a beauty has passed away so tragically. Ronald's high school wrestling teammate, Douglas Hanson Jr., a large landowner on Staten Island, sighed as he watched the NBC Evening News. Yet, it's such a shame. I heard her movie They All Laughed is already in production. Directed by Peter Bogdanovich. She was almost famous, just a little bit more. Ronald went to his friend's rented house to chat, mainly wanting to ask about the business of leg warmers. However, Douglas Jr. was more interested in the entertainment industry and pulled Ronald aside to talk about his experiences in Hollywood. And with Audrey Hepburn in the lead role, the box office should be pretty much guaranteed. Bogdanovich's comedies are always box office hits, even better than his art films. If Dorothy Stratton can weather this storm, she'll skyrocket to fame. Right now, the market is lacking blonde bombshells like Marilyn Monroe, Douglas Jr. commented. How come you know more about this than I do? Ronald asked curiously. To be honest, Patty Hansen, who plays a supporting role in this movie, is my cousin, Douglas Jr. said with a smile. My cousin is amazing. She was my idol when we were kids. When my brothers and I were still playing in the mud, she was already on the cover of American Vogue and Harper's Bazaar. My interest in the entertainment industry is also influenced by her. Do you remember the Volkswagen Mustang I sold you when we graduated? It was when she came to the graduation ceremony that she laughed at me for driving a girl's car, which made me so angry that I asked my mom for money to buy a Ford Mustang. Douglas Jr. nudged Ronald with his elbow. I see. No wonder you were willing to sell me such a great car with so few miles. She moved to Manhattan shortly after becoming a professional model. To the kids in Stanton, she's a big shot from the big city, and my brothers and I all admire her. Recently, she's been with Keith Richards, the guitarist of the Rolling Stones, and they're planning a full-scale tour across the U.S. next year. The Rolling Stones are incredibly popular in America and Britain, the kind of popularity every high school girl wants to be close to. Are rock bands that appealing? Even your cousin, a model and actress, is chasing after one of their guitarists. You have no idea how big they are. Their concerts fill venues to 10,000 people. They have top 5 singles on both sides of the Atlantic. And Keith isn't just a guitarist, he and Mick Jagger are both lead singers. It seems these singers are the celebrities with the largest fan bases right now. Singers have more influence than movie stars. It's a pity I don't have that kind of talent. I can only play the acoustic guitar. Ronald felt he'd made a bad choice. Let's get down to business. Do you really think the leg warmer business can't be done with a factory? Ronald steered the conversation back to business. Yes, the point of a factory is to reduce the cost per unit. Machines are always cheaper than everything by hand. Speaking of business, young Douglas became shrewd again. But your market is only so big. If you increase production but don't sell more, what's the point of reducing costs? But I think there's a trend going on in San Francisco. Many businesses fail like this. Machines sitting there are just depreciation and maintenance costs. You see a trend, you ramp up production, but what happens when the trend fades? What do you do with the goods piled up in the warehouse? Lower the price? Then the brand won't be able to command high prices. If you don't lower the price, how long will you keep selling? Leg warmers don't have an expiration date, but they're not something you can leave there indefinitely without problems. Ronald nodded. For now, he'd stick to piecework, having the veterans' wives knit them and deliver them to the warehouse, and he'd control the quality when receiving the goods. So, did you hire Brooke Shields for that jeans ad you got last time? Can I go to the set and see her? Little Douglas steered the conversation back to the entertainment industry. It's fine to see her, but don't bother Brooke Shields, especially don't talk to her. Her mother will be unhappy. I'll get you an autographed photo. Never mind then, just bring me an autographed photo, okay? Just looking without talking is even more disappointing. Her mother is like a mother hen watching her chicks. Just like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Agent Eddie whispered to Ronald. The strike by Hollywood's 2 major screenwriters unions showed no signs of ending. Brooke Shields' mother and manager, Terry, didn't want her daughter's public exposure to decline due to lack of film and television work. After much consideration, she finally agreed to Calvin Klein's offer to shoot an ad for CK skinny jeans. That's normal, Ronald quietly replied. America's #1 sweetheart can't be let go to some rascal. I heard that on the set of The Blue Lagoon in Fiji, her mother got so drunk that she passed out outside her daughter's room to prevent a male lead, Christopher Atkins, from sneaking in. Ronald shared a piece of gossip, which Diane Lane had heard from Christopher Atkins, the male lead of The Blue Lagoon, and then relayed to him. Terry Shields took a bottle of liquor from her bag, and while her daughter was getting her makeup done, she opened the bottle and took a big gulp, then grabbed the bottle of mineral water and chugged it down to get rid of the alcohol taste. Seeing Ronald looking over, she greeted him apologetically. I need a drink to perk myself up. Please don't tell my daughter, she'll cry again if she sees me drinking. No, Ms. Shields, Ronald agreed. The first thing was biology class, which might be a big challenge for Brooke. Perhaps we should discuss how to get her into character first. It's alright, My daughter was doing commercials when she was just a few months old. This is nothing to her, she'll handle it. This commercial is shot on film. I want to do 2 rehearsals before filming starts so Brooke can get more familiar with her performance. You probably haven't read the script. This biology class commercial is a 1-minute long take. Oh really? Okay. I'll look at it now. Terry took the script and read it carefully. Sorry, I usually read Brooke's scripts beforehand, but you know, I drank a bit too much during this strike. Ronald felt that she seemed to be showing signs of alcoholism lately, completely different from the shrewd woman he had seen at the world's fame premiere. This 1 minute is mainly Brooke's monologue, telling everyone about her views on Darwin's theory of evolution that she learned in biology class. Ronald pointed to the script personally drafted by Calvin Klein and explained to Terry. Then next is Brooke talking about her understanding of history class, followed by social studies, politics, and finally her social life at school. We expect to insert these commercials in the theater before the main feature, so they'll all be filmed on film. Okay, that's not too much of a challenge for Brooke. We recently moved to a new house in New Jersey, and she's attending the prestigious Englewood High School. She got high marks in biology, and her essay on Darwin's theory of evolution was even used as a model by her teacher. Her French is also excellent. Do you speak French? You can exchange a few words with Brooke. The teachers all praise her perfect uvular trill. It seems Terry didn't just have a sip. This woman becomes more talkative when she's drunk. Ronald saw Brooke Shields had changed and came out, and quickly gave Eddie a signal to deal with this drunken star mom. Today, Brooke Shields wore tight CK jeans, high-top leather shoes, and a dark brown shirt, giving her a very approachable, girl-next-door look. But Brooke's looks and figure made her stand out from the ordinary girl next door. She was an American sweetheart. This style perfectly resonated with a teenage audience, making them feel that if they wore CK jeans, they too could be as sexy as Brooke Shields. Brooklyn, hello. I'm Ronald, the director for this shoot. Let me introduce you to the crew. Ronald greeted Brooke Shields and then introduced them one by one. This is Spike Lee. He's the first assistant director for our small production. I think you're already familiar with the character's role on set. Hello, Spike. Brooke Shields greeted Spike, then glanced at her mother with a hint of worry. This is Catherine Bigelow. She'll be the second assistant director and script supervisor, Ronald continued. This was a chance to shine, and they were using a cinema camera and film stock. At a call, several friends she'd worked with before came to help. Opportunities to practice with enough film stock were rare, so Spike and Bigelow were very proactive, helping with the storyboarding and lighting. Mr. Calvin Klein is watching the production process upstairs, Ronald said, gesturing towards the corridor on the second floor of the studio. A man in a white t-shirt and jeans stood by the railing, looking down. Hello, Calvin, Brooke Shields greeted him. This is our line for the first shot. Explain your understanding of Darwin's theory of evolution. It's a long take, and we need you to say it all in one take, without any cuts. Ronald handed Brooke 2 sheets of paper filled with lines for her to memorize. Where's my mother? Brooke Shields looked more worried than when they last met, asking Ronald every time she didn't see her mother. She's over there with her. Ronald pointed to a middle-aged woman who had come with Brooke Shields' mother and a girl. She's my godmother. Brooke Shields breathed a sigh of relief. Is that your godmother's daughter? You can talk to her about the lines. Ronald assumed Brooke Shields was anxious because she was worried about memorizing the lines. It's okay, I can memorize it, director. Brooke Shields was actually worried that her mother's alcoholism had relapsed. On Fiji, her mother often got completely drunk, and after returning to New York, Brooke and her godmother sent her to an alcohol rehabilitation center, where she spent a month in treatment before recovering. But recently, because of the actors' strike, her mother had become anxious again and secretly started drinking again. Okay, you can memorize here slowly, don't worry. We'll rehearse twice before the official shoot. We have plenty of time today. Ronald hurried up the stairs to report to Calvin Klein. Terry seems to be having some problems. I'll have Eddie watch her. You're doing a good job. I'll watch your filming from here, okay? Just call me if there's anything, but don't interrupt during filming, or we'll waste film. Ronald was also a little puzzled by Calvin Klein's habit of looking down from a high vantage point, so he hurried back down. Spike, Catherine, is the lighting okay? Ronald confirmed with his 2 assistants. Everything's okay, we've checked it out, Catherine Bigelow replied. Unlike Spike Lee, who had already filmed his own short film, She was quite excited that her storyboard scenes could be shot on set. Okay, let's wait for Brooke to memorize her lines, then we'll rehearse once. Chapter 194 Laughter is harder than crying. The secret of life lies in genes. Genes are the foundation of life, determining the differences in individual characteristics. The camera initially focused on Brooke Shields' face, giving it a close-up. Close-ups are a true test of an actress's beauty. Brooke Shields' hair was tightly pulled back into a bun by her hairstylist. She wore large tortoise-shell-framed glasses. On most people, this look would make them appear like an old-fashioned schoolgirl. But Brooke Shields was no ordinary person. Her captivating eyes shone through the glasses, and coupled with her shimmering lips, she perfectly embodied the refined elegance of a great beauty. However, this beauty was only 15 years old, still memorizing biology definitions. Genes have two functions. One is heredity. The camera crew quickly pulled back, about to switch from the close-up to a close-up of her head and shoulders, followed by a medium shot showing Brooke's entire body. Brooke Shields had filmed countless takes and was very adept at cooperating with the shoot. Seeing Spike Lee's 3-2-1 gesture, she knew the moment had arrived. She casually slipped her old-fashioned glasses off her face and placed them on the ground, sliding them discreetly outside the camera's viewfinder. Catherine Bigelow caught the glasses off camera and quickly moved away. The camera zoomed out to a medium shot, revealing Brooke Shields squatting on the ground, her feet just barely inside her CK jeans. Then she leaned back, legs in the air, and began to pull the jeans up to her long legs with all her might. Skinny jeans are notoriously difficult to wear, especially since she was wearing a size 2 for the shoot, a size smaller than her usual size. As she pulled, Brooke Shields recited definitions of evolution. Genes ensure that individual traits are passed down from generation to generation, but sometimes, genes can mutate. Brooke Shields rolled over on the ground, sticking her buttocks up, and began to pull the jeans up to her waist with even more force, becoming breathless from the exertion. This mutation leads to changes in individual characteristics. Brooke Shields finally pulled her jeans up to her waist, then forcefully buttoned them, shifted her position to lie on her side, untied her hair with one hand, shook her head, and let her thick, shiny hair fall down her shoulders. Some gene mutations cause genetic advantages, which, under natural selection, become the driving force of evolution. Brooke Shields laid down and pulled one leg onto the opposite shoulder. She must have trained in yoga or gymnastics, as her flexibility was excellent. Some mutated genes died out, while some mutated genes were better able to adapt to the environment than others, creating a new species. Brooke Shields rolled over, supporting her body with one knee in both hands, raising the other leg upwards, posing her body in the shape of the letter CK. This is Calvin Klein, Survival of the Fittest, and cut. You did a fantastic job, Brooke. After calling cut, Ronald confirmed with the photographer that the shot was perfect and led everyone in applause. Brooke Shields stood up and gave everyone a ladylike bow. Thank you, everyone laughed, and the air was filled with a joyful atmosphere. This series of advertisements actually used puns. The word gene in English sounds similar to jeans, so while ostensibly referring to jeans, it was actually praising CK's skinny jeans for evolving and becoming a completely different species from ordinary jeans. Skinny jeans can fully showcase a girl's curves, so all the disadvantages of being difficult to wear due to their tightness become advantages once worn. Spending a few minutes pulling up your pants before going out is nothing to be ashamed of, all for the sake of being sexy and eye-catching. However, this advertisement still flaunted sexiness a bit, deliberately having Brooke Shields recite long passages of scientific terms while struggling to put on pants a size too small, intentionally making Brooke breathless as she spoke, with subtle sexual innuendo. Brooke's mother, Terry, reviewed the script and offered no comments. Ronald didn't say anything either, shook his head, and began discussing the next take with the team. Brooke's godmother and her daughter rushed forward to offer her water. The makeup room was bustling with touch-ups, and the hairstylist began combing her hair with a large comb, preparing for the next take. Everyone in the studio knew what they were up to. The filming team, composed of NYU students and alumni, had become highly efficient after some practice. Calvin Klein, watching all this from the second floor, nodded in satisfaction and said to the two people next to him, "It seems Ronald's level is quite good. He knows how to portray female charm." A man with significantly thinning hair, half bald, chimed in, "Yes, he's efficient, but it's still thanks to Richard's creative script, isn't it?" The other bespectacled middle-aged man was Richard Avedon, who was competing with Ronald for this shoot. He was originally a print photographer and wanted to enter the world of film and television advertising through this friend's advertisement. He designed the script for this shoot. However, he had no shooting experience and was now watching the shoot to learn some shooting methods to apply to his own work. "Looks like we still need a professional film crew." "He did a good job," Richard Avedon said. "The key was the last ad." Terry only cared about his daughter's exposure, so he didn't say no. "Let's continue." Calvin Klein continued watching. Ronald's team was ready, waiting to shoot the next shot. Brooke Shields had her hair up again, this time looser, with a few strands framing her face, making her look mature yet playful. This girl could seamlessly switch between the aura of a high school girl and a working woman, and her tall stature made her a convincing actress in the role. Ronald personally stepped forward, pressing himself against the camera to check the composition. Brooke Shields, now wearing a light-colored plaid shirt, sat on her lap, resting her chin on her hand. Her slightly heavy makeup concealed her childishness well, and her dimples, when not smiling, revealed a potential that made people want to make her laugh. What a beauty. No wonder advertisers love her so much. Her relaxation and expressiveness on camera are truly first-rate. Ronald handed the camera to the cinematographer and then began directing Brooke Shields. "The lines are simple. After you say them, you need to laugh really hard, breaking the stereotype of a career woman. It should feel like a little girl secretly wearing her mother's clothes and talking to herself in the mirror, then return to your real age." "Got it," Brooke Shields replied, getting into character. "Recording? Camera? Action." After Brooke Shields indicated she was ready, Ronald announced, "Action." "I'm the one who brings bread home." Even when Brooke Shields became serious, a hint of a smile remained on her face due to her dimples. "Perfect." Ronald was secretly pleased. "I don't care who wears pants at home, as long as I wear Calvin Klein." This was another double entendre advertisement. The feminist movement was slowly gaining momentum in America, with career women fighting for the right to wear pants, replacing men as the bread bringers and women as the traditional housework doers. PFFT, Brooke Shields laughed after reciting her lines. "Cut." Ronald stepped forward and said to Brooke, "Not this kind of suppressed laughter. I need a sudden burst of laughter, like when you hear a really funny joke. You hold it in until you can't hold it in anymore and then it bursts out." "Okay, director." Brooke Shields glanced in her mother's direction. Terry took another sip of his liquor, which Brooke saw. A look of melancholy crept onto Brooke Shields' brow. Ronald frowned. Why did she look so bitter? He had noticed long ago that Brooke sometimes had a melancholy look, perhaps suitable for the tragic protagonist Chet in the movie Endless Love, but definitely not for an advertisement. "Relax, Brooke." Ronald started another take. "Ha ha ha." Brooke burst into laughter after finishing her lines. "Cut." Ronald frowned again. Not only him, Spike Lee and Catherine Bigelow also noticed Brooke Shields' unease. "She's a little nervous, like she's worried about something." Catherine seemed to sense something. Brooke has been shooting print ads for years, so her smile is perfectly acceptable in still images. But in video, any ordinary person will notice how unnatural it is, Spike analyzed from a technical perspective. "Think of your funniest thing, Brooke." "Let's do it again." Ronald decided to try again. "Ha ha ha." Cut. As usual, Ronald announced a 5-minute break. "Looks like the young director is having some trouble." Among the three people watching the shoot from the second floor, the slightly balding middle-aged man spoke up again. "Being good at technical shooting doesn't necessarily mean knowing how to train actors, and Richard is known for training models." "Let's keep watching," Calvin Klein said. Ronald called Spike and Catherine over. "We need to figure out a way to get Brooke into character. Do you have any funny jokes?" Ronald turned and took out his bag, pulling out a Sony Walkman. "If you have any, record them. We'll play them for Brooke. Here's an editing point. We'll film the laughing scenes separately." Some adjustments were necessary. Brooke Shields wasn't laughing, and filming couldn't wait indefinitely until she was in the mood. Catherine and Spike tried to come up with some jokes they thought were funny, recorded them using the recording equipment, and then transferred them to tape. Ronald also thought of a joke. He knew Brooke Shields was doing well in her language classes, so he chose a language-related joke. A country boy from Louisiana got into Harvard and introduced himself to a well-dressed student from New England. "I'm from Louisiana." "Where do you come from?" "I'm from a more educated state." I don't know how to end a sentence with a preposition. "Okay, where do you come from?" asked Sol. Ronald then gathered other staff and recorded about 10 minutes of various jokes. He thought it was enough. He put the tape in his Walkman and handed it to Brooke Shields. These are some jokes we recorded. Listen to them, and when you find them funny, take them off and hand them to me. Just laugh naturally." Brooke Shields put on the headphones and pressed play. Ronald gestured to the camera but didn't call action. He was afraid of interrupting Brooke's flow. The camera was turned on early, ready to capture her genuine smile. Brooke Shields felt a little embarrassed. She was always very good at striking the poses and expressions the photographer needed, making her very efficient at shooting. It was extremely rare for her smile to affect the shooting schedule. However, the girl feared this kind of pressure the most. She glanced at her mother and noticed Terry's serious expression, so she quickly composed herself and tried to listen to the jokes. These jokes weren't funny at all. There were black slang she didn't understand, and she couldn't grasp the humor in the women's jokes about feminism. Finally, Ronald's grammar joke reminded her of her never-ending homework. The girl looked up at her mother again. Terry had just taken out her bottle and taken a sip. She had been under a lot of pressure lately and had started drinking that morning. Brooke Shields looked at Ronald, waiting expectantly for her to laugh, but an invisible pressure pressed down on her. Coupled with her mother's renewed drinking, she remembered the days when she sent her to rehab, all alone and helpless, with no one to talk to. A wave of bitterness suddenly welled up in her heart. Brooke Shields cried. Then, a surge of grievance overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Ronald and the two assistant directors exchanged a glance and said helplessly, "Cut." Then they turned to the crew and said, "Which of you fucking told some dirty joke that made Brooke cry?" Chapter 195. There's nothing between me and Calvin. No, it has nothing to do with them. Brooke Shields glanced at the director and slowly stopped sobbing. Her mother, Terry, came over and hugged her tightly to comfort her. "Makeup artist, where's the makeup artist?" Emergency. Seeing that the situation hadn't gotten worse, Ronald immediately arranged for the makeup artist to handle it. The crying had not only ruined her makeup but also caused Brooke's eyes to become slightly red and swollen. The makeup artist did some emergency treatment, but they had to wait for Brooke's eyes to return to normal before they could continue filming. Half an hour break, Ronald announced loudly and began to discuss countermeasures with the team. "What's the problem, Ronald?" "Brooke is a former child model. She's used to this kind of performance," Spike said. "Yes, she's very good at giving the smiles you want. 100%, 80%, 50% smiles, very skilled. But that's for still photos. Moving images require a genuine, emotion-driven smile. She hasn't been trained, she's not very good at that," Catherine added. "So I tried to make her laugh with a joke, but it backfired," Ronald said helplessly. "I understand if the joke wasn't funny, but why did she cry?" "Do you have a sister?" Spike thought for a moment and said, "If you're strict with them and they don't meet your expectations, it can put a lot of pressure on them." I noticed she glanced at her mother, Terry, before she cried, Catherine said. "Could there be some conflict between mother and daughter?" "Okay, I'll go talk to Terry first," Ronald said. "Ronald, sometimes being a director requires being a little ruthless. I don't think you can just encourage and guide the actors all the time. Like children need some discipline." Spike Lee pulled Ronald back, making a slow, swaying gesture with his finger. "What do you mean?" Ronald asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, the three men watching the filming on the second floor were also talking about the crying. "Looks like the young director messed things up. Calvin, I told you before, artistic technique is secondary, what's important is creativity. You should have let Richard try earlier," the bald man said to Calvin Klein. "What do you think, Richard?" Calvin Klein asked Richard Avedon, the photographer who had been silent beside him. "I don't understand why Brooke cried." Richard Avedon was a renowned master of portrait photography. Since he hadn't taken charge of this advertisement shoot from the beginning, and this was his first time trying moving image photography, he was also unwilling to take on the mess left by young Ronald. Making someone cry quickly isn't an easy thing, huh? Calvin Klein chuckled. "What do you think, David?" The balding man was David Geffen, who had just returned from retirement. He had been diagnosed with a terminal illness in 1977 and announced his retirement from his self-founded Sanctuary Records, teaching music at Yale for a period. During a follow-up appointment this year, the hospital, equipped with new equipment, declared the previous diagnosis a misdiagnosis. Declared healthy, Geffen quickly returned from retirement and founded Geffen Records. His first signed artist was the black disco singer Donna Summer. And he made her new album a hit, competing against Casablanca Records' compilation album, winning big on the charts in the Summer vs. Summer competition, thus gaining immense fame. He frequently socialized with these fashion figures, attracting the attention of numerous musicians. He also persuaded several real estate developers to take over Club 54, which had closed due to everyone being imprisoned, to revitalize it as a mecca for New York artists. His social life paid off handsomely. Former Beatles frontman John Lennon took a liking to him, and more importantly, his Japanese wife, Yoko Ono, approved of him. He was about to sign Lennon to release his long-awaited new album, although the mystical Lennon refused to let any record company hear the complete album before signing him. Geffen looked down at the moving crowd. Maybe Richard is right, the young director seems to have come up with a plan. Ronald temporarily rejected Spike's suggestion of having someone tickle him in the back. He decided to talk to Terry first. Terry, what kind of jokes does Brooke usually find funny? Brooke's mother, Terry, was a little anxious. Her daughter had gone to the dressing room to touch up her makeup, and she had taken a few more sips of her drink. She often laughs with her classmates, and she often talks on the phone for a long time with her godmother's daughter. I think I just saw her godmother and daughter, Ronald pressed. They're over there, Terry pointed to the mother and daughter in the corner. I need to ask them for a favor. Half an hour later, Brooke Shields, who had recovered, was sitting on the floor again. Brooklyn, you can still use this Walkman. I recorded some more jokes. If you feel like laughing, just put the earphones aside. Our close-up shots won't capture the earphones. You don't need to worry about the camera, we'll treat it like a rehearsal. Okay, Ronald gave Brooke a few instructions. Then he had the recording and photography teams begin preparations. If you don't find the joke funny, raise your hand to signal me. Now we'll test it. Okay, if I see you raise your hand like that, I'll stop filming. If you feel uncomfortable in any way, raise your hand to signal me too. Ronald was afraid Brooke Shields would fall back into that sad mood, so he spoke to her gently and carefully. Okay, I'll try to laugh. Brooke Shields nodded in agreement. No, Brooke, don't try to laugh. We want to film your natural state. Ronald's eyes were fixed on Brooke Shields. Do you trust me, Brooke? Of course, Brooke nodded. You don't need to smile. Just be natural, listen to the recording, laugh if it's funny, and don't laugh if it's not. You're most beautiful when you're natural, okay? Brooke Shields saw sincerity in Ronald's eyes. Okay, if the joke isn't funny, I won't laugh. After saying that, she found the statement quite funny and giggled. Just stay like this, don't think about acting. Focus on the recording. Ronald subtly gestured behind him to signal the start of recording and filming, then stepped out of the camera's view. Brooke Shields pressed play and picked up her earphones. At first, it was Ronald's awful grammatical joke again, and Brooke had no desire to laugh. She glanced at the young director, indicating she wasn't amused, and made an innocent face, suggesting that his sense of humor was completely different from hers, not that she wasn't trying, but the jokes were just too bad. Then suddenly, surprise crossed her face. The voice coming from the tape was that of her godmother's daughter. They often shared little secrets and funny jokes on the phone. The familiar voice of her godmother's daughter came through, telling the funniest jokes they had collected, the kind of jokes girls made about a boy, jokes that outsiders wouldn't understand. They were in the studio. Brooke Shields spotted her godmother and her daughter in the distance and waved vigorously at them. While her mother was in rehab, her godmother and daughter moved into her home and took care of her for a while, and the two sisters became the closest of friends. Another secret joke, known only to the two of them, came through the earpiece. Brooke couldn't hold back any longer, threw down the earpiece, and burst into laughter, giggle, before her body began to sway back and forth. The cameraman looked up from behind the camera, gave Ronald a thumbs up, indicating the shot was a success and met his requirements. The sound engineer nodded in agreement. The sound recording was perfect. Phew, Ronald let out a long sigh. The laughing shot was finally complete. Calvin Klein on the second floor also smiled. He was very satisfied with Ronald's ability to handle the shot. Ronald, I have a new script here, take a look. After a while the team was setting up the lighting for the next shot, Calvin called Ronald up and handed him a thin 2-page script. What's this? Ronald was a little surprised. This kind of last-minute addition was unusual. This is Mr. Aviden's idea, and we think it's quite good. We hope you can try shooting a scene. Ronald carefully examined the script under the lights. Apart from a few storyboards, there were only 2 lines of monologue from Brooke Shields. This is Mr. Aviden's idea. Ronald frowned deeply. Richard Avedon and David Geffen had already left the studio, so he couldn't ask him directly. Yes, do you have any objections? Does Terry know? Ronald asked. Can I show her the script? Then Ronald stared into Calvin Klein's eyes, trying to glean some clues. Of course, let's go down together. He didn't see anything in his eyes, but Ronald didn't believe Calvin was unaware of the key points. Terry, this is Calvin's newly submitted script. If you're not willing, we can discuss it further. Ronald handed the script to Brooke Shields' mother, then pulled his agent, Eddie, aside and began to discuss it in a low voice. If I refuse to film this scene, will I still get paid? The contract doesn't specify which scene, only the number of commercials to be filmed. You'll have to consult a lawyer for any legal issues. What's wrong, Ronald? Is there a problem with the new script? Eddie sensed something was off. These two lines are very problematic. The double entendre is somewhat of a subtle sexual innuendo. No, not the kind of innuendo about genetic evolution, it's almost explicit. I guarantee any high school student would understand it. Terry's furrowed brows indicated that she understood the double entendre, but she didn't refuse to film. No problem, we can film as planned. Replacing the original political science segment is fine, Terry. Ronald pulled her aside. This ad will cause a huge uproar. If you refuse, no problem. Brooke is an innocent young woman. All the American audience knows that. They'll just laugh it off and won't blame her. Okay, this isn't really my business, but maybe you could get them to use a different word. The pun between cum and cum can easily make people uncomfortable. No, it's fine. Brooke needs to be talked about. Because of this actor's strike, she hasn't received any magazine cover offers or talk show invitations for a month, so it was all for exposure. Bad news is better than no news. After discussing it with Eddie, Ronald quickly drafted an informed consent form. Okay, Terry, since you insist, I hope you can sign this informed consent form. I've clearly written down some of the risks of filming and broadcasting here. It's fine. Terry signed the consent form. Go and explain the scene to Brooke. Your explanation to her last time worked very well. Brooke, can you whistle? Okay, after you whistle, you'll say these two lines. Do you know what comes between me and Calvin's? Nothing. Brooke read it twice, indicating that she remembered it. Ronald looked at this 15-year-old girl, whom the media called Virgin American sweetheart, and felt a little sorry for her. He still said, if you don't like the pun in this line. What pun? Brooke stared at Ronald with wide eyes. Ronald leaned closer and explained in her ear that the line actually implied that she wasn't wearing anything under her jeans. How could any normal person think of that, director? You're just like those boys in our high school, always coming up with vulgar jokes. Is this genuine naivety and childishness? Or is it simply a lack of concern for such matters? Ronald recalled some of the commercials he'd seen Brooke Shields in, all more or less related to her Virgin American sweetheart image. Naive yet sophisticated, tall yet youthful, the Catholic premarital chastity combined with alluring sex appeal, all these contradictory qualities combined in Brooke Shields gave her such high commercial value. Her mother has already agreed. Why am I worrying about this? Ronald shook his head. Action. Brooke Shields sat cross-legged on the floor, the camera following the storyboard, panning from her legs down her CK skinny jeans to her hips, then her upper body. Once the camera was focused on her face, she stopped whistling and then said seductively to the camera, do you know what comes between me and Calvin's? Nothing. Cut. Great, we can wrap this up now. Chapter 196. A new script arrives. Beep beep, Ronald's pager rang. Although he and Michelle Pfeiffer had broken up, Ronald still felt he needed a communication device so he wouldn't miss messages from his agent and many friends. After comparing an AT&T answering machine that cost $1,000 and could only store 10 messages, with a Motorola pager that cost $400 and had signal coverage throughout New York, Ronald decisively bought a Motorola Pageboy II. The long, narrow pager had a clip that could be attached to a belt. After using it for 2 days, Ronald found it inconvenient and took it off, tossing it into his briefcase. Diane Lane, who was staying at her Aunt Karen's house, was lying on the sofa reading a novel. Seeing this, she scoffed. You're not suited for this. I thought you were a resident doctor. Indeed, many young doctors in New York had such a device, convenient for hospitals to call in case of emergency patients. Ronald ignored the rebellious girl and called the service center. My pager number is, there's a message, is it Lawrence Wong? Okay, thank you, it was his accountant, Lawrence. Ronald dialed the number. Lawrence said on the phone that he had a plan for the tax treatment of his $350,000 screenwriting income and wanted to schedule a meeting. Ronald gave him his aunt's address and asked him to come over. Donna had contacted him today, so Ronald came to Aunt Karen's house. Donna was very happy to receive the Walkman he had given her. Many of her classmates were geniuses, proficient in electronic devices, and had taught her some transcription techniques. This time, she said she had a gift to give Ronald in return. Ronnie, Donna took a small box wrapped in gift paper from her room and handed it to him. Ronald took it, opened it in front of him, and inside was a cassette tape. The cassette case had a line of words written in pencil, Donna's Picks, Great Music Collection Volume 1. Turning the case over, the selected playlist was carefully recorded, all of Ronald's favorite pop music, including CCR, Bee Gees, Air Supply, and others. Ronald was delighted. "Thank you, Donna. This way I can listen to my favorite songs directly without constantly changing records. That's piracy, Donna," Diane Lane said, shifting her position on the sofa. "No, I checked the relevant laws at the library. As long as you own a record or cassette, transcribing a single track doesn't violate intellectual property laws. It's different from about transcribing an entire album and selling it." Ronald laughed, seeing Diane getting the short end of the stick from the academically gifted Donna. He put the cassette into the large tape recorder and pressed play. A Bee Gees-style song played, a slightly younger voice, but clearly belonging to the Bee Gees family, flowing into the living room. Ronald flipped through the box and saw a song by an artist named Andy Gibbs, who, judging by his last name, was probably the youngest of the Bee Gees. The song's title was "I Just Want to Be Your Everything." Corny, Diane Lane grumbled, disapproving of her own taste. She went into the room, grabbed a large bag, and tossed it to Ronald. "This is my gift." Ronald took it, opened it, and found a set of novels, the cover proclaiming it the S.E. Hinton Young Adult Novel Series. It contained 4 novels, The Outsiders, That Was Then This Is Now, Rumblefish, and Tex. These are very popular novels right now, about young people in a small town in Oklahoma. You could read them and elevate your taste, Diane Lane said. Ronald opened the book and flipped through it. It was full of stories about teenagers, drinking, chasing girls, fighting, horseback riding, gang battles, and the like. The author is amazing. The characters in all 4 novels are interconnected. The protagonist of this one becomes a supporting character in the next. Really, Ronald found the stories rather contrived, and the characters all seemed like reckless teenagers. Although it was set in the 1950s and 60s, recent years have seen a decline in public safety and school raids, so it seemed this kind of story had a good market among teenagers. Of course, that's the most popular young adult novel right now. "Stay gold," Diane quoted a line from The Outcast. Ronald didn't understand and looked at Donna. "It means maintaining a youthful spirit," Donna explained, knowing Ronald hadn't read the novel and wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. "Her books are indeed quite popular. All my classmates are reading them." Her? A female author. Ronald flipped to the back cover. Indeed, it was a plump female author. The pen name S.E. Hinton didn't reveal her gender. Ring 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 ring. It was accountant Lawrence Wong ringing the doorbell. Ronald welcomed him in, and the two chatted quietly at a small table in the corner of the living room. The president announced tax cuts last year. Individuals earning over $220,000 annually only need to pay 50% federal income tax. 50%? Only? Wasn't that a tax cut? Ronald's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of the two girls. "Excuse me, let's talk somewhere else." "No, Diane, let's talk in the room." Donna pulled Diane into the bedroom. "This is after the tax cuts. Before that, the highest tax rate you had to pay last year was 70%, so, all the script I painstakingly wrote, after being sold to Columbia, was altered, and now most of it goes to the federal government." Ronald was speechless. "No, that's not how it works. Your annual personal income above $220,000 is taxed at a 50% rate. The portion below that is taxed at 38.5%, then it decreases in stages. The portion below $3,400 is tax-free. That's still a lot. How can personal income tax be so high?" Ronald was angry. All his hard work was just working for the federal government? "So this is my first suggestion. Set up a company specifically to hold your screenwriting income," Lawrence said. "Corporate income tax also uses a progressive tax rate. Your company's business model is very simple, with not much accounting leeway. So it's better to separate the different business segments. This way, you can enjoy a more favorable tax rate. Okay, then I'll register another company. Also, I suggest you use your personal income to buy stocks. As long as you hold them for more than a year, the investment income is not subject to personal income tax, but rather capital gains tax, which has a much lower rate. After the president's tax cut last year, it was only 33.8%. Can't I buy a house? Ronald didn't understand stocks, but he'd heard they fluctuated wildly. At least a house wouldn't suddenly evaporate 90% of his wealth. Houses are subject to property taxes, and New York state property taxes are very high, and you have to pay them every year. If you buy in Los Angeles, it's one of the states with the highest property taxes in the country. And since property taxes are state taxes, if you don't live there, you won't be able to enjoy many of the services that come with those taxes. For example, the simplest thing is public education tuition waivers. Since you're not married and don't have children yet, you can't enjoy that subsidy. You can buy property after you have children. So, if you're not going to live there yourself, the house is just an asset with ongoing costs. Okay, then help me open a stock account. What stocks should I buy? Your goal is to avoid taxes, so don't buy stocks that you expect to rise in price. My suggestion is to buy some blue chip stocks. Their prices are stable in the long term, so you can hold them for a long time without selling, and you won't have to pay capital gains tax. Plus, there are quarterly dividends, which can be used for living expenses. What are blue chip stocks? They're companies that are well run, have a long history, and have stable profits, Lawrence said in a language Ronald could understand, like Coca-Cola, Kodak, IBM, and so on. Okay, then you can plan it out for me. Aside from next year's taxes, use all your spare cash to buy these 3 stocks. You make decisions quickly, Ronald. Don't you need to think about it some more? I don't have that much time to learn about investing. What you said is clear and makes a lot of sense. Big companies won't collapse so quickly. As long as it's safe, it's fine. Beep beep, the pager went off again. Lawrence took his leave. This time it was Spike Lee. I heard Bigelow got a $750,000 investment and started filming her first feature film. Yes, Douglas Jr. helped her find a private investor in Georgia who invested $750,000 for production. Catherine has already made contact and even got some artists from the Museum of Modern Art to do free labor. She's ready to go all out. She's so lucky, Spike said enviously. It's hard to say. You've read her script. $750,000 is only enough for filming. She had me break down the scenes, and the calculations show it has to be finished in 20 days, otherwise it'll go over budget. That's a shooting speed comparable to Roger Corman. So who did she contact for distribution? No distributor is willing to distribute her film. I suggested she submit it to international film festivals. There are many buyers there. Maybe she can find a company willing to buy it. Anyway, she's lucky. I don't have any investors willing to invest in my films. I can only get a little money to shoot a little. Spike Lee hung up the phone enviously. Beep beep, the pager beeped again. Ronald called the service center. There's a message for you. Please call Nisida at CAA back. There's a screenwriting job. Ronald's heart skipped a beat. A business opportunity? Hello, Mr. Nisida, I'm Ronald. Hi, Ronald. What do you know about Broadway musicals? Musicals. I've only seen a few. I don't know anything about the script writing or production. That's alright, seeing some is enough. I'm not asking you to write a musical script. Your fame is very much in line with musical theater. Universal is looking for a screenwriter who understands teenagers, musicals, and musical films. Are you willing to work hard for 2 months and earn $100,000? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Son of Grease. Do you remember the 1978 film Grease? Nisida asked. Of course, it starred Travolta and Olivia Newton-John, and was adapted from a Broadway musical. They're making a sequel, tentatively titled Sons of Grease, and producer Robert Stigwood needs a screenwriter who understands both teens and musicals. But Rick, this movie was a huge box office hit. Why would they find me for the sequel? Ronald asked, somewhat incredulous. Yes, a film that grossed $130 million in North America. You wouldn't normally be writing the sequel. Rickness had switched the receiver to the other ear. But an unfortunate incident happened, but it's lucky for you. It turned out that Bronte Woodard, the screenwriter of the original Grease film and the architect of the Broadway classic musical's film adaptation, had suddenly passed away a few days earlier in a Los Angeles hospital due to acute renal failure. Producer Robert Stigwood was very anxious. The film, scheduled for shooting in the second half of the year and release next year, suddenly lacked a screenwriter. So he flew from his hometown of London to Los Angeles, searching the world for an agent and a screenwriter with experience in teen and musical films to write the sequel. Ronald, with his world-renowned screenwriting experience, was highly recommended by Ovitz. Robert Stigwood was quite satisfied with Ronald's resume, though he had some doubts about his age. But after learning that he was the screenwriter for Jane Fonda's new film, he immediately decided to invite him to Hollywood to discuss the matter. Mr. Stigwood will pay for all the travel and accommodation expenses this time, business class round trip, Marriott hotel. If you're interested, I'll have my secretary book the tickets for you. Of course, I'm definitely interested. Ronald was overjoyed. He was really lucky. Should he go to church to give thanks again sometime? No, that seems to be a custom for Chinese people. Never mind, he'll go to the Taoist temple, Buddhist temple, and church to pray. Okay, my secretary will tell you the address of the travel agency where you can pick up the tickets. Yay, Ronald shouted. Donna and Diane heard his shout and came out to see what was going on. Ronald recounted the phone conversation. When Aunt Karen gets back, I'll tell her I'm flying to Los Angeles tomorrow. Ugh, a musical movie? That's so old-fashioned. Diane Lane stuck out her tongue, indicating it wasn't her cup of tea. So old-fashioned? Ronald asked curiously. 2 years ago, wasn't Grease the movie number 1 or 2 at the box office? It was about the same as the Superman movie. And the soundtrack sold really well. The Bee Gees were huge. You're already out of touch with us. Diane gestured with her hand in front of her, indicating they couldn't see eye to eye. Ronald looked at Donna. The rebellious girl's taste wasn't always accurate. Unexpectedly, Donna nodded. It really is old-fashioned. My classmates don't like watching movies adapted from musicals. Watching a musical on Broadway feels normal, but on the big screen it just seems so tacky. The characters are always jumping around in everyday situations. It's a bit awkward. We actually prefer your script for a Fame. The song and dance numbers are great, but the songs and dances are all logically connected to the plot. Otherwise, it's mostly dialogue, Donna said. But that movie didn't do well at the box office. You're an artist, Ronald. Don't just talk about box office numbers. Diane started complaining again. You're right. Ronald surrendered to the rebellious teenager. Ronnie, let's talk. Back home, Aunt Karen, having heard about Ronald's new job opportunity, called him aside for a chat. I'm happy for you, Ronnie, that you've achieved so much at such a young age, Aunt Karen said, but don't forget what I told you. Your parents want you to graduate from college. They have high expectations for you. I understand, Aunt Karen. This is a screenwriting assignment. I'll go to Los Angeles for a few days, and then come back to New York to write the script. There are some college electives starting next month. I can choose some that are easier. Ronald's dream of being deeply involved in the production of My Brother, now should be called Her Brother's Protector, was shattered. He no longer wanted to drop out of college in his sophomore year. He wanted to watch more classic films, learn more, and get some credits. In addition to Scorsese's film appreciation class, Ronald also participated in Spike's small circle of people who watched pirated movies. To join this small circle, participants had to provide a pirated movie copy as a token of their loyalty. Ronald specifically asked Roger Corman for an authorization letter, went to the Soviet embassy in the U.S., and applied for a copy of Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears with English subtitles. Ronald even learned how to project the film so he could show it to everyone as soon as the copy arrived. Don't lower your standards, Ronnie, Aunt Karen said, sounding quite satisfied. The service in business class was incomparable to that in economy class. Ronald sipped his red wine and ate his steak, feeling the sincerity of producer Robert Stigwood. He was even more pleased when his main agent, Richard, picked him up and took him to the Marriott Hotel. Where are we going to see Mr. Stigwood tomorrow? Ronald hung his suit in the closet and asked Richard. Stigwood has a mansion in Hollywood, and he wants you to meet him alone tomorrow. We'll go to CAA first. Mr. Ovitz wants to see you. He has some important things to tell you about the meeting. Huh? Okay. Ronald was a little confused. What could he possibly need to meet in person to discuss? There are some things that must be said in person. Ronald Ovitz was still surrounded by 2 secretaries, and his schedule seemed very tight. Robert Sturwood, besides being the producer of Grease, is also the president of RSO Records. His company, the Bee Gees, had 6 songs that consecutively topped the charts in 1978, and in 1979, Andy Gibbs, a younger member of the Bee Gees, continued to dominate the top spot for 10 weeks. I know him, Mr. Ovitz. I wrote the lyrics for 2 songs from Fame, and the Fame soundtrack was released by Sturwood's RSO Records. You can write lyrics, Ovitz was surprised. Is your songwriting contract also with CAA? Actually, I was inspired by composer Michael Gore. Songwriting isn't my profession. Alright. Ovitz abandoned his idea of signing all of Ronald's business. Since you know his name, it's easier for me. The main reason I brought you here is to tell you some taboos when meeting producers, and Sturwood has especially many taboos. Oh, Ronald opened his ears. Sturwood defied public opinion and used John Travolta and the Bee Gees songs, so he was richly rewarded. That means he has complete control over this sequel. And he's gay. He has many semi-regular male companions who travel with him. So at no time should you offend those male companions. And don't bring up his orientation. A decade ago, that was a crime in Britain. Ronald nodded in understanding. Besides his male companions, he also has many female companions, or rather, his male companions' female companions. Don't underestimate these women either. Any disrespect towards them will cost you your job. I understand. Also, don't mention anything you see or see in his mansion to any third party. Understand? Ovitz tapped the table to emphasize. Is it really that serious? Ronald came out of the office and asked his main agent, Richard. In our line of work, you hear a lot of gossip. One of them is that John Avildsen, who won the Oscar for Best Director for Rocky, was originally supposed to direct Saturday Night Fever, a film produced by Sturwood. But he tried to go out with Sturwood's boyfriend's girlfriend and got fired 2 weeks before filming was supposed to start, Richard said. I don't know if that rumor is true or not, but it's better to be careful. The next morning, Richard drove Ronald to Sturwood's mansion. Ronald, welcome. I've been looking forward to meeting you. I really admire your fame. Sturwood, wearing pajamas, warmly embraced Ronald. He was a tall Briton with a British nose, long hair parted in the middle, and a handsome face. If you didn't know better, he looked more like a rock star than a record company boss. I'm just one of the credited screenwriters. The credit for the original work belongs to Mr. Christopher Gore. You're too modest. That's not a good quality in Hollywood. Sturwood led Ronald to a lounge chair under 2 parasols beside a very large swimming pool, took a puff of his cigar, and said, Christopher is one of us. He told me the whole story and the parts you revised. I've always felt that the Writers Guild's rules are very unfair. Sometimes, the importance of one page of the script outweighs the rest. Thank you, Mr. Sturwood. Why did you call me here? Ronald ignored the men and women playing in the pool and listened intently to Sturwood. Sturwood was quite satisfied with his self-control. You have to help me, Ronald. I'm in a predicament. The industry mogul was quite direct. It turned out that Grease was a collaboration with Paramount. Sturwood was in charge of production, while Alan Carr of Paramount was in charge of marketing and securing distribution channels for the film. Following the huge success of Grease, Paramount immediately signed a contract with Sturwood, agreeing to invest $12 million in a sequel within 3 years if a satisfactory script was found, with a production cost twice that of the original film. However, original screenwriter Bronte Woodard failed to submit a final script. On the 2nd of this month, Woodard was rushed to the hospital by his family and died the following day from acute renal failure. Sturwood sent people to search for the script, but found nothing except a pile of whiskey bottles. Frustrated, Sturwood immediately consulted with Alan Carr. Paramount, upon learning of the lack of a script, wanted to abandon the contract and postpone the sequel's production. Sturwood, unwilling to relinquish this cash cow, promised a satisfactory script within 2 months and to finish filming in the last 2 months of this year, aiming for next year's summer release. I'm planning to cast Andy Gibbs, the youngest member of the Bee Gees, as the lead in the sequel, Son of Grace, and mold him into the next John Travolta. John Travolta and Olivia Newton. John has also promised to return for cameos, telling a story about their children's adolescence, 10 years after the original, a $12 million production budget, plus 2 star cameos. Ronald felt he could set his expectations high for this sequel. You know what? When I went to Paramount to find a screenwriter, the production president, Mr. Katzenberg, was very impressed with you and recommended you to me. He told me it was the script you wrote for Jane Fonda that was published in the New York Times. Later, when we made the request to Ovitz, he recommended you immediately as well. I believe you won't disappoint me, right? Sturwood, drinking and smoking a cigar, occasionally chatted with the men and women in the swimming pool. The lead actors are Mr. Sturwood. Did the previous screenwriter leave behind a plot outline? Ronald was cautious, wanting to know more. No, that unfortunate man left nothing. Only a story I came up with, set more than a decade after the original Grease, where their children are in high school, right in the heyday of the hippies. The children of T-Bird and Pink Lady are singing rock and roll against the war. Ronald knew that T-Bird and Pink Lady were the names of the high school gangs played by John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John. So, has a director been decided? Not yet. The original director, Randall Kleiser, directed Blue Lagoon, which was at the height of his Hollywood career, and he has no intention of directing a sequel. We're still looking. If John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John can participate, and the style of the original film is maintained, I'd be willing to give it a try. After much consideration, Ronald was moved by the vacancy for director and expressed his willingness to take on the script. That's great. Feel free to ask if you have any other requests. I'd like to speak with the original film's creators, especially the choreographer. Musicals are filmed very differently from other movies, and my script needs some adjustments specifically for that. Excellent. Strout stood up, forcefully hitting the water volleyball that was being played into the pool. You haven't disappointed me. I'll arrange for you to speak with the choreographer. Half the success of a Hollywood musical is attributed to the choreographer. You know, Olivia Newton-John's new film, City of Cinderella, starring her and veteran musical star Gene Kelly, didn't do well at the box office. It's because Universal invested $20 million but used that senile old Gene Kelly as a choreographer, simply rehashing boring 1950s dance choreography. The box office was very poor. Then I'll wait to speak with the choreographer, Patricia Birch. I'll arrange for her to meet with you. Having finished his business, Strout stood up from the sun lounger. Want to have some fun with us? I'd better go see Mr. Ovitz of CAA first to make some preparations for the Son of Grease. Ronald, remembering Ovitz's advice, politely declined the invitation. All right, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Sturwood took off his pajamas, wearing only swimming trunks, walked onto the diving board, and jumped into the water, where men and women cheered. Chapter 198 Unprecedented and Unparalleled, Flying Everywhere. Do I have a chance to be a director? Ronald returned to the car and recounted the meeting in detail to his main agent, Richard. I'm not sure. Judging from Robert Sturwood's past decisions, you have a chance. Several films he's directed, like Saturday Night Fever and Grease, have used rookie directors or people with only one directing experience. Richard had thoroughly researched Sturwood's background beforehand. Perhaps we should ask Mr. Nisida or Mr. Ovitz for their opinions and see if they can help you get a directing opportunity. I took Mr. Ovitz's advice and didn't ask Mr. Sturwood in person, Ronald said. I'll ask him when I have time. They already have someone in mind, Ovitz said to Ronald after making 2 phone calls in a few minutes. Sturwood is interested in the Zach brothers, directors of the newly released box office hit Airplane. Their low-budget comedy for Paramount only cost $3.5 million, but the box office has already reached nearly 20 times the cost and is still growing. The Zach brothers, Ronald thought, recalling Jerry Zach and his 2 companions who wanted to run away from the New World to Paramount to make a film when he was filming Rock High. If he hadn't wanted to leave, he wouldn't have been able to be credited as a second-unit director and thus obtain Directors Guild certification to enter the industry. How do you know them? Katzenberg. If Paramount is regretting it now, he only signed a 1-film contract with the Zach brothers. And now Paramount's priority is the sequel to Airplane, so you might still have a chance. No, I've only worked on 1 film with Jerry Zach. We haven't had much interaction. Ronald shook his head and smiled, secretly envying the Zach brothers' instant fame. You might want to check out this movie. It uses parody, which used to be a technique only used in low-budget B-movies. I didn't expect it to be such a big hit this time. Their comedic talent is exceptional. Romantic scenes are usually paired with comedic elements. Since Sturwood is interested in him, you should be able to get some inspiration, Ovitz practically said. You might as well plagiarize. Ronald smiled and agreed. Tomorrow I've arranged for you to meet with Patricia Birch, the choreographer for Grease, to discuss things in detail. You need to be careful, you haven't been offered the screenwriting job for this movie. A verbal promise from Hollywood doesn't mean anything. This meeting is a test for you. She's already got the choreographing job for the sequel, so consider it an interview." Thanking Ovitz for taking the time to inquire for him, Ronald then approached Richard Lovett. "Richard, can you get me the script for Grease? I'd like to take a look and use it as a reference. I have an interview tomorrow, I'm ready." Richard took a script from his drawer. The cover bore the name of the blockbuster hit from 2 years ago, Grease. "I'll take you back to the Marriott Hotel." Richard took the keys. "I still need to see a movie." Mr. Richard Ovitz said I should see Flying Sky. It's directed by the producer's preferred director. "I'll go with you. There's a multiplex in the shopping mall nearby, lots of screenings, you'll definitely get a show in 20 minutes at most." Richard Lovett felt a sense of crisis seeing that Ronald's business was mostly arranged by Ovitz himself, or by Nissida using his connections. He didn't want to lose this only client. But since he couldn't get business for him now, he could only help Ronald with attentive service. He had prepared thoroughly these past 2 days, researching Sturwood's background in detail and preparing the script for oil in advance. It seemed Ronald was satisfied with him. The two went to the multiplex in the shopping mall. These kinds of shopping malls were gradually becoming more common in America, replacing some traditional department stores. After the civil rights movement, large numbers of Black and Latino immigrants entered city centers, causing a rapid decline in security, and the predominantly white middle class began to move to the suburbs. Driving became the primary mode of transportation for the middle class. The large cinemas that were once easily accessible by public transportation were now out of reach of the middle-class families who could afford movie tickets. Driving to the cinema became the norm in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Driving to the cinema only to find the movie you wanted to see was a common occurrence, especially in large theaters costing hundreds or even thousands of dollars. Shopping mall cinemas gradually transitioned to multiplex theaters. Driving to the mall allowed you to eat, shop, and watch different movies playing in various smaller theaters, ensuring there was always something suitable to see. 1.40 tickets for unprecedented and unparalleled flying, Ronald said, proactively paying for 2 tickets. He figured his main agent, who only had one client, probably wasn't well off. With some time before the movie started, Ronald took Richard to Pizza Hut. The food quality of this chain was better than Domino's, but their delivery service wasn't as good. "Have you seen this movie? What's it like to watch a comedy that uses so much parody?" Ronald asked Richard, reflecting on his experience with unprecedented and unparalleled flying. "Have you seen Airport from 1970? Richard asked, putting down his knife and fork and taking a slice of pizza with his hands, just like Ronald. This movie, Airplane, is a deconstruction and satire of that film. The whole movie is full of lowbrow puns and homonyms used to elicit laughter." "Puns and homonyms, huh?" Ronald thought of Brooke Shields' CK Jeans ad, which was based on the same concept. "The public has already voted with their feet. I heard the box office has already surpassed 50 million. Lowbrow, so be it, that's true. For us agents, high box office participation from clients is a very good sign. It means they can ask for a higher price for the next film," Richard agreed. "I'm also trying to secure other script revision deals for you. Hollywood trends are shifting. Heartwarming family films are starting to capture the attention of major studios. Pure musicals, with a box office failure of City of Cinema, seem to be losing their appeal. That's probably why Mr. Sturwood values the romantic comedy elements in Son of Grease." "Your opinion is very important, Richard, thank you." Ronald sensed that this was exactly the kind of screenwriting direction Sturwood preferred. The two entered the screening room. "Ha ha ha!" The audience burst into laughter at the start of the film. Ronald also noticed that the opening was a parody of Spielberg's Jaws. The white clouds resembled the ocean, the vertical tail of the plane looked like a shark fin, and finally, the plane roared across the screen like a great white shark leaping out of the water. The entire film structure imitated International Airport from 10 years ago. A plane faces a crisis, which is then averted through the crew's handling, and even the female lead is a knockoff version of Jane Seborhin. But what can I say about the whole movie? There's no coherent plot. It's a large-scale stand-up comedy. The jokes are incredibly dense, running from beginning to end, but completely unrelated. A joke jumps out abruptly, then 10 seconds later it jumps to another, and then yet another. After watching the whole movie, Ronald felt like he laughed countless times, but he couldn't recall any of the plot details. He only remembered the jokes when someone mentioned a particular dialogue. In any case, Ronald himself couldn't possibly have written this kind of comedy. Ronald told Brooke Shields jokes, but these kinds of jokes require not only a deep understanding of the audience's shared understanding and then elaborating on it, like Spike's jokes about black people, but also precise timing. Saying a line too early or too late makes it unfunny. Ronald's grammatical jokes, perhaps because he delivered the punchline at the wrong time, failed to make her laugh. Looking back, Jerry Zach's aggressive attitude when watching the sample footage of New World Productions might have been his way of finding the right time to hit the punchline. Jerry Zach is a man who lives life like a stand-up comedy show, constantly refining his jokes. Ronald couldn't understand why Sturwood appreciated this style of comedy and wanted to hire Jerry Zach to direct Son of Grease. Although both films were titled comedies, their styles were completely incompatible. If Sturwood wanted to make Son of Grease into this style of comedy, Ronald could only tell him to find someone else. After leaving the theater, Ronald saw Xanadu on the schedule. Remembering that Sturwood disliked this film, Ronald thought that perhaps watching a negative example would help him better understand the producer's thinking. The two bought tickets and went into the theater to watch Xanadu. This film, spearheaded by Gene Kelly, a veteran musical star who had starred in the classic musical Singing in the Rain, was yet another extreme. The film's pacing is rather slow. While it doesn't have the problem of frequent, impromptu singing and dancing, it can still be quite tedious. Ronald noticed some audience members were even dozing off. Actually, the film features many large-scale dance sequences and catchy songs. The problem might lie in Gene Kelly's outdated aesthetic. He served as the dance director, choreographing extensive rollerblading and group dances that might have been very appealing to audiences 30 years ago. The choreography was impeccable, even a half-second misstep in the dancers' movements was unacceptable. Many shots were clearly long takes, requiring weeks of rehearsal to achieve such mastery. However, today's young audiences appreciate dances performed by one or two people, with less demanding technical skill, focusing instead on the precise emotional expression conveyed through the dance. The duet between the male and female leads, and the female lead's solo dance, are clearly more palatable to modern audiences than a tap dance featuring dozens of dancers showcasing their skills. Perhaps Sturwood's true intention was to suggest a faster pace than City of Cinderella? As Ronald lay on the Marriott's large bed, he thought that he should emphasize his views on rhythm more when he met with choreographer Patricia Birch tomorrow. Chapter 199 Why Did Musicals Disappear? 1, 2, 3. Ronald, holding the script for Grease, marked the blank spaces to the right of some clearly lyrical passages under the bedside lamp. Grease was adapted from a Broadway musical, and the script contained large sections directly copied from the musical's songs. These sections consisted of 2 lines of lyrics per segment, then another 2 lines per character. This artificially lengthened the script, rendering the rule of thumb of approximately 1 minute per page inaccurate. Then there were dance sequences, which lacked any description, only stating dancing, with the specifics of how and for how long the dance was largely based on the original Broadway musical. These dance scenes contained a lot of missing information. The word dancing could mean a few seconds of dance or several minutes. This again shortened the script's length. All these factors cancel each other out, resulting in a final film length of 110 minutes from a 121-page script. This meant that lyrical segments comprised a very high percentage of the script, Ronald counted, and singing accounted for about 40% of the dialogue. So, aside from a few changes in lyrics due to the change in the female lead's nationality, and the addition of a few minor supporting characters not present in the original musical, the original screenwriter, Bronte Woodard, essentially only did some work, converting the musical sets to film sets and adapting the musical's presentation style to audio-visual language. This conclusion was quite unexpected for Ronald. Son of Grease meant writing a musical script from scratch, and Ronald couldn't compose or write lyrics. Well, Ronald copied the lyrics for 2 songs from a dream movie. However, in a 110-minute musical, about 45 minutes of singing scenes, without the revelation from the dream, required close collaboration with the lyricist and composer to write a good script. Ronald had absolutely no experience. Should he write the lyrics and music first and then integrate them with the plot, or write the plot first, leaving some gaps for the lyricist and composer to fill in? Ronald didn't sleep well after thinking about it all night, and Richard noticed Ronald's low spirits when he picked him up the next day. "What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Do you need to change rooms?" "No, I read the script you gave me half the night before and found a big problem." Ronald told Richard what he had discovered. Adapting the original is very easy, and the sequel is definitely not something I can write alone. I'm starting to regret agreeing to producer Sturwood's offer." Richard thought for a moment. "Let's stick to our original plan and go see the choreographer of the original, Patricia Birch, to get a better understanding of the situation. Then we'll discuss it with Mr. Nisada. I think Mr. Sturwood, having successfully produced so many films, will definitely have something to consider." "Sturwood won't consider that much. He just wants to make his signed singer Andy Gibb famous and have his album sell well through the movie," choreographer Patricia Birch told Ronald, who had come to visit. The original film was the same. "Let me tell you, Grease was originally a Chicago story, but Sturwood, in order to promote the female lead Olivia Newton-John, forcefully interfered with the script writing, ultimately having to change the female lead's background to a British exchange student." Patricia Birch, a lean woman nearing 50, was the choreographer of the original Broadway musical Grease and has a deep affection for the original. She sees the changes made for the film version as heretical and unorthodox. Initially, she wasn't very friendly towards Ronald, feeling that having a screenwriter rewrite Son of Grease from scratch was a completely irresponsible choice. However, after learning that Ronald was the lyricist for the two songs in Famous, her attitude clearly changed. "I entered the industry in the late 1950s and learned some behind-the-scenes stories of classic musicals from my seniors. Before the 1950s, Hollywood operated under a studio system. Whether it was screenwriters, choreographers, or songwriters, everyone was employed by the studios and paid a salary and bonuses. This allowed everyone to collaborate daily, working together to write the scripts for musicals. In Hollywood today, all roles are held by freelancers. Professionals change with each film, joining the crew at different times during filming. Screenwriters and lyricists, choreographers and composers simply don't have the long-term chemistry to work together, nor can they work together for months to finalize the musical numbers. Therefore, after the collapse of the Hollywood studio system, musicals, which demanded the highest level of collaboration from behind-the-scenes creative personnel, were among the first genres to disappear." Taking the tea Patricia Birch offered, Ronald thanked her and took a sip. "So how did Grease achieve such perfection back then?" "Ms. Birch, you even won a Tony Award for Best Choreography on Broadway for this, because we're a stage play," Patricia Birch said with a nostalgic look. "You haven't been involved in the production of a stage play, have you, Ronald?" "No, stage plays and films are completely different art forms. Grease didn't start out on Broadway. We performed many shows in Chicago, and each time we could adjust the plot based on the audience's reactions, addressing any flaws in the structure, the lyrics, and so on. Then it went to Off-Broadway in New York, and we continued to improve. Then it went off-Broadway, and finally, with the audience and critics' iteration, boom. We got on Broadway, but films only have one chance. During filming, you can't adjust based on audience feedback. After editing and during the test screenings, if the audience's reaction is poor, there's no opportunity to make major changes. At most, you can only do some minor reshoots and modifications," Ronald continued. Patricia Birch looked at Ronald with admiration. "Yes. That's why I prefer working on Broadway. Art forms without immediate feedback are too difficult," Ronald understood. "The creative process for musicals differs significantly from other film genres. Unless Son of Grease is first adapted into a musical and refined on Broadway for a year or two, producing a film that rivals the original is virtually impossible." "When you were filming Grease, did you simply copy the Broadway musical numbers verbatim?" Ronald asked. "Basically, yes, but with subtle differences," Patricia Birch replied. "For example, the casting. John Travolta participated in the Broadway version of Grease, but he could only play a supporting role because his dancing wasn't good enough. Conversely, the lead actor from the Broadway version couldn't play the lead role in the film because he wasn't handsome enough. The grammar of film is, after all, different from stage plays." Ronald nodded. He understood this difference in casting priorities. On Broadway, the audience sees the actors' physiques and dance. Film, however, can use close-ups to show the actors' appearances. When we were filming the original movie, we cast only top dancers. Many of the supporting actors danced better than the two leads. I remember a New York girl who lied about her age to get a role in the background corps de ballet. I thought she danced so well that I convinced the director to give her a lot of screen time. But she didn't continue working in Hollywood. Instead, she went back to ballet. Otherwise, with her talent, well, Hollywood didn't have many more musicals for her to showcase her abilities. Ronald paused, his hands still writing. He'd heard this story before. You mean Antonia Franceschi? Yes, how come you know her? How is she? She later participated in the filming of Fame, playing one of the leads. But she still didn't make it in Hollywood. She's now with the New York City Ballet. You too. Patricia Birch noticed the tenderness in Ronald's eyes. Yes, back then, that's how it is for ballet girls. If they want to start a family, they have to give up their careers like I did. Patricia Birch patted Ronald's hand comfortingly. Tell me, Ms. Birch, if I were to start writing the script from scratch, what aspects should I pay attention to? Should I write the plot first and leave a few gaps for the musical numbers, or should I wait until you have mature musical numbers and then write the plot around those numbers? Ronald reminisced about the past. Although Son of Greece faced unexpected difficulties, he still had to do his best to fulfill his promise. Ronald consulted Patricia Birch on methods for writing musical scripts. A mature musical has its own rhythm and structure. Generally, there's a song and dance number at the beginning of the story to set the tone, then another song and dance number to help the characters develop in the second act, followed by the twist in the third act, and finally the climax. Patricia Birch was quite satisfied with Ronald's humble advice and explained several major fixed sections of the musical to him. These sections need to be reserved in the script beforehand. The other smaller song and dance numbers are mainly for emotional support and can be added after the script is largely completed. Ronald was quickly jotting down the choreography suggestions, occasionally frowning. From the very beginning of script writing, musicals are quite different from other film genres, forming their own distinct style. No wonder that after the dissolution of the big studio system, several successful musical films, such as West Side Story, Grease, and My Fair Lady, were all adaptations of successful Broadway shows. Those big-budget musical films that flopped, like Martin Scorsese's New York, were all original stories created by directors who admired the ancient musical form and insisted on their own way. This self-contained approach, slowly refining the material through interaction with the audience, is very similar to comedy. Comedians and directors need years of preparation to accumulate enough material, polished and live performances, before they can create a successful film. Moreover, unlike regular films that can reuse classic scenes, comedic jokes and musical numbers are one-off. Once used, they can't be repeated in the next film. No wonder producer Sturwood wanted to bring in comedy director Jerry Zak. It seems the two do have similarities. Looks like I'll have to rack my brains this time. Ronald couldn't help but smile wryly. Seeing Ronald looking troubled, Patricia Birch offered some advice. Actually, there are shortcuts. If you can do either of these two things, Son of Greece won't have a big problem maintaining a decent sequel. If you can do both, it's bound to be a hit. Chapter 200 An Unexpected Acquaintance. The first method is to buy the rights to a batch of top charts hit songs and use them directly as the soundtrack for Son of Greece to attract fans. The second method is to persuade the two main characters from the original work, John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John, to continue playing major supporting roles in the sequel, instead of just making cameo appearances. This will attract their fans. If we can achieve either of these two things, the sequel will be passable. If we can achieve both, it could be a huge hit. The next day, Ronald met with his agent, Rick Nisida, to relay his choreography suggestions and his observations of the script. Hearing that Ronald had already found a script-writing approach, Ovitz was very satisfied with his efficiency and listened to Ronald's briefing with Nisida. The first point is fine. Andy Gibb is already a popular singer. Since his debut with I Just Want to Be Your Everything, Robert Sturwood has always wanted him to work part-time as an actor, and his three older brothers, the Bee Gees, can provide him with a lot of song support. Ovitz and Nisida had no objection to the first point. The second point, the two whispered among themselves, and Nisida replied, John Travolta is already a huge star. He's starting to look at his career change and doesn't want to appear in musicals anymore, preferring to play a male dancer on the big screen. As for the female lead, Olivia Newton-John, her new film Chandelier didn't do well at the box office or with critics. We could try suggesting it to Paramount. Nisida tapped the table, deciding to propose the female lead first. Ovitz was already considering whether to recommend the director and actor to Paramount. You did a very good job, Ronald. We'll pass on your screenwriting suggestions to Paramount and Sturwood. Once they finalize the songs and cast, we'll meet again to finalize the contract. Stay in Los Angeles for 2 more days. I expect a formal response soon. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief as he left the president's office. Since he'd decided to write the script, he wanted to do his best within his capabilities. "Ronald, it's you," an unexpected voice called out to Ronald from the lounge area. Minahan. Ronald remembered the voice. It seemed to be Minahan Golan, the Israeli filmmaker who had nearly jumped off a building after his film failed in Canada. Turning around, he saw Minahan and his cousin Yoram. "What are you doing here? We've come to see Mr. Ovitz." "What are you doing here?" Minahan asked. "I'm a contracted screenwriter with CAA. I'm here to discuss some script projects." Ronald nodded and started to leave. Minahan quickly exchanged a glance with his cousin. Perhaps the breakthrough still lay with him? "Ronald, we haven't thanked you for your help in Canada yet. Why don't we come to the Canon Films office? Let's have lunch together," Minahan invited. "Weren't you going to see Mr. Ovitz?" "Haha, he's a busy man. We came without an appointment, just trying our luck. Since we've run into you, let's go to his office and chat." The two men pulled Ronald out. "Okay, let me tell my agent." Ronald went to say goodbye to Richard. "Do you think he can help us?" Yoram asked Minahan. "Who knows? Ovitz flatly refused our request and hasn't seen us for the past 2 days. We might as well ask Ronald, he's the one who gave us this idea. Maybe he has a solution." Ronald left the office, got into the Israeli brothers' car, turned a corner, and soon arrived at the Canon Films office. It was an old office building. Opening the company door, there was a reception desk with another company's logo on it. "We just took over this office. All the furniture was left by the previous tenant. We won't spend money on these things. All the money will be invested in filming." Minahan remained composed and spoke fluently. 2 desks were set up in the hallway, presumably for screenwriters. 2 screenwriters were typing away on typewriters, 2 pagoda-patterned cardboard boxes on the desks. They apparently hadn't had time to eat their Chinese takeout. Entering Minahan and Yoram's office, 2 opposite desks occupied most of the space, along with 2 corner sofas and a small table for receiving guests. "This is our office. Yoram and I discuss the company's film projects here," Minahan said, pointing to various movie posters on the wall. "This is Lemonade, which we filmed in Israel. It broke all the box office records in Israel, allowing us to come to America to continue our film dreams." Ronald nodded. The two had indeed directed blockbuster films. They weren't just amateurs messing around. Moreover, their entrepreneurial spirit made Ronald feel at ease. There wasn't much hierarchy, and the employees were very motivated. "So, what do you want with Mr. Ovitz? Is there anything I can do to help?" Ronald bluntly stated the unspoken implication of the Israeli brothers. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance, and Minahan spoke first. "Remembered your advice in Montreal, and upon returning, we approached United Artists and MGM to discuss a distribution contract for Cannonball Studios. But their president is only focused on the editing of Heaven's Gate and MGM. After Cochrane acquired a 40% stake in MGM, they drastically reduced their film production output. They no longer have their own distribution channels and are using United Artists' distribution network. So what are you planning to do?" Ronald frantically searched for water. Cannonball Studios was still a startup. The secretary was incredibly oblivious, not even offering a cup of coffee to the boss's important guest. Yoram quickly went out to get water, and Minahan pleaded, "We made initial contact with MGM. They can use the distribution channels they share with United Artists, but they don't know us and are unwilling to endorse a company that hasn't distributed films in America. They need us to provide proof, or find someone willing to vouch for our production company status." After listening for a while, Ronald understood. It was that old problem again. Minahan and Yoram were Israelis who had just acquired a small Hollywood production company. MGM was unwilling to risk signing a distribution agreement before the film was released in America. However, no distributor bought Apple, and Minahan was unwilling to handle small-scale distribution himself, which would make the box office of the terrible Apple even worse, and no distributor would be willing to represent their films in the future. As a result, their American film journey ended before it even began. So the 2 brothers kept begging Ovitz to act as their recommender, hoping to increase the confidence of MGM's executives and Israelis. But with Apple being so bad, Ovitz certainly didn't want to ruin his reputation. As if reading a new voice from Ronald's mind, Yoram, who had returned with a bottle of mineral water, spoke up. "Actually, MGM doesn't care about the quality of our films. They don't have many films to distribute anyway, and United Artists' distribution channels are currently idle. As long as there are films, it's always good, but MGM's top management is unwilling to take the risk. They're currently undergoing a leadership reshuffle, and nobody wants to become a scapegoat for making a mistake by signing our distribution deal, or a reason for others to attack them during the leadership reshuffle. Ronald understood the crux of the matter. MGM's executives didn't want to take the blame, but they were also eyeing the revenue from the distribution business. They wanted a formal witness to legitimize the decision to sign the distribution contract, leaving no room for criticism. I can't do anything about it. I'm just an ordinary client of CAA and can't influence Mr. Ovitz's judgment. No, we want you to act as the recommender, Yoram said. Me? Cough cough. Ronald was amused by Yoram's statement and choked on his saliva. Are you misunderstanding me? We've inquired in Hollywood. You're the famous screenwriter who wrote the script for Jane Fonda, and you were on the front page of the New York Times. The unknown screenwriter achieves great success. Minahan repeated the headline in a thick Israeli accent. You didn't see the whole article, did you? My name wasn't in it. Ronald didn't want to discuss the script anymore, simply recounting that Jane Fonda was the project's lead. I see. The two Israeli brothers exchanged a glance, sitting down with some disappointment. But why didn't you hire a lawyer to prove your capabilities? Ronald asked, seeing their dejected expressions. We tried getting legal documentation, but they wouldn't verify our distribution success in Israel, and they're quite prejudiced against us, Yoram replied. Those lawyers who work for Hollywood have no idea that Israel has a film industry, and they're unwilling to delve into our distribution success there. They always think that outside of Hollywood, no film can sell at the box office, Minahan added, clearly uncomfortable. Thank you, Ronald, we'll think of something else. Hadn't we agreed to have lunch? Ronald thought to himself. I do know Mitch Cantor, a former in-house lawyer at MGM. He's left MGM and returned to his law firm. Perhaps he'll be interested in you. Really? Minahan grabbed the telephone from the desk and brought it to the sofa. You can call him from here. Ronald looked at them both without speaking. Yoram, who had always worked in distribution and sales, understood the intricacies of business dealings better than Minahan, who was in charge of film production. Ronald, what do you want to be in Hollywood? Is there anything Canon Films can do to help? I want to be a director. No problem. Come with us. Canon Films is lacking talent who can direct English-language films. Minahan picked up the conversation, thumping his chest loudly. Okay, Ronald said. He wasn't entirely trusting of the two Israelis either, but this wasn't a big deal. It was just a normal business referral to Mickey. So Ronald dialed the number on Mickey Cantor's business card and explained Cannonball Studios' idea. Mickey Cantor was happy with this kind of simple business that could generate a high fee. After communicating with Minahan on the phone, he told them to come to his office the next day to provide the materials, and he would contact the MGM distribution manager. Minahan hung up the phone and happily hugged Yoram. We did it. We did it. We've established ourselves in Hollywood, and the next thing we'll do is make an Oscar-winning film. We can go to the awards ceremony next year. Good heavens, Ronald covered his face, defeated by their optimism. Huh. It's already 12:30, Minahan, assuming Ronald was hungry, rushed out of the office. Outside, Minahan's loud Hebrew voice drifted in, followed by the screenwriter's much quieter explanation. A moment later, Minahan returned with a pagoda-patterned lunchbox, chopsticks, and placed it in front of Ronald. Here, this is Chinese food, it's delicious. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.